Members, good morning. Veuillez vous asseoir. Call on the member for Shediac-Beaubasson-Capellet for prayers.
Prions le Seigneur. Let us pray. Ô Seigneur, notre Père céleste, ô et puissant, Roi des rois, Seigneur des seigneurs, le seul souverain des princes, qui contemplez de votre trône tous les habitants de la terre. Nous vous supplions du fond de nos cœurs de regarder avec faveur notre très gracieux Seigneur souverain, le roi Charles, et de le remplir tellement de la grâce de votre Saint-Esprit qu'il fasse toujours votre volonté et qu'il marche dans vos voies. Donnez-lui l'abondance de vos dons célestes, donnez-lui la santé et le bonheur d'une longue vie. Fortifiez-le afin qu'il triomphe de tous ses ennemis et finalement, après cette vie, qu'il jouisse de la joie et de félicité éternelle par Jésus-Christ notre Seigneur. Amen. Most gracious God, we humbly beseech Thee, as this province in general, so especially for the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly, under our most religious and gracious King at this time assembled, that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper all their consultations to the advancements of Thy glory, the safety, honor, welfare in our sovereign and this province, that all things may be so ordered and settled by their endeavors upon the best and surest foundations, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be established among us for all generations. These and all other necessaries for them and for us, we humbly beg in the name and mediation of Jesus Christ, our most blessed Lord and Savior. Amen. Ensemble, prions notre Père. Together, let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Notre Père, qui es aux cieux, que ton nom soit sanctifié. Que ton règne vienne, que ta volonté soit faite sur la terre comme au ciel. Donne-nous aujourd'hui notre pain de ce jour. Pardonne-nous nos offenses, comme nous pardonnons aussi à ceux qui nous ont offensés. Et ne nous laisse pas entrer en tentation, mais délivre-nous du mal. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Introduction of guests. Member for Fredericton South and leader of his party. No. Member for Shediac Bay, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize in the gallery Cassie Curvin from Doketown. She is a volunteer who I met her during springtime, endless energy. Those are the favorite volunteers. We all have them. Endless energy, humor, she brought joy, she was contagious in the way she worked. It was a pleasure to meet her. This is her first time here in the Ledge. She is very happy to be here. I didn't promise, but I said there would be a very peaceful question period. It's her first time here, so please, please, make her welcome. Thank you. Enjoy your first time here, Cassie.
Member for Kent Sud.
Well, I thought my colleague was going to do it, but I guess somebody has to do it. I do also want to welcome Hannah Fulton Johnson to the gallery, because Hannah is now the new executive director of the New Brunswick Liberal Association. She was a candidate in the previous by-election, but I know she worked hard, and I know she was going to work even harder within our association. We want to welcome her here, and we want to thank you for everything you're doing. Merci beaucoup. Thanks.
The member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to extend warm greetings to Leo Babineau, a grade 9 student from École Sainte-Anne, who's joining us today as part of the Take Your Kid to Work Day at École Sainte-Anne. I've known Leo since he was born in 2008, when his mom, Mary Lou Babineau, was running to represent the federal riding of Fredericton as the first Green MP. That's what she was striving for. Leo was riding shotgun in the carriage that year. And so I want to invite my fellow members to join me in welcoming Leo Babineau to the Legislature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would also like to take the opportunity to welcome the students who are participating in the Take Our Kids to Work Day. Je suis très fier aujourd'hui de vous introduire des élèves de la 9e année. Joining us today, Leo Babineau, Mia Baxter, Zach Berry, Caleb Boudreau, Olivia Fackenthal, Luke Hilder, Antoine Levesque, Nicholas Mason, and Ava Peckham. The Take Our Kids to Work Day is a national event that takes place the first Wednesday in November as part of National Career Week. The three main objectives of the program are to offer students a view of the work world and to give them an understanding of its demands and opportunities. It allows students to see their parents or volunteer hosts in different roles and to understand what they do to support a family. It also emphasizes that education goes beyond the classroom. Je demande donc à tous les parlementaires de se joindre à moi pour vous souhaiter la bienvenue à l'Assemblée législative. Welcome. Condolences. The Minister of Local Government and Local Governance Reform.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. I rise today in memory of Chris Leblanc, 48 years old, of Moncton, who passed away with the comforts of his home with his beloved wife, Ruth Ann, on his side on October 24th, 2022. Chris was larger than life, and his presence always filled the room with laughter and smiles. He was one of those people who could touch your life in a brief moment, but leave an imprint for a lifetime. Proud resident of Royal Oaks, he was an avid golfer. He started playing at the early age with his father, JP, and competed as a New Brunswick junior. He never missed a Friday afternoon golf game with the guys, and in 2021, he won the Royal Oaks Golf Championship. In addition to his loving wife, Ruth Ann, Chris will be deeply missed by his mother, Marilyn, his son, Alex Leblanc, his stepson, Ryan Gillis, his brother, Thod, and his Labrador Retriever, Murphy, as well extended family members and many friends. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join in extending our deepest condolences to his family, his friends, and to all who were touched by Chris's presence in their lives. Thank you.
The member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Mr. Speaker, I want to extend my deepest condolences to the family and friends of Heather MacDonald Bossé of Fredericton, who passed away on October the 30th at the age of 62 at Hospice House. Heather survived by her husband, Don Bossé, daughters Jessica and Emily Bossé, mother Ida MacDonald, her sisters Marie MacDonald, Deanna MacDonald, Chantal MacDonald Newhook, and grandsons Felix and Jasper. She was predeceased by her father, Ben. Heather was born in Kamsack, Saskatchewan, and moved with her family to Campbellton in 1974. Over the years, she has worked as a youth corrections counselor, a preschool teacher, Director of Alumni Affairs at St. Thomas University, and with Tourism New Brunswick. Perhaps her greatest legacy, Mr. Premier, will be how she, Mr. Speaker, her greatest legacy will be how she modeled a life well lived to family, friends, and everyone she met. I invite all members to join me in extending condolences to the family and friends of Heather MacDonald Bossé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Messages of congratulations. The member for St. Croix.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer congratulations to Lucinda Fleemer, who later today will be invested into the Order of New Brunswick. She is receiving this honor for her profound impact on residents of Charlotte County and New Brunswick, thanks to her vision, creativity, and generosity. In 1998, Mrs. Fleemer founded Kingsbury Garden in St. Andrews with her late husband, John. In addition to the garden, her generosity has resulted in many projects, including a world-class 2,000-seat amphitheater, an artist-in-residence program, a youth center, and a business and training facility where people at risk can develop horticultural skills and find employment. Mrs. Fleemer is a patron of the arts and benefactor of many causes in Ontario and New Brunswick. I invite my colleagues to join me in expressing our gratitude to Lucinda Fleemer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy to Caracat.
Monsieur le Président, je suis fière de me lever en chambre pour féliciter Monsieur Sylvain Lantaigne, récipiendaire du prix du mérite 2022 de l'Association Patrimoine Nouveau-Brunswick. Monsieur Lantaigne est depuis 30 ans le directeur du Musée acadien de Caraquette. Sa passion pour l'histoire, son incroyable compétence et ses efforts de préservation du patrimoine dans le nord-est du Nouveau-Brunswick font de lui une référence dans le domaine. Chaque été, depuis 30 ans, Sylvain s'occupe seul de concevoir, assembler et présenter des expositions mettant en valeur les artefacts du musée et l'histoire de la région au grand plaisir des touristes et des habitants. 30 ans de travail dans l'ombre pour mettre en lumière notre culture et notre peuple. Ce prix est tellement mérité, Monsieur le Président. J'invite tous les parlementaires à se joindre à moi et à reconnaître le travail exceptionnel de Monsieur Sylvain Lantaigne. Merci.
Monsieur le Président, je prends la parole aujourd'hui à la Chambre pour féliciter tous les candidats qui se sont présentés aux prochaines élections municipales qui auront lieu le 28 novembre. La politique municipale est la forme de gouvernement la plus proche de la population. J'encourage tous les Néo-Brunswickois et Néo-Brunswickoises à voter à ces élections spéciales qui auront lieu dans 50 collectivités locales pour élire des conseils entièrement nouveaux, en plus des 12 districts ruraux renouvelés créés qui auront l'occasion d'élire pour la première fois des membres à leur comité consultatif de district rural. Monsieur le Président, je tiens à remercier Élections Nouveau-Brunswick et tous les bénévoles dont le travail acharné rendra ces élections possibles. J'aimerais aussi souhaiter bonne chance à tous les candidats et candidates, dont deux de nos collègues et amis, qui se présenteront aux prochaines élections municipales.
Member for Fredericton North. Minister of Service of Brunswick. Okay. Member for Shediac-Beaubasson-Capellet.
Monsieur le Président, je suis fier de me lever en Chambre afin de féliciter les membres et la Chambre de commerce du Grand Shediac qui ont tenu leur 8e gala de reconnaissance lors de la semaine de la PME. L'entreprise Imprimie Dupuis a reçu le prix d'entreprise de l'année pour leur contribution envers la création d'emplois. Le prix d'entreprise émergente de l'année a été décerné au bistrot Le Moc Tortue. Le prix organisme de l'année fut remis au Centre de ressources et de crise familiale Beau Séjour, qui vient en aide aux femmes de la région vivant une situation de crise. Enfin, le centre-ville Shediac Downtown Inc. a reconnu M. Robert Fleming de Fleming Service Center en tant qu'entrepreneur exceptionnel. Félicitations à toutes et tous. Longue vie à la Chambre de commerce et à nos petites et moyennes entreprises. Merci, M. le Président.
The Deputy de Madawaska-Lac-Edmundston.
Monsieur le Président, devant plus de 750 personnes, le Gala de la PME a rendu un vibrant hommage aux entrepreneurs du Madawaska. Le titre d'entreprise de l'année 2022 fut décerné à Sylvacer, une érablière biologique de 80 000 entailles située sur les terres publiques dans la région de Saint-Joseph. Les deux frères fondateurs, Éric et Sylvain Caron, sont des forestiers professionnels, membres de l'Ordre des forestiers agréés du Nouveau-Brunswick, ainsi que membres de l'Association acéricole du Nouveau-Brunswick. Ayant toujours su mettre en valeur les richesses que la forêt et la nature ont à offrir, c'est avec grande fierté qu'Éric et Sylvain ont créé la marque de commerce Maple Cure, mettant en vedette des produits de l'érable en provenance de nos forêts. Je suis très fière des réalisations et du sens d'innovation de nos entrepreneurs. Félicitations, Éric et Sylvain Caron de Sylvacer, entreprise de l'année au nord-ouest du Nouveau-Brunswick.
The member for Fredericton York.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer congratulations to the Fredericton Sports Wall of Fame 2022 inductees. On October 13th at the Delta, Jesse Canny was named Athlete of the Year and Kim Tucker was named Volunteer of the Year. Others honoured included Gardner McDougall, Jane Thornton, Rolly Sapir, and the 1970 UNB women's basketball team. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Fredericton Sports Investment Inc. for their hard work in presenting the awards. As a nonprofit organization, Fredericton Sports Investment Inc. provides financial assistance to local youth in sports in the Fredericton area through community fundraising. Their annual dinner and auction is back Friday, December 2nd at the Delta for major auction items. Silent auctions Auction items will continue with their online platform with Jardine Auctioneers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements by members. The Deputy to Bathurst West Beresford.
Mr. Speaker, this year I have circled December 25th on my calendar twice. The first is for Christmas. It is the best time of the year. The second is for the fact that the Minister of Finance has committed to resolving the Bathurst mill file by the end of this year. That's right. Last spring, during committee, the Minister cut my question period short by proclaiming that there would be resolution on this mill site by the mill file by the end of the year. So I asked him a follow-up question and he doubled down. I will have resolution for this file by the end of the year, or you can come after me, said he. No, I don't want to come after the minister. What kind of holiday spirit would that show? But I will remind him that there's only 52 shopping days left before Christmas and only 52 days left for a minister to do what he's committed to do. So the minister better not wait till the last minute. It would be a shame for him to end up on Santa's naughty list.
The member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Mr. Speaker, the world's leading energy organization, the International Energy Agency, released an analysis last week that said the energy crisis caused by Putin's invasion of Ukraine is accelerating the clean energy transition, marking a historic turning point in the transition away from fossil fuels. The IEA said planned investments in green energy in response to the crisis meant that for the first time, government policies would lead to demand for fossil fuels peaking this decade. Fatih Birol, the IEA's executive director, one of the world's most influential energy economists, said the golden age of natural gas is approaching the end. In light of this, Mr. Speaker, the cheerleading for natural gas development by the Premier and his Energy Minister is, well, incomprehensible. They should be backing renewable energy development, reliant as it is on energy sources that don't produce pollution or waste, but are free and eternal. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Member for Moncton Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to reducing taxes, and yesterday we proved it once again. We introduced legislation to accelerate provincial property tax reductions that will be introduced in March. This new legislation would fully implement the reductions for the 2023 taxation year, 1 year earlier than originally planned. These tax cuts will give developers and landlords more incentive to produce more housing. Mr. Speaker, we are experiencing strong population growth in New Brunswick, and the need for more and more housing is clear. That's why we are taking action now and creating the opportunity for growth in the future. And we have a goal of creating an additional 405 units over the next 3 years. Through careful planning, regular consultation and intentional actions, our government has set New Brunswick on a course of prosperity and long-term sustainability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, ce matin, ma déclaration porte sur l'infrastructure qui me tient le plus à cœur, le pont de Lamec-Chupagan. Dans le discours du trône, il est noté que 2,2 milliards de dollars sont générés par les exportations de produits de la pêche. Je précise qu'une grande partie provient de la pêche au crabe et au homard de ma région. C'est un fait que le pont de Lamec-Chupagan est rendu désuet et non sécuritaire et que son entretien devient un problème majeur. La semaine passée, un bateau de pêche a essayé de passer sous le pont à 3 reprises, mais le tablier ne se levait pas. Le pont n'était pas opérationnel. Pourtant, les produits de la pêche sont importants pour notre produit intérieur brut. C'est un enjeu de sécurité pour mes citoyens et c'est un enjeu d'économie locale et provinciale. On a besoin d'un pont, Monsieur le Président. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur le Président, hier, le gouvernement a annoncé des allègements fiscaux pour les individus qui gagnent plus de 142 000 par année. Le premier ministre a même dit pendant la mêlée de presse que les personnes dont les revenus sont le plus élevés ont contribué le plus à l'excédent. Elles méritent donc un allègement fiscal. Well, j'ai un reality check pour lui. C'est la classe ouvrière qui a créé la richesse du Nouveau-Brunswick. Ce sont les infirmières, les auxiliaires, les travailleuses sociales qui ont été au front à chaque jour pour assurer qu'on reste en santé. Ce sont les enseignants, les assistantes et les concierges qui se sont levés chaque matin pour assurer notre futur. Ce sont les fermiers, les pêcheurs, les travailleuses de shop et les cuisinières qui se sont levés chaque matin pour contribuer à notre souveraineté alimentaire. Et ce sont les mécaniciens, les soudeurs et les charpentiers qui ont bâti nos logements et notre infrastructure pour contribuer à notre résilience. C'est la classe ouvrière qui a créé la richesse du Nouveau-Brunswick et c'est eux que tu devrais remercier.
The member for Moncton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, our government announced amendments to the New Brunswick Income Tax Act that will result in savings of approximately $70 million to taxpayers when they file the returns for 2023. This is very good news. Prudent fiscal management means this government was able to reduce personal income taxes for 2021 and 2022, and now even more for 2023. Mr. Speaker, these reductions will make our province more competitive, will stimulate economic growth, will mean even more money stays in the pockets of thousands of people. Mr. Speaker, the future is bright for our beautiful province. We are embracing the growth and opportunity wherever we can find it. And we are delivering for New Brunswickers by lowering income taxes in a fiscally sensible approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La députée de Madawaska-Lilac, Edmundston.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick, surtout les parents qui ont des enfants en immersion française, sont inquiets de l'annonce du gouvernement d'abolir l'immersion française dès l'an prochain, en débutant par la première année. Les parents, les experts et les éditorialistes enjoignent le gouvernement d'améliorer le programme existant plutôt que d'y mettre fin. Il faut bâtir sur le succès de l'immersion française, le bonifier et le rendre disponible au plus grand nombre d'enfants possible. Au cours de la période de questions hier, mon collègue a demandé au ministre et député de Moncton-Est s'il avait pris position sur l'élimination de l'immersion française. Il n'a pas répondu, il a dévié la question. La culture acadienne et francophone a besoin d'être défendue au sein du cabinet et du caucus. Comme ministre acadien, c'est dommage que vous n'ayez pas su répondre à la question.
Member for Memramcook-Tantramar.
Mr. Speaker, major oil companies have again posted record profits, totaling almost $50 billion among the Big Four and doubling profits over the same period last year. ExxonMobil made a mind-boggling $18.7 billion. Chevron made $10.8 billion. Shell made $9.5 billion, and BP made $8.2 billion. Closer to home, we don't know Irving Oil's profits since they are a private company, but according to Bloomberg, Arthur Irving's net worth has increased by $1.2 billion, or 25%, this year alone. That brings his net worth to $6.16 billion, or 66.4 million barrels of oil. Billionaires are a policy failure. These oil companies are raking in record profits while people can't afford to put food on their table, or heat their home, or fill up their tank. The Premier needs to spearhead an effort to ask the Prime Minister to initiate a windfall oil profit tax in Canada, with the revenues returned to Canadians who need it the most.
The member for Miramichi.
Speaker, November 1st launched Crime Prevention Week here in New Brunswick. Every day, law enforcement agencies in New Brunswick do what they can to prevent crime through action while building safer communities, and we are forever grateful for their work. Mr. Speaker, as we've seen, our government takes preventative measures seriously. Yesterday, our Minister of Public Safety put forth a bill entitled the Amendments to Salvage Dealers Licensing Act. This is a necessary step for protecting New Brunswickers, and I'm more than happy to see their concerns being heard. That's what our government's doing. We're listening, we're taking action, and we're building safer communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The secrecy of this government continues. We learned earlier this week that when they made comments in the speech from the throne around public safety, it was based on anecdotal evidence. They say that property crime is rising as thieves steal from neighbors to get drugs, but they couldn't point to any data, Mr. Speaker. They have an outdated crime dashboard that they pointed to. Now they have a hard time explaining its decision around the $32 million jail in Fredericton. Reports are showing that the data was actually inaccurate. Information they gave that jails were over capacity turned out to be wrong. Mr. Speaker, was it deliberate or was it just outdated data? I would like the Minister of Public Safety to tell us and explain the reasoning behind the $32 million jail.
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. I'm not sure if the member hears from his constituents in his riding. I know I hear from mine. I know when I travel around as Minister of Public Safety. Anecdotal may be it, but they all tell me how much crime has risen in their communities, and that includes Moncton. So when I look at what happened, what the latest report was from, I think Moncton rated the third highest crime rate in the country lately. So I'm a little confused by a question that questions the rising crime rate in our province, drug-driven crime. You know, we talk about some of the issues and some of the facts. You should talk to the Mayor of Moncton, Mr. Speaker. She's the one that was telling me that her citizens don't feel safe in their city. So perhaps, instead of trying to make something out of nothing, he should ask his constituents how they feel. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to hear from the Minister of Public Safety on this. I guess he's still trying to get up to speed, and the former minister will be answering the questions, Mr. Speaker. But this government is basing decisions on emotion and anecdotal evidence, Mr. Speaker. That's no way to conduct public policy. Now, there are reports that an RTI was requested for information behind the justification of the new jail, but that information is being withheld. Why is that information being withheld, Mr. Speaker? What do they have to hide? Apparently anecdotal evidence. Now it carries more weight than real data. Mr. Speaker, why are they afraid to share the information around the decision of the new jail? Why is the minister withholding information from the public?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you again to the member opposite for the question. I don't believe that the government's hiding anything. I think that when the decision to build a new jail in the Fredericton region was announced, there were lots of opportunities and public accounts to question that. I'm quite sure that the members had some questions at that time. Perhaps they don't remember the answers to the questions that they were given. We do have some aging jails in our province, and we do need to look at that infrastructure. It presents all kinds of challenges when we're housing our inmate population in New Brunswick. So the question of hiding something is just incorrect. And I go back to, if you talk to your constituents like I talk to mine, if you hear from your constituents what they're saying, there should be no question in your mind why we need to build a new jail. Because unfortunately, crime is on the rise. A lot of citizens don't report the crime for a variety of reasons. We're working on that.
Chef de l'Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's very important that they give this information to the public, because the information that they did give us on the reason for building the new jail turned out to be false. The jails are not at overcapacity. But what is true is that this government is a government of the past, a 1980s conservative government with a tough-on-crime, law and order agenda that we've seen before that doesn't work. They say crimes are increasing that require incarceration. Well, if it is, maybe it's because of this government's inaction on the root causes of crime. What are they doing for poverty, for drug dependence, mental health, lack of supports in those areas, Mr. Speaker? Maybe those would be well-spent dollars to help keep crime down in New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker. They could establish a mental health court throughout the province that I've been asking for 4 years now, Mr. Speaker. It's on the minister's desk. Why isn't the minister establishing this right now? Mr. Speaker, can they tell us what is their focus to address the root causes of crime instead of throwing money at law enforcement?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pardon me, that's quite a loaded question. I'm not quite sure how many departments that's addressed to, but I'm going to address it in terms of we do believe in law and order on this side of the floor. Unlike their federal counterparts, we don't believe that we should take guns from law-abiding citizens in our country. Nor that aren't committing any crimes with them. Nor do we think that we should use our limited resources of the RCMP, who have a 20 to 30% resource issue, to collect these weapons. The last thing I heard is that the federal government was planning on using the federal organized crime unit to collect these weapons. So what is it that they want?
Chef de l'opposition.
Monsieur le Président, on parle de plusieurs ministères ici. Oui, effectivement, il y a plusieurs ministères qui touchent la sécurité publique. C'est pourquoi, pour adresser la santé mentale, surtout chez les jeunes, on avait mis ensemble la prestation des services intégrés dans les écoles, qui est une façon multidisciplinaire d'apporter tous les ministères chargés de venir ensemble pour donner un service aux jeunes. Maintenant, nous apprenons malheureusement qu'à partir du 1er janvier, cette unité n'offrira plus les services dans le système d'éducation francophone. Le ministre peut-il indiquer si une telle décision a été prise de couper le programme de prestation de services intégrés dans les écoles francophones?
Je remercie le membre de l'autre côté pour la question. C'est une bonne question. C'est la première fois que j'avais entendu cela. Alors, je vais prendre cette question puis je vais demander au ministère qu'est-ce qui se passe, parce que je comprends bien que ce programme fonctionne d'une bonne manière. C'est important dans notre province, c'est important pour nos jeunes. Donc, il faut qu'on continue un programme qui a un record de succès. Sur le côté anglophone, sans doute. Je ne sais pas comment ça peut arriver sur le côté francophone, alors je vais trouver les résultats, puis je vais rapporter à propos de ces résultats. Je vais essayer, si c'est correct, je vais demander pourquoi et qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour changer, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour améliorer les services qui sont vraiment essentiels pour nos jeunes, pour la montée santé de nos jeunes. On se concerne toujours avec la montée santé de nos jeunes, avec leur sécurité et le bien-être d'eux. Merci.
Effectivement, Monsieur le Président, ces services ont joué un rôle crucial dans la réduction des nombres de jeunes qui, autrement, pourraient être placés dans un établissement de détention. On sait bien qu'ils aiment dépenser pour des établissements de détention, mais aussi, on les garde d'aller dans des foyers, on leur donne une chance de se rétablir, donner leur chance d'aller gagner leur vie, Monsieur le Président. Le défenseur des jeunes a récemment donné un rapport qu'il suggère d'améliorer le programme de prestation des services intégrés également. Donc, c'est très inquiétant d'entendre, on reçoit des sources que ce programme ne va pas continuer dans les écoles francophones. Donc, j'espère que le ministre va revenir avec cette information pour moi, mais je veux aussi savoir si, depuis le rapport du défenseur des jeunes, si le ministre s'est bien entretenu avec lui pour discuter de son rapport et discuter comment on peut améliorer le programme dans toute la province.
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et merci pour la question qui a été demandée. Je suis tout à fait d'accord qu'il faut examiner ce que le défenseur des jeunes avait dit. Mais je sais que quand on a des problèmes dans les salles de classe, quand on fait des décisions pour aider les jeunes, il faut avoir un plan qui va avec ses actions. Parfois, c'est une suspension qui n'est pas un plan, mais c'est une période courte où on enlève un élève de la salle de classe pour créer un plan, pour s'adresser à ces problèmes. Pour les élèves aux besoins spéciaux, il faut toujours avoir un plan pour les aider. On veut les enseigner, mais il faut aussi garder un bon comportement dans la salle de classe. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Deputy de Bathurst West Beresford.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday government introduced a new bill to reduce personal income tax rate for New Brunswickers. as the habit is in this House, we usually mention that we can't wait to see the details and get more into it, because the devil is in the details, and we can't wait to see it and discuss it further. But then the government released the actual numbers, the details of what they were proposing in this bill, and I was shocked. Shocked to see that some of the top bracket earners would get more than double the reduction that the lowest bracket will receive. A 1.84% cut for bracket 4 versus a 8.82 for bracket 2. Just when I thought this government couldn't possibly get more tone deaf to the challenges of those that are struggling the most in our society, they pulled this one out of their hat. Can the minister possibly give us what was his reasoning for this specific breakdown in tax breaks, and why so heavily favored to the most fortunate?
Minister of Finance and Treasury.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member across the way for the question. We love to talk about taxes because we've been reducing taxes. That's right. We've been taking personal income tax down for New Brunswickers. That's why we love to talk about it. So specifically, just to give folks who are listening a little recap here, Mr. Speaker, the second bracket of taxable income is going to be reduced from 14.82 to 14%. The third bracket is going to be reduced from 16.52 to 16%. The fourth tax bracket income will be eliminated and taxed at the same rate as the third at 16%. So it is true that the more you make, the more you will be helped by these tax cuts. But you know what? The more you make, the more taxes you pay. It's a coincidence. I don't know. It's just kind of a coincidence, Mr. Speaker, that the more you make, the more taxes you pay. My dad used to say, I love to pay taxes because the more I'm paying, the more I'm making. And that is true for everybody in New Brunswick. Ultimately, there is 700... Okay, thank you.
Member for Bathurst West Bedford.
Well, you'll get more time to finish your rant. Mr. Speaker, we also, well, yesterday we received more specific information on rates, and we got them again today. But there's very vague information on the benefits. The minister says the average New Brunswicker will receive a reduction of about $310. Can he be more specific? What is the average reduction for bracket 2? What's the average reduction for bracket 3? What's the average reduction for bracket 4? And what's the average reduction in the highest tax bracket? Let's put that out there, and then we can have a real discussion on this bill. Can the minister provide us with that information, that data?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the Liberal Party has no concept on what lowering tax is about. It's been hard for them to understand, as that is not their way. Their way is to tax and spend, tax and spend. They never saw a tax they didn't like, Mr. Speaker, and so this is about lowering taxes. It's about generating a society and a culture of lowering taxes. It's about attracting people from far away. What did we hit? 819 was it last Thursday? Stats Canada hit 819,000 for New Brunswick. 819,000 New Brunswickers. Absolutely. And you know what? New Brunswickers, people are attracted to New Brunswick because of a culture of lowering taxes, of improving services, to bringing in the revenue because more people are here. We have not raised any taxes, yet revenue is up. Why? Because we're generating the culture that we need to draw people to live in this province, to draw people here and increase our population. The services...
Thank you, Mr.
Bathurst West Bedford.
All right, let's try to get some other data then. They said that they're trying to help New Brunswickers, so let's talk about what is help. If you're in the lower tax bracket and you're trying to pay for heat, home, gas, groceries, you're going to get a few dollars for help. If you're in the top bracket and you're finding it annoying that it's expensive to fill your outboard motor on your boat at the cottage or your wine cellar's a bit empty, well, there's also help for you. So I think we need to keep that imagery when we talk about helping New Brunswickers. Can the minister tell us how many will get a pocket full of change to help them survive, and how many will get fat checks to spend at the lodge over the long weekend?
Minister of Finance and Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, we will not apologize for helping out New Brunswickers. We will not apologize for attracting an atmosphere and a society that allows people to want to move to New Brunswick. We will not apologize for paying down the debt, making it more affordable. We will not apologize for putting New Brunswick in the best financial shape it's been in perhaps in decades, certainly not when there was a Liberal government in charge. We will not apologize for taking steps to allow internet access to all New Brunswickers. We don't apologize for making New Brunswick a better place to live. We don't apologize for raising the minimum wage, Mr. Speaker. We don't apologize for putting student loan interest rates down to zero, Mr. Speaker. We don't apologize for anything that does good for New Brunswick. Contrary to the Liberal government, we don't have to apologize for anything, Mr. Speaker. We're doing it. We're doing the job. We do the work.
Deputy Councillor.
Mr. Speaker, you're right. We need to apologize to New Brunswickers on their behalf because they're not going to do it. It is no secret to New Brunswickers that there is a housing crisis in our province, not only in our urban areas, but it's trickling down to the rural areas, such as in my riding as well. The lack of housing is staggering, and if it remains unchecked, it will continue to drive rental costs at prohibitive levels. I've been receiving lots of people coming to my office and saying that they've gotten rental increases starting on January 1st, and they're very, very worried. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is for the Minister responsible of Housing about the rental increase cap. We know that there is one that's finishing on December 31st. Now, a lot of people are receiving increases for January 1st. That's in less than 2 months. People are worried. They want to know, will this government extend the rent cap, the freeze on the rent cap? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Service, New Brunswick and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I've been asked this question many, many, many times this week, and I've been very consistent in my answer when I give it each time it's asked. We're analyzing the data. We need all these people that are telling you that they're having concerns about significantly increased rent to please call the RTT, the Residential Tenancies Tribunal. We need the information. They can help these people to assess whether these are reasonable rent increases. If they are not reasonable rent increases, they will be denied. But they need to work with the RTT. So please, if you have residents having problems, get them to contact the RTT. That information is going to be used to help us determine how to move forward with the rent cap decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, je veux remercier la ministre pour la réponse. Ça me rassure de savoir qu'au moins de ce côté-là, ils utilisent les données. Ça serait le fun que les données soient utilisées pour les autres ministères, parce que clairement, ça ne semble pas être le cas, selon les réponses qu'on reçoit de nos autres questions. Mais ce qui est inquiétant dans la réponse de la ministre, c'est qu'il reste moins de 2 mois avant le 1er janvier. Ces gens-là ont eu ces notifications-là à partir du mois de juillet. Ils ont déjà fait ces téléphones-là, ces appels-là, dans les derniers mois. Les données sont là. Donc, vraiment, je trouve que pour moi, ça commence à sonner comme une excuse pour de l'inaction. Parce que là, il reste moins de 2 mois. Ces gens-là sont stressés, Monsieur le Président. Donc, à un moment donné, d'attendre à Noël, ça ne sera plus un cadeau de Noël, là. Donc, je demanderai à la ministre d'agir le plus rapidement possible. Peut-elle le faire maintenant? Merci beaucoup.
Minister of Service, New Brunswick and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand the urgency of making this decision. And when I've been answering this question, when it's get asked to me over and over again over the last week, I've said I've had 2 weeks on this file. I need a bit more time to get the information together, work with my team, to make a decision on what to do with the rent cap. When it was passed, it was a temporary rent cap, a 1-year temporary rent cap that we were very, very clear about. So the decision on to extend it is a very important decision that can't be rushed into. Again, as I said, the people that you're talking to, if they received a rent increase in July, they should have already had an answer back from the Residential Tenancies Tribunal. They have 30 days to file with the tribunal, and our average time to get back and make a decision is 30 days, so that they should have already had their answers and followed up with you. Anybody that's receiving a rent increase now needs to call.
Deputy Resolution.
Monsieur le Président, ma question ce matin pour la ministre de Services du Nouveau-Brunswick.
Si je ne me trompe pas, aujourd'hui sera la dernière journée pour contester l'évaluation de nos propriétés. Comme moi, plusieurs personnes au Nouveau-Brunswick ont été estomaquées lorsqu'ils ont vu leurs évaluations foncières aux fins fiscales. Certaines régions, notamment la ville de Saint-Jean, n'ont pas été affectées au moins. Est-ce que la ministre pourrait m'expliquer comment fonctionne le système et pourquoi certaines villes ne seraient pas affectées de la même façon que les autres villes au Nouveau-Brunswick?
Minister of Service, New Brunswick and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite is correct. Today is the last day to appeal your assessment. So please, anybody that's watching or anybody that's contacted you, today is the last day. They have to do it. They can do it online. They can call. They can go into a Service New Brunswick office, and other people can help them if necessary. I know my constituency office has helped some of our residents file their appeals. So a property assessment is based on the real and true value of a property. We are experiencing economic growth like we've never seen in New Brunswick, and it has not been equal across our province. The Moncton region, Moncton-Beausejour region, is having the greatest increase on the economy. The Fredericton area is second, and St. John is third. And that impacts the value of property within those areas. And therefore, the property assessments can be different, and the change can be different between different municipalities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Fredericton South and Leader of his party.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier plans to cut $70 million out of provincial revenue by awarding the financially comfortable and the wealthy with a reduction in income taxes. An unfunded gift, Mr. Speaker, which is most generous to those earning between $143,000 and $162,000 per year, plays Scrooge to those in the lowest tax bracket. Mr. Speaker, if there's $70 million to spend, why would the Premier not use it to open urgent care centres for people without family doctors, to divert them from the ERs, give our nurses a break, or institute a basic livable income for the disabled, many of whom are living in deep poverty? Mr. Speaker, why is the Premier giving $70 million to those who don't need it instead of giving it to those who do?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Although, you know what, saying that we did not help the less fortunate, saying that we did not help the lower tax levels is absolutely false. My friend from the Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour Department raised the minimum wage by $1, then another $1, and now it's going to be tied to CPI, which will be a large amount next April the 1st. So we absolutely have done that. We've absolutely helped out with daycare costs. Yes, it is a program that we're working on with the federal government, but early education and child care development, we've absolutely helped out with daycare costs. We're budgeting for this generation. We're budgeting for the less than fortunate people. We're also budgeting for the middle class. And the first two personal income tax drops we had were absolutely for seniors and for the lower earners. But you know what? This one will help the middle class as well. I think that we should be helping all New Brunswickers, and that is what we're absolutely trying to do with this tax cut, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Bloomberg reports this year that Arthur Irving increased his wealth by $1.18 billion. I had to read that over 3 or 4 times. $1.18 billion increase in wealth in a year. The Premier is gifting Mr. Irving a reduction in his taxes when people are living in tents, which this government should apologize for, waiting in ERs for up to 21 hours, which this government should apologize for, and going to school hungry without a lunch program, which this government should apologize for. The Premier is gifting Mr. Irving a reduction in his taxes when nurses have been sacrificing their mental health and families, trying to hold a crumbling health care system together without fair compensation, which this government should apologize for. How is the Premier advising his caucus members to explain to their constituents that they're handing out money to those who don't need it and denying it to those who do?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, what we're doing in all cases is trying to find innovative ways to have people want to come and work and live here in New Brunswick. And what we're seeing is that's happening in unprecedented numbers, Mr. Speaker. So when people look here, they don't want to look at the highest tax jurisdiction in the country. They want to say, what's the qualities of working and living in New Brunswick? And Mr. Speaker, we raised the wages. And when the leader of the Green Party talks about the nurses and such, we raised all of that, Mr. Speaker, maybe compatible with the whole Atlantic region. So you can see across the country we're competing for the same resources, Mr. Speaker. So what are the wins that bring people to New Brunswick? A better lifestyle, a cost of living that's second to none, Mr. Speaker, and areas that we will focus and continue to focus on those that need the money in order to survive, Mr. Speaker, in order to continue to live here. But, Mr. Speaker, the people that are paying their bills are the middle-class sector, the people that are paying taxes, spending money, so we get revenue on HST, on personal income tax. Mr. Speaker, that's where we're seeing the gains, because more people are working in this province than ever before, Mr. Speaker, than ever before. Thank you.
Member for Fredericton South and Leader of his party.
Mr. Speaker, on top of the $70 million cut to provincial revenue, the Premier plans to axe another $28 million from provincial property taxes paid by property developers. That's almost $100 million chopped out of the budget that's badly needed, Mr. Speaker, to provide services, like keeping the care sector from collapsing. Our nursing homes have only enough staff to allow residents to have a bath once a week. Once a week, Mr. Speaker. That is extraordinary. Some of this $100 million he wants to cut from the budget could be used to increase wages and hire more staff for our nursing homes. But no, he's gifting the $100 million to high-income earners and property developers. It's as if this is his last chance to reward his friend circle before he retires. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Premier confirm that he plans to retire following this session of the Legislative Assembly?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud of what we're accomplishing as a government here. And you know, when we talk about the resources and could this money be used, Mr. Speaker, we cannot get more resources. We cannot find more people. Every province in the country is searching. So, Mr. Speaker, our goal has to be how do we do things differently? How do we do things more innovatively? But, Mr. Speaker, you attract people, you attract nurses, you attract health professionals, you attract key people to come to your province because it's fair to work here, live here, and be taxed here. And that doesn't matter what area you're in or what demographic you're in. You look at the bigger picture. So, Mr. Speaker, on the energy solution, it's about $300 million or so we're putting into reducing the cost of energy. And I would think the Leader of the Opposition or the Leader of the Green Party would be very focused on that. It's a great program, but I don't necessarily hear that. But nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, there are huge money being spent to reduce consumption, make it more affordable, and we'll continue to look at that in every aspect of what it takes to live and work and thrive here in this wonderful province, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Restigouche-Shallor.
I can work with or accept the answer the minister gave us about prices, and different evaluation between different cities. What about when it's in the same city? Can the minister explain why the St. John Community Food Basket, St. John and St. Joseph hospitals saw increases, while offices such as the Irving Hall Headquarters, GD Irving Limited, the Golden Balls, the Red Rose Tea Building, all those offices didn't see any increases? Can the minister explain? We're talking about the same city now.
Minister of Service, New Brunswick and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't catch the end of what his question was, but I will answer the question. So residential properties transactions happen very regularly. So we can gain information about what the real and true market value is of properties in a certain area based on the sales that occur. With commercial properties and heavy industrial properties, you do not see transactions happening regularly. So our team must keep an eye on the market and understand the market and look at individual properties to assess whether there's any changes that they see in the market area. But they're very different assessing them than there is the residential properties. So you do not see their assessments changing each year as you do the residential properties. They keep a close eye on it and work individually on those commercial properties and heavy industrial properties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Restigouche-Shallor. I'll give the minister another chance to answer. If my memory is good, in 2020 we were informed that schools in New Brunswick were assessed at near 100% of the construction costs, while the newly built Irving Hall Headquarters was assessed at $30 million below costs. So you've said about different prices because there's not many activities, but here we're talking about same situation. New building. Some of them, namely the public one, are assessed at their full value or full construction cost, where the Irving headquarters was assessed at $30 million below. Can you explain that one, Minister?
Minister of Service, New Brunswick and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, we have 47,000 properties we assess in New Brunswick, and we actually have an increase of 6,000 properties this year. The majority of those properties are residential properties. There are some commercial and heavy industrial properties. I cannot speak on a specific property here, but I'd be happy to talk to you more about it on the side. I will say that the property assessment branch of Service New Brunswick is an arm's length branch, so there can be no political messing with it. There can be no, they are completely arm's length. The way they assess properties is the standard way it's done across North America. So they are doing their job as they should. They assess the properties individually, and I am very pleased with the team there that is doing the assessing of the properties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for question period has expired. Tabling of documents. Statements by ministers. The Minister of Tourism, Heritage and Culture.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, I joined an Acadian delegation of artists, musicians, chefs, and tourism promoters on a mission to Louisiana to further strengthen a special relationship. New Brunswick has shared historical, cultural, and economic ties with Louisiana for a very long time, including strong connections between the Acadian and Cajun communities. Our government built upon that relationship during this visit by signing an important cultural MOU with the state of Louisiana. That agreement had been in the works for a few years and marks a very important milestone. Mr. Speaker, though, it was suggested in this legislature last week that I was frolicking the world when I should have been here doing important work. How unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. This was important work that our Acadian artists asked for, worked hard toward, and are celebrating. This partnership strengthens cultural, artistic, and heritage links, professional development opportunities, and encourages new partnerships and cross-border activities in the creative field. J'ai profité de ma visite en Louisiane pour inviter ses chères voisines lointaines à venir visiter le Nouveau-Brunswick. We've had an incredible tourism year in New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker, as witnessed by an increase of more than 400,000 visitors. I know next year will be even better. I look forward to seeing increased visitation from Louisiana to New Brunswick. Thank you. Merci.
Deputy Dickinson.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Écoutez, ça me réjouit que la ministre se soit rendue en Louisiane pour cette délégation. C'est clair que la Louisiane est un partenaire de longue date avec le Nouveau-Brunswick. C'est évident qu'il y a des liens culturels forts depuis non seulement des années et des décennies, mais je dirais même depuis des siècles. On a des anecdotes de comment il y avait une délégation d'évangélines qui était venue au début du 20e siècle dans la région du sud-est du Nouveau-Brunswick, par exemple. Donc, il y a une histoire très, très profonde avec ce partenariat. Donc, je suis content de voir que la ministre s'y soit rendue. C'est important que ces liens-là soient renforcés. C'est important aussi de souligner que ces liens-là sont... Pourquoi la Louisiane? C'est purement pour des raisons dues à l'histoire des Acadiens, l'histoire des gens qui parlaient français. C'est là le lien. Parce que sinon, pourquoi pas l'Alabama ou le Missouri? C'est la Louisiane, parce que la Louisiane était une colonie française en même temps que l'Acadie était une colonie française. Donc, c'est important de le rappeler. C'est important que, selon moi, que ça soit toujours à la base de ce partenariat-là. Évidemment, on veut voir d'autres collaborations au-delà de la culture, on veut voir des partenariats économiques, ainsi de suite, mais à la base, c'est ça. Et j'espère que ce gouvernement va reconnaître cette importance-là et va continuer à investir dans le partenariat Acadie-Nouveau-Brunswick et Cajun et la Louisiane. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Deputy to Kent North.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Salutations très chaleureuses à nos amis Cajuns, à Louis Michaud, à toutes sortes de musiciens qu'on a déjà eus ici, aussi au Nouveau-Brunswick, qu'on a eu la chance de rencontrer dans plein d'événements. Zachary Richard, qu'on connaît bien, et beaucoup d'autres gens de haut secteur, dont des chefs et plusieurs secteurs qui peuvent avoir un lien, oui, avec le tourisme, mais avec d'autres partenariats possibles. Je veux faire du pouce, puis je pense que mon collègue a raison de dire que le lien avec la Louisiane est directement relié avec notre lien au Nouveau-Brunswick avec les Acadiens et les Acadiennes. Puis ça, c'est extrêmement important de continuer ces relations-là. Ces relations peuvent évoluer à quelque chose de plus grand. Par contre, il y a beaucoup de leçons à apprendre de la Louisiane. J'espère qu'une chose que la ministre a réalisée lorsqu'elle était en Louisiane, c'est que les gens qui veulent apprendre le français en Louisiane, comment est-ce qu'ils font? C'est des programmes d'immersion. Ça, c'est quelque chose, j'espère que la ministre a eu la chance de discuter avec nos partenaires et nos amis louisianais et de ramener cette information-là au sein de la table de son cabinet. Merci.
Minister, Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm prized to rise in the House today and update other members on our recent changes to student loans that came into effect on November the 1st. Post-secondary education is a fundamental part of our workforce, and government understands that making it more affordable and accessible is very important. That's why we are proud to have increased the amount we provide our universities in the annual operating grants earlier this year, and, Mr. Speaker, we also provided them access to even more funding related to increased enrollment. Mr. Speaker, eliminating the interest on student loans is something representatives from student unions have asked for a number of years, and it has always been our intention as a government to do so. In 2020, we began helping students by lowering the interest rate. Now I'm proud to say that we've eliminated it altogether. Mr. Speaker, this will make post-secondary education more attractive by reducing the overall cost of borrowing for students. This important change will benefit 65,000 existing borrowers as well as future post-secondary students in our province. Mr. Speaker, today's interest rates, a borrower repaying a loan of $15,000 over 10 years will now save $4,500. We are proud to offer these savings to our post-secondary students, Mr. Speaker, and our government remains committed to working with our post-secondary institutions and our student representatives to find new ways to support post-secondary education here in New Brunswick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy to Shala.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So if the minister were to dig in a little bit more into his file, he'd realize or he'd find out that we have one of the lowest rates in Canada of students moving on to post-secondary education after high school. And data shows that it's just gotten worse in the last 20 years. So it's obvious that there's obstacles discouraging our students from moving on to post-secondary education. That's where the focus should be from the department and the minister. What can we do as a province to encourage our students to move on to post-secondary education? Now, on this side of the House, we had brought in the tuition rebate program. We brought in free tuition. We encouraged the NB Connect program. These programs were all cut by the minister himself. And that last program, the NB Connect, he didn't have the guts to announce it in the press. He sent a letter the day before graduation. So the minister is actually putting all his focus on what's happening on the back end of things. Yes, it's a good program. I've got no objection, obviously, to reduce or to eliminate the interest rates. It's one way to actually help our students, but it's not the only way to help our students. And it's a little bit ironic that the minister is actually giving money up front for students who want to go study in the United States, but only giving money on the back end for students who are here in New Brunswick supporting our public institutions. The minister has a fixation with everything that is American. He should stop worrying about what's happening on the other side of the border and start working with students here in New Brunswick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Memon Cook Central Mount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is something that Greens have been calling for many years, and so I am very pleased that the student loan interest is being eliminated. That is good news for students. Students who are currently students and future students. Unfortunately, those in the past are still facing huge costs. And unfortunately, we know that the cost of post-secondary education has been rising quite steeply. It's thousands and thousands of dollars, almost $10,000 for 1 year to attend Mount Allison, for example, and if you're an international student, closer to $20,000. And so it's about time that this change is brought in. However, I am concerned by the level of debt that post-secondary education students continue to be saddled with, and I still am concerned about the barrier to entry. The fees to even get into, to pay for tuition are still very high, Mr. Speaker. That keeps many students out of post-secondary education, and so we need predictable, lower tuition fees for students, and we should be moving towards making it even more accessible and less costly for students to get an education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister of Agriculture, Aquaculture and Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, November is National 4-H Month, and today is Show Your Colors Day. Show your 4-H colors. Even our proud legislature is bathed in green in honor of the day. I have seen firsthand the incredible impact this organization has had on our young people, and I'm proud to wear green today in recognition of a program that is creating responsible, caring, and contributing leaders. Depuis plus de 100 ans, le 4-H Canada est l'une des organisations au service des jeunes des plus respectées au Canada. New Brunswick's first 4-H club was established in Sussex in 1916 to teach young people how to use their heads, their hearts, their hands and their health for the betterment of themselves and their communities. Mr. Speaker, 4-H is now in more than 70 countries around the world. In Canada, there are more than 16,000 members and nearly 5,800 volunteers. J'invite tous les membres de Chambre à se joindre à moi pour remercier les bénévoles qui veillent à l'application des programmes des 4-H et qui encadrent, forment et encouragent notre prochaine génération de leaders. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Deputy to Shipping-Lamec, Ms. Gu.
Monsieur le Président, j'abonde dans le même sens que Madame la ministre. Un organisme comme les 4H est nécessaire pour les jeunes afin de leur donner des outils pour qu'ils s'intègrent dans une société qui est parfois difficile à confronter. Ça leur rendra ces jeunes efficaces à devenir des leaders responsables et également développer leur sens du bénévolat. Je remercie les bénévoles qui gravitent autour de ces 4H. Félicitations pour leur 100e anniversaire. Et ce n'est pas évident aujourd'hui d'avoir des organisations qui ont une si longue vie et je les félicite. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais aborder dans le même sens. Je n'ai pas besoin de porter de verre. Je pense que j'en ai assez dans moi. Monsieur le Président, du verre et donc bien sûr que j'aborde ces couleurs-là à chaque jour. Je suis très heureux de dire que j'ai des programmes de 4H dans le comté de Kent. So we have 4-H also in Kent County. Very good program, incredible volunteers making it happen. One thing that, I can't not pass the occasion of saying is that a lot of these programs are rooted in agriculture, and one thing that I'd love to be able to tell the people going through those programs is that there's a future in agriculture, and that's becoming harder and harder and harder in New Brunswick. I've said it in the House before, we've lost about 18% of our farms in the past 5 years. Only 7% of farmers are under the age of 35 in New Brunswick, and there's no tangible plan. And so my hope is that the volunteers continue doing the great work they're doing, but here in government, maybe we start stepping up our game and doing the work so that there's a future, a viable and durable future in agriculture.
Presentation of petitions. The Deputy to Kent North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House. No, that's not this good one. Over the past 7 years, 35,553 New Brunswickers have petitioned this legislature to stop spraying glyphosate. I stand today to table the names of 10 additional New Brunswickers opposed to the spraying of the herbicide glyphosate. This is a total of 35,536 names, making it the largest petition on record in New Brunswick history. And the petition reads as follows. Whereas approximately 13,000 hectares of New Brunswick Crown forests are sprayed every year with herbicides to kill hardwoods that compete with seedlings in plantation, whereas spraying herbicides to kill broadleaf trees and shrubs in young conifer plantation destroy the food source and habitat of forest wildlife, whereas glyphosate, the herbicide used in New Brunswick Crown Forest silviculture, has been labeled a probable human carcinogen by the World Health Organization International Agency for Research on Cancer in 2015, whereas the province of Quebec, with approximately 90% of its forested land under public ownership, banned herbicide spraying on its public forest in 2001 in light of the public health concerns, whereas replacing the use of herbicides in Crown forests with thinning crews of people working in the woods, as Quebec has done since 2001, would ensure more jobs from our forest resources, whereas the Auditor General of New Brunswick attributed the annual forest deficit 7 to 10 million for each of the last 5 years to the costly silviculture program in a report tabled to the New Brunswick Legislature in June 2015 at a cost of about $1,000 per hectare. Herbicide spraying contributes to New Brunswick's annual forest deficit and prevents national forest regeneration. Whereas this is a widespread public opposition to spraying of the forest in New Brunswick, the petition of the undersigned requests that New Brunswick MLAs support a ban on the spraying of glyphosate on Crown forests of New Brunswick. I agree with this petition, and I have attached my signature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Answers to petitions and written questions, presentation of committee reports, introduction of bills, notices of motion, notice of opposition members' business. The Deputy de Restigouche-Lever.
Monsieur le Président, je donne avis que demain nous allons discuter la motion 1, French immersion, motion 3, catch-up plan, and if time's allowed, we'll be debating Bill 8 in that order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Government motions for the ordering of the business of the House. Call on the Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, after routine business, it's the intention of government to go into second reading for consideration of Bill 5, 4, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Any bills that receive second reading today are referred to the Economic Policy Committee. And at 4:30 to 6 o'clock, the speech from the throne debate will continue, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming the adjourned debate
on second reading of Bill number 5. Any member wish to speak? Missing Persons Act. It's the pleasure of the House that Bill number 5 be now read a second time. All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
Missing Persons Act. Goes to economic.
That's all. Bill number 5 is now referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Policy.
Bill number 4.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 4 be now read a second time?
Transportation.
Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be as brief as possible so we can get her through our business of the day so everybody can live happily ever after. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to rise today for the second reading of an act to amend the Public Works Act. And before I get into that speech too far, I just want to thank the former minister, minister now responsible for Services, Brunswick and Housing, who began this work to bring it into the stage we are here now. And I wish her well in her next posting. Lots of challenges there, obviously, with housing, lots of challenges with I guess the confusion that some, even members in this House, have between assessment systems and actually property tax systems. So anyway, we'll work through that education process as we go. But I'll go on here, and I digress. So the Department of Transportation Infrastructure, through the Property Services Branch, is responsible for providing property services to the Department, other government entities, and the public, as most here do know and appreciate. This includes the management and disposal of surplus government property and related marketing, tendering, and sales reporting activities. DTI staff have been working diligently on process improvements designed to optimize performance and service delivery. The proposed amendments to the Act, of which there are 7, would feature streamlined processes and expedite sales of surplus property, and work as an extension of efforts already undertaken by the Department. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the province has in its possession several pieces of surplus property, and if we're going to expedite the growth of this province and accommodate people that want to move here or people that are already here that want to develop these properties, we've got to find a more efficient way of getting those properties out the door. And this is just a small step towards that, but an important piece of it. Those efforts have led to positive feedback from the public as well as increased revenues. The amendments that I have proposed would further ensure the government's priority of affordable and responsive programs and services contributing to the overall vision of a vibrant and sustainable New Brunswick. The goal of the First Amendment is to allow the minister, me, or anybody that comes after me, because let's be honest, we don't stay here forever, the authority to approve. I can hear them chirping. I can hear them chirping. Yeah. To the authority to approve the disposal of a public work that is no longer required, up to an appraised value not exceeding $95,000. This is an increase from the current limit of $15,000, which has been in place for, quite frankly, decades. The proposed limit increase would streamline the current process, expedite the timeline to market properties, and would result in the potential to tender more properties each year. That means, Mr. Speaker, our government wants to be open for business. Projected positive outcomes also include a reduction of the administrative and financial burden on the province generating increased revenues. The current Act requires sales to be reported every 6 months to Executive Council and is historically based on calendar year transactions. The second proposed amendment would provide for mandatory end reporting within 6 months of the end of the fiscal year, supporting accuracy and efficiency by aligning with the fiscal year cycle. The Property Services Branch currently sells surplus government land and buildings through the Open to Offers link on the GMB website. The site provides a list of properties that have either been previously advertised by public tender, auction, or RFP, and for which a sale was not finalized. Vacant lands will, with certain conditions, also get posted here. The Act currently states that the minister shall sell a public work that is not transferred under Section 28 to a minister of the Crown or sold under Section 29 to a charitable, religious, or non-profit organization, a local government, a government of another province or territory, the government of Canada, or a corporation or agency in which the province has a majority interest, or by advertised public auction, by advertised public tender, or by a request for proposals. That's a lot, Mr. Speaker. The third proposed amendment would add the GMB website as another means of selling surplus lands or buildings. It would expose properties to a large following of potential buyers globally and has proven a very effective means for disposing of properties. Further, this amendment would allow for the continuity of the business of the Property Services Branch and provide the legislative authority to sell by this means. The fourth proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, would provide the Minister the authority to deem a land, building, or other structure a public work in circumstances where the date of transfer is established through comprehensive government approval and all conditions for marketability have been met. This amendment would result in several benefits, including, but not limited to, an increase in provincial tax revenue and avoidance or reduction of vandalism, deterioration of building while sitting vacant, potential demolition and maintenance costs, and public frustration. The Fifth Amendment would allow the addition of a second accredited appraisal designation to the pool of qualified individuals required to perform the appraisal of a public work. Current resources are limited, and allowing those holding a Canadian residential appraiser designation to be assigned properties for assessment, in addition to those holding an accredited appraiser Canadian Institute designation, would further expedite the process. And I can tell you from experience, in any MLA in here or a municipal government that's contacted our department looking to acquire a piece of surplus land, we all know that there is a list of properties in the queue for appraisal. We all know that a lot of the appraisers that are young at heart are starting to retire and move out of the system. So we have to broaden our ability to appraise more properties quickly and more efficiently. The final two amendments include allowing consequential amendments to additional policies and other clarification and housekeeping revisions. All sales of properties appraised at values not exceeding $95,000 were reported to Executive Council annually and will continue to be published in the Royal Gazette for all to see. In summary, these amendments support government's commitment to finding efficiencies within current asset holding and quicker sale of surplus government properties, returns them to the tax pool, and creates a more practical process to dispose of low-value, vacant, surplus properties quicker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Victoria Lavalette.
Thank you for that very sincere introduction, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have to say that I agree with the Minister. The Minister of Service, New Brunswick, certainly does have a lot of learning to do on her file, because it's obvious that she's not up to speed on many aspects of her file, and I'm sure she'll get there, but it's going to be a long road. So I would agree with the Minister on that part of it also. And the Minister likes to talk about how he's open for business, and you know, we can argue that back and forth, but I think one of the things that the Minister and this government should be is a little more open and transparent with the basis of all of the decisions that they make. So a little bit more transparency in this government would certainly be appreciated and go a long way, so we could understand a lot of the times why you make the decisions you do. Instead of just us assuming that it's a knee-jerk reaction, which it most times tends to be. This government likes to talk about how we're open and we want everybody to move here, and we're going to lower taxes and we're going to make people move here, and it's going to spur development, and that's really good. I'm anxious to see that, and we're happy to see that. But when you invite a bunch of people to supper, you can't forget to feed your own family. And that's what this government does time and time again. We want to spur development, so we're going to give a lot of money to these rich people, and you people that are sleeping in tents, we'll give a little bit more money to the shelter program so you can have some place to go. Well, I don't think he was speaking on the bill either, so a lot of the time he was straying. He talked about the Minister, he talked about being open for business, so I think it's pretty much fair game. You know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and I'm the gander. So I'm going to talk about a few things here. And, you know, and we have people, you know, talking about transparency. We have people who like to chirp but not really say a whole lot, Madam Speaker. So Madam Speaker, I'm really disappointed that the minister felt he had to stand up and go on and on about a bill that really is not very contentious. It's a very simple bill. He could have, in 2 minutes, he could have gotten through all of what he had to say. Instead, he chose to drag it on for up to, I think it was 7 minutes. Why did he do that, Madam Speaker? Because it is Speech from the Throne Week. So, Speech from the Throne Week, we see minister after minister after minister after minister making members' statements. We see bill after bill after bill after bill. So, why do they do this, Madam Speaker? Because they love to cut into the time for us to speak on the speech from the throne, because they realize that their speech from the throne is devoid of any real content. It's devoid of any real data, and we know how this government feels about data. So, why, Madam Speaker? Why am I going on here? Because I find that the minister was being a little pretentious by just going on and on and on about a bill that is really a lot to do about nothing. It's not a consequential bill. There's no big consequences to it. It's just about disposing of property. I was briefed on the bill. I didn't find the bill to be, there was really nothing there. So why do we speak so long on it? Because the minister and this whole government say, well, you know, we don't really want people to talk and criticize us, so if we can eat into their time, then that's what we're going to do. Madam Speaker, I talked a lot about nothing, as the minister did. So now, Madam Speaker, I will say that I was briefed on the bill. I don't find it very contentious. Look forward to it going to committee, where we can maybe delve a little deeper into it to make sure that everything's okay. But with that, Madam Speaker, thank you.
The Deputy to Kent-Nor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc, projet de loi 4. Moi, j'ai pas reçu de briefing parce que j'en veux pas. Et la raison que j'en veux pas, c'est parce que je trouve que ça vient vraiment jouer, puis je viens de l'entendre, c'est qu'au lieu de débattre publiquement, de façon transparente, un projet de loi, ben on dit « j'ai reçu un brefage », puis c'est ça qui devient l'argument. Fait que je pense que c'est important qu'on ait ces discussions-là ici en Chambre, où est-ce que les gens peuvent l'entendre, où est-ce que les gens peuvent nous tiennent responsables de nos propos, où est-ce que les gens peuvent voir c'est quoi les arguments et se faire leur propre opinion par rapport à tout ce qu'on discute dans cette Chambre ici. Donc, sur ce projet de loi ici, lorsque on l'a regardé, il y a certains enjeux qui peuvent quand même découler, certaines questions, ça sera probablement plus pour le comité. Moi, ça ne me dérange pas des fois de montrer mes cartes et de dire « voici des questions que je vais poser en comité ». Comme ça, peut-être que le ministère peut être prêt à les répondre. Puis c'est que on semble dire que l'éducation aura le contrôle sur ces infrastructures. Donc, est-ce que c'est une responsabilité partagée? Comment est-ce que c'est partagé? Est-ce que ça va incomber sur l'éducation seulement? Est-ce que c'est un retour du contrôle des infrastructures? Si oui, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Qu'est-ce que ça implique? Fait que ça va être des questions qu'on posera en comité. Puis une grande question, je pense, qui est importante, c'est est-ce que cette loi ici va s'appliquer aux nouvelles constructions? Est-ce que ça va s'appliquer lors de la construction? Fait que je vais vouloir mieux comprendre exactement ici le rôle ou la responsabilité partagée ou non du ministère. Fait que moi, c'est là où mes questions vont virer pendant le comité. Et on aura certainement la chance d'approfondir ce projet de loi-là. Mais pour de ce qui est de la deuxième lecture, je n'ai pas besoin d'en dire beaucoup plus. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Is it the
pleasure of the House that Bill number 4 be now read a second time? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
Enacted in the Public Works Act.
Pursuant to Standing Rule 42.1, Bill number 4 stands referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Policy.
Bill number 7.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 7 now be read for a second time? I recognize the Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I do look forward to the second reading of this bill. Many times we have bills that come forward in the House, and they are a result of ongoing work that's happened in a department that the minister comes in on and then carries through with. The origins and the genesis of this bill trace back to 2018. During the election of 2018, we had a clear platform commitment to the private woodlot sector, to revolutionize it and to go through and find out where there were obstacles and issues related to that sector. That was clearly indicated in the fostering outdoorsmanship component of our platform, and I'm quite familiar with that because I had the good fortune to write it prior to being elected, prior to ever standing on the floor of this legislature. So it is with great pride when we come forward with an act a number of years later that is starting to actually put actions behind what it is that we wanted to do so many years ago. And when you speak to the sector, you'll hear very often and from very many people that it's been decades, if not over a generation, since there's been any meaningful change to the sustainability of private woodlots. So I rise to speak on the second reading of a bill entitled the Private Woodlot Sustainability Act, and I do so with a great deal of personal pride, effort, and interest in this sector. The Department of Natural Resources and Energy Development is proposing the creation of a new act which will provide authority to collect Crown timber royalties for the purpose of strengthening the province's private woodlot sector. Specifically, this bill will create what will be known as the Private Woodlot Sustainability Fund. And this fund will be used to administer Crown timber royalty revenue earmarked for enhancing the management of the private woodlot forest. And that's going to take a variety of different formats. And this fund will be able to be invested in a variety of different areas to bring up a variety of different components of that sector. This bill will also provide regulation-making authority to prescribe the method for calculating the royalty adjustment and any other amounts to be paid into the Private Woodlot Sustainability Fund, and amend the Crown Lands and Forest Act to change the definition of Crown timber royalty to the sum of fair market value or standing timber and the royalty adjustment authorized by the Private Woodlot Sustainability Act. Madam Speaker, our forests are one of the most critical drivers of the provincial economy and environment here in New Brunswick. And with respect to that economic impact in particular, this sector contributes $1.7 billion annually to the provincial economy. And our forest products sector helps pay for the things that are important to the day-to-day life of New Brunswickers, while also putting us on the world stage. One of every 14 jobs in our province is connected to our forest in some way, and that's more than 24,000 jobs, with projections of those job availabilities increasing. I'm quite confident that all 49 of us in this House would have some close connection, personally or through family, to the forestry industry, whether directly today or historically. New Brunswick was built on the forestry industry. And Madam Speaker, although the industry has had its challenges, many have turned these challenges into opportunities to produce new products or increase the benefit from products they were already using. There are some medium to small-sized mills out there that do value-added processing to wood fibre, work with other licensees, work with private woodlots to produce world-quality products, and we look forward to ensuring the sustainability of that. This is not surprising, and an industry does not grow deep roots in a province by accident. It's the result of a willingness to adapt, to grow, and to change. In New Brunswick, economic sectors working in and with the forest continue to strive to be more innovative, more efficient, and to carry out practices that are sustainable and environmentally sound. We want all New Brunswickers to see that our forests are for everyone, and that we should all be proud of the influence that this sector has had on the province. We have recently come forward with historic and significant and nationally recognized expansions to the conservation and protected areas of the province. That was also listed in our platform. First, in New Brunswick, a productive, well-managed private woodlot sector is important for a vibrant and sustainable forest industry. Issues like unsustainable management of private woodlots for both timber and non-timber values, poor productivity of harvest contractors on private land, and an outdated private woodlot marketing board system present key challenges for the private woodlot sector in our province. From every stage of that game, we've been working with the stakeholders in the private woodlot sector over the last 4 years to address those. These challenges must be addressed if we want to improve private woodlot management and forest products marketing. Madam Speaker, the key to addressing these economic and ecological issues is to create an environment of stability and predictability for our private woodlots. Approaching the task with this goal in mind will have far-reaching impacts. A more stable management framework will improve the long-term sustainable management of private woodlots, contribute to environmental conservation, recreation and quality of life, build confidence for our private land harvest contractors, and reduce uncertainty while expanding long-term fibre supply for New Brunswick wood-producing facilities. And that's where the Private Woodlot Sustainability Act comes in. Put simply, getting and having a more engaged private woodlot sector requires stable funding. Mr. Speaker, the Crown Lands and Forest Act requires royalties to be paid to the Crown for harvest of Crown timber. However, currently there is no mechanism to dedicate any portion of this royalty to support private woodlot management. This bill will change that by creating the Private Woodlot Sustainability Fund. Mr. Speaker, supporting better management and Madam Speaker, supporting better management and increasing investment on private woodlots is good for the province's environment and New Brunswick's forests. It will help improve the quality and value of private woodlot timber that can both support our forest products sector and increase sustainability of the forest with respect to non-timber values. One of the interesting components of this is that, and I look forward to talking about this in economic policy at length, but the investments can cover a broad range of interests that the private woodlot sector has, whether it be silviculture through increasing percentage of wood fibre, yield of wood fibre, conservation, carbon sinking. We're very excited and we'll look forward to talking about this in economic policy, about the vast, diverse means with which this will invest in the sector. At minimum, this will help address potential capacity constraints resulting from potential labour shortages arising from an ageing workforce as well. Madam Speaker, this will also help increase confidence across the economy. For example, private land contractors will benefit from a better managed private land base and support through enhanced extension services, which could also make for investments in newer machinery more enticing, leading to improved operational efficiency. In addition, taking steps to expand the quality of fibre from private woodlots could support increased opportunity for new enterprises as well. Madam Speaker, it can also be expected that opportunities for new entrepreneurs will arise to address increased levels of forest management on private woodlots. And of course, we do understand that this new system will result in higher wood costs to New Brunswick wood-producing facilities during strong commodity markets. However, we feel that an investment and a reinvestment back into the private woodlot sector will speak to and provide for the sustainability and the volumes of private wood fibre at a level unlike what we've ever seen before, and allow that surety of supply. So despite there being a cost associated with this to the forestry industry, there is a significant benefit as well. Madam Speaker, our government's vision to have private woodlot owners active in managing their property and committed to long-term sustainability is something we take very seriously. It's something that we campaigned on, and it's something that we've walked out with, and we look forward to bringing that bill to reality. Better managed private woodlots will lead to a stronger forestry sector and more sustainable forests, which are vital to our province's economy and to the natural environment. The Private Woodlot Sustainability Act is an important move forward. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madame la Présidente, premièrement, je vais parler sur le projet de loi numéro 7. C'est parce que la foresterie est très, très, très importante pour ma circonscription. On a, même pour la région Chaleur, on a deux moulins ici qui représentent peut-être, avec les travailleurs forestiers, un millier d'emplois. Le nord-est du Nouveau-Brunswick est rempli de terrains, de l'eau boisée qui appartient au secteur privé. Donc, ça en fait un projet de loi qui touche ma circonscription plus particulièrement. Puis, premièrement, j'aimerais remercier aussi le ministre parce que hier, il a pris 2 minutes de son temps de ressourcement pour m'expliquer un peu le but du projet de loi. Puis j'apprécie ça de pouvoir, des fois, à l'extérieur de l'Assemblée, de parler aux ministres. Puis jusqu'à date, les ministres de votre gouvernement ont été super gentils à ce niveau-là pour nous expliquer le fondement des projets de loi. Sauf que, comme un bon joueur de poker, le ministre ne met pas toutes ses cartes sur la table tout de suite. C'est comprenable. Puis, we all know that transparency is not the forte of that government. So, my concern with this bill, first, the bill is okay. Nobody can argue about taking money from the Crown allocation or the Crown stumpage fees and transfer it to the private sector. That's great. C'est parfait. Okay? Sauf que je me fais dire qu'il y a un fonds de 5 millions à l'heure actuelle au niveau de la province, puis ça rajouterait un 10 millions additionnel. Mais les propriétaires de l'eau privée qui vont vouloir avoir des sous de ce programme-là vont peut-être devoir laisser leur autorité ou leur pouvoir discrétionnaire de la gestion de leur terrain. En d'autres mots, si tu prends de l'argent pour la sylviculture, pour la terre X, dans ce fonds-là, la journée que le moulin va dire « j'ai besoin de ce bois-là », tu ne pourras pas dire non. Tu as eu de l'argent de la terre de la couronne. C'est des inquiétudes qui m'ont été partagées par des gens de chez nous qui voient d'un bon œil le projet de loi, sauf qu'ils sont inquiets des règlements qui pourraient survenir par après. Si vous regardez à section 6, quand on parle de règlement, c'est le gouverneur en conseil peut, par règlement, prescrire les sommes devant être versées au fonds, prescrire l'ajustement des redevances aux fins d'application, définir les termes et les expressions employées, prend toute autre mesure d'ordre réglementaire, prend toute autre mesure jugée nécessaire. On lit l'article 6 au complet, jamais qu'on dit que ça va être en consultation avec les propriétaires de l'eau privée. Donc, le ministre peut mettre tous les petits règlements qu'il veut, puis tordre les bras de certains propriétaires de l'eau boisée. On m'a aussi dit que les gens vont avoir l'option de opt-in or out of that new program. If you opt in, you're pretty well giving your land for administration to a major licensee in New Brunswick. If you opt out, you'll be entitled to the regular amount of money that was already there, and but you won't be able to get money out of that fund. So it's a good bill. We will just make sure during the economic policy, when we ask questions to the minister, there's nothing hidden behind those, the regulation. On va juste s'assurer qu'il n'y a rien de caché ou rien à l'intérieur de ça qui pourrait à long terme défavoriser les propriétaires de l'eau boisée. Imaginez-vous, à l'heure actuelle, avec le libre-échange, on a des difficultés avec les Américains parce apparemment que les terres de la couronne sont gérées par des multinationales, puis ça favorise trop nos multinationales. Imaginez-vous si maintenant, en cause d'un nouveau fonds, qu'on rajoute les terres de l'eau boisée, les Américains ne seront pas de bonne humeur. Donc, c'est des questions qu'on va avoir lors de la présentation du projet de loi. Je ne prétends pas de mauvaises intentions du ministre. Je veux juste m'assurer que le ministre aussi est au courant qu'il y a des gens dans le système qui se posent de sérieuses questions. advenant que le fonds est utilisé mal à propos. Si le fonds est bien utilisé, on n'a pas d'argument. Okay? Sauf que, dépendamment des règlements qui pourraient être mis en place, le fonds pourrait être mal utilisé. Donc, dossier à suivre. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Recognize the member for Memram Cook Tantramar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to just rise briefly on Bill 7, the Private Woodlot Sustainability Act, to say we are glad to see something finally coming forward on the issue of private woodlots. We have major issues in this province when it comes to management of forestry, and today we are talking about private woodlot owners and private woodlots, and this is a group that has really felt ignored, felt like they weren't listened to for a very long time. And so to see this coming forward is a positive thing. And so we look forward to being able to ask questions when this comes to committee. We know that some things this bill is indicating will be determined in regulation, which can allow a certain nimbleness to decision-making, but also means it doesn't come before the legislature. So we'll have questions about what all of that will mean, and we will have many questions about how this will play out, what kind of consultations have happened, and what this will mean for private woodlot interests and for forestry in general in New Brunswick. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill 7. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 7 be now read a second time? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
Private Woodlot Sustainability Act.
And pursuant to Standing Rule 42.1, Bill number 7 stands referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Policy.
Bill number 9.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 9 be now read a second time? I recognize the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame la Présidente. I rise today to speak on the second reading of an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act, and I am pleased to provide members with additional information regarding this bill. As you may recall, this past spring, legislative amendments were passed that implemented a 3-year phased-in reduction of provincial property tax rates. These provincial rate reductions began with the current 2022 taxation year and were to be fully implemented by 2024. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to say that the proposed amendments will accelerate this 3-year phased-in reduction of provincial property taxes rates by 1 year. Yay. Thank you. And a small golf clap there in the background. That's nice. The previously announced provincial property tax rate reductions will now be further implemented for the 2023 taxation year rather than the 2024 taxation year as originally scheduled. Effective for the 2023 taxation year, the following provincial property tax rate reductions will be in effect compared to the 2021 taxation year. A 50% reduction for non-owner occupied residential properties, including apartments and rental properties. A 15% for other residential properties and 15% for non-residential or business properties. Madam Speaker, with the continued strength of our economy and revenues, we now have increased fiscal flexibility to allow us to accelerate the previously announced property tax rate reductions by 1 year. Although the final tax base for the 2023 property tax billing will not be available until later in the year, we anticipate that the full implementation of these rate reductions will reduce provincial property tax revenue in the order of $120 million in 2023-2024 compared to the 2021 rates. Fully implemented, these accelerated rate reductions are anticipated to provide over $80 million of provincial property tax relief to taxpayers in 2023. Madam Speaker, New Brunswick continues to experience a strong real estate market, new construction, and a growing population. While property assessment notices for the upcoming 2023 property taxation year were mailed to property owners in October of this year, the assessment base for tax bills is not yet available. Property tax bills will only be mailed in March. The March 2023 property tax bills will reflect these accelerated provincial property tax rate reductions. Accelerating the property tax rate reductions will provide additional relief to landlords and provide relief for New Brunswickers who are dealing with the high costs of living. These provincial property tax reductions will help to offset assessment increases while also addressing the tax burden on New Brunswickers and supporting our efforts to address housing affordability. The proposed reductions represent a substantial reduction in provincial property tax rates, particularly for non-owner occupied residential housing. This is part of our continued commitment to address housing affordability and to reduce taxes as the fiscal situation allows. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
I recognize the member from Bathurst West Beresford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, we're looking to delve deeper into this bill. On the surface, of course, we've been hearing about if we can reduce the double taxation, we'll see some investment in some housing. Maybe it is a way to incentivize investors and contractors to get going and create more housing opportunities. I just want to make sure we have some proper goal setting and our eye on the ball, because if it's not happening, then we should look at some more solutions, not just stick to this one and keep repeating it for the year when nothing is necessarily happening. I also like to look at the numbers. I'm not an accountant, but I'm a numbers guy. I like the numbers. So when the minister talks about, $120 million in reduction in revenue, is that the current revenue, or is that just not what we're going to go get that we would have gotten if the taxes would have kept on going, versus the 80 million? So I'm sure his staff is more than ready and adequate to answer all those questions in committee. So we'll have a good old fireside chat and discuss all that stuff and see what's going to happen. I'm looking forward to talking to the minister about it, and I know the minister of SNB is also looking at this, so that they're also open to making this bill the best bill possible, because it might be one of the solutions to out of the many that are required to really start tackling this housing crisis that we have. And you know what? As many of these as we can do to get it going, and the less calls that we get at our offices for people that are looking for an affordable place to live, the better it is. We just got to make sure it's properly documented, properly written, and that the language reflects that we're going to achieve that goal. Thank you.
Recognize the member from Cook Tantramar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to Bill 9, an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. And there are some concerns that are raised by this general program of taxation that we are seeing. It's not just this bill. We are seeing a lot of relief for those who earn the most in our province, and not enough help for those who have the least, Madam Speaker. And so that is absolutely a concern. And when we talk about the property tax rate reductions being accelerated, there is tax relief for some, but it is not targeted enough. And I'm hearing mixed messages from this government, frankly, in that developers are struggling, landlords are struggling, and need help, but also that for example, residential building permits are up, and that they are breaking records in terms of new housing development for multi-unit construction, setting records. And so, which is it, Madam Speaker? And it seems that there's an indifference towards those who are paying those rents for their housing. Housing, when there's landlords, it's an investment. It's a way for someone to make profit, and but the people who live there, that is their housing, Madam Speaker, and they are asking for help. They are asking for help, and they have not received it, Madam Speaker. But we see bill after bill that is helping certain groups of people, those with the most money, Madam Speaker, in the province. And so we do have some concerns about this, obviously. I do think that, small businesses and certain people do need some help, but this is not targeted, and I don't see a package that's actually going to help those who need it the most, especially on the issue of housing. So we will be asking plenty of questions when Bill 9 gets to committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que le projet de loi numéro 9 soit maintenant lu une deuxième fois? Les députés qui appuient la motion voudront bien dire oui. Les députés qui s'opposent voudront bien dire non. À mon avis, les oui l'emportent. Je déclare la motion adoptée. Le projet de loi numéro 9 est d'office envoyé au Comité permanent de la politique économique.
Projet de loi numéro 10.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 10 be now read a second time? I recognize the Minister of Finance.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I rise today to speak in the second reading of an act to amend the New Brunswick Income Tax Act. I am pleased to provide members with additional information regarding this bill. Madam Speaker, our government has already made strides in lowering personal income taxes. Madame la Présidente, notre gouvernement a déjà fait de grands progrès dans la diminution de l'impôt sur les revenus des particuliers. As you may recall, for the 2021 taxation year, the provincial personal income tax rate on the first tax bracket was reduced from 9.68% to 9.4%, and the low income tax reduction threshold increased from $17,630 to $17,840 for the 2021 taxation year. For the 2022 taxation year, our government increased the basic personal amount from $10,817 to $11,720 and further increased the low-income tax reduction threshold from $18,268 to $19,177. Combined, these measures will provide an estimated $68 million in personal income tax relief, benefiting over 400,000 taxpayers. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that the proposed amendments to the New Brunswick Income Tax Act will further lower provincial personal income tax rates beginning with the 2023 taxation year. Since the personal income tax rate applied to the first income tax bracket has already been reduced, the proposed amendments will lower the provincial personal income tax rates for all other income tax brackets. Specifically, the tax rate applied to second bracket of taxation income will be reduced from 14.82% to 14%. The rate applied to the third bracket will be reduced from 16.52% to 16%. The fourth bracket of taxable income will be eliminated and taxed as the same rate of the third bracket at 16%, and the rate applied to the fifth taxable income tax bracket will be reduced from 20.3% to 19.5%. Madam Speaker, these proposed personal income tax measures are estimated to provide approximately $70 million of benefit on a full-year basis to more than 200,000 New Brunswick taxpayers. The proposed rate reductions will complement existing measures that protect low-income New Brunswickers within the provincial personal income tax system, including the low-income tax reduction, which eliminates or lowers provincial income taxes paid by low-income New Brunswickers.
It now being 12 o'clock and pursuant to the orders of the day, the House will recess until 1 o'clock. I just want to adjourn. I just want to adjourn.
Will you see it? Call the Minister of Finance, Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président. When last we spoke, we were on an act to amend the New Brunswick Income Tax Act, and I was talking about the proposed rate reductions. They're going to complement existing measures that will protect low-income New Brunswickers within the provincial personal income tax system, including the low-income tax reduction, which eliminates or lowers provincial income taxes paid by low-income New Brunswickers. La diminution proposée se joint aux mesures fiscales actuelles destinées aux personnes à faible revenu du Nouveau-Brunswick, comme les réductions d'impôts pour les personnes à faible revenu qui éliminaient ou réduit leur impôt provincial. So we've been very clear all along, Mr. Speaker, that the tax burden in New Brunswick is absolutely too high. And we've also been committed to lowering taxes on New Brunswickers when the fiscal situation allows. This is another important step in that process. It provides additional benefit to New Brunswick taxpayers, improves our competitiveness, and supports economic objectives. Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Deputy to Bathurst West Beresford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Gallery. Peanut or otherwise. Yeah, this bill, we had a bit of a discussion on it this morning. I think once we start digging deeper into the stats of this bill, we'll realize that what it is and what it isn't. Absolutely, it is a tax bill, and if the minister wants to present it as he wants to update the tax system and make it comparable to other jurisdictions, absolutely. And we can look at that and have the arguments that we always have around this, like higher tax bracket, pay more taxes than others, and they contribute more or less to. Those are the arguments we can have. What this bill isn't, though, and I can't give the burden to the Minister of Finance on this. What it has to be is everything else that has to help New Brunswickers. And in his statement, he said that it's really about helping low-income New Brunswickers, and I don't think it is that. Not enough. It's kind of like the same arguments they were using last year when they changed the basic amount and how it was going to help New Brunswickers. And I thought during the break I would kind of go check my office and see the stats on how many people called me to tell me how it helped them this year in making ends meet. And just give me a second here. Oh yeah, none. Nobody called me. Not a single person told me, like, thank God we got this tax break. Now I can pay my power bill, I can pay my grocery bill. Nobody. So now we're using the same arguments this year, saying, you know what, if you're making $30,000, $40,000 a year, it's going to be much better with this tax break for you. It is not. There's other things that have to be done and have to be looked at. And we'll see that when we get the stats, when we start talking about different criteria. And it's just a mathematical formula. $310 average per New Brunswicker, 400,000 New Brunswickers. Well, how many are in the first bracket? How many are in the second bracket? How many and so on? How much taxes was paid in that bracket? Divide that up and you're going to get the exact number of each bracket. How much benefit are they going to get? And we're going to see. And the minister doesn't need to hide behind it. The problem with the way our tax system works is when you give some kind of benefit to the bottom tax bracket, everybody gets a piece of it. So there's more of a broad-based population. As you go into the higher tax brackets, you funnel down to less and less people, and obviously the numbers can get bigger because you're impacting less people. And until we see out of that $70 million how much is actually going to benefit in each bracket, hard for us to tell if there is any benefit to which bracket or who it is, and we'll wait to see for that. But again, this bill, and I anticipate next year, every time we ask about some measure to help New Brunswickers get through, whether it's inflation or not, the minister's got to get up and he's going to tell us how we lowered taxes and that's how we helped for everything, and it was just the answer to all that we had to get done. When in fact, very much like the throne speech, it's a very passive idea. We need a proactive government to help in these programs, and right now, just these bills, it's too passive. It's not going to get it done. This bill does nothing to help regular New Brunswickers with inflation issues. It does nothing to help recruit doctors, despite what the Premier said yesterday. And that's a funny argument, because last year, when we were talking about some of the wages for different professions in this province being lowest in Canada, the argument was, you know, the low cost of living here makes it that we can keep the salaries low. So does the low cost of living not apply to doctors? Why can't we use that argument for them? Why do all of a sudden we got to give them a bigger break on taxes, plus give them the low cost of living, when other professions have to be at the bottom of the scale? It will not fix the housing issue. I don't see it happening. It will not help recruit professionals, health or otherwise, and it will not help students access post-secondary education. So that is going to be up to the whole team on the other side to bring their bills. Hopefully, we're going to start seeing some of that, because we're up to bill number 15 or 16, and we're still talking about taxes and how to make, honestly, the budget surplus probably be a little higher than what we anticipate. So we are going to have probably a very animated and good discussion in committee on this, and it's going to really come down to the details. The minister has 3 times now listed all the different brackets and the different percentages and that. Well, we're going to take that nice and slow, and we're going to really delve into it and get some numbers and really put some significance behind it, so that when next year we're having an honest discussion on different bills, that will not be the go-to answer of saying we fixed it, because this bill is not that. Thank you.
The Deputy to Kent Sud.
Kent Nord.
Oh, excuse me, Kent Nord.
Merci. J'aime bien mes amis de Kent Sud, mais je préfère Kent Nord quand même. Dit directement. Fait que, Monsieur le Président, je me lève pour parler sur le projet de loi 10. Je pense que déjà depuis hier, c'est pas dur à voir que c'est ma position sur le projet de loi. C'est un très mauvais projet de loi, Monsieur le Président. Un extrêmement mauvais projet de loi. Puis les arguments qui sont utilisés sont encore pires. J'écoutais pendant la mêlée de presse aujourd'hui, puis le ministre parlait que la raison d'être de ce projet de loi ici était pour attirer d'autres personnes au Nouveau-Brunswick. C'était la raison d'être. Fait que le plus gros investissement que ce gouvernement ici a fait, depuis qu'il est au pouvoir, n'a même pas été fait pour les Nouveau-Brunswickois qui habitent ici, en ce moment, avec les problèmes réels qu'on vit en ce moment. Ça a été fait pour attirer des gens qui gagnent au-dessus de 150 000 $ dans la province, quand on a déjà un problème de logement. Comment est-ce qu'on va accueillir ces gens-là, Monsieur le Président, si on a une crise du logement? Où est-ce qu'ils vont aller rester? On a une crise du logement en ce moment. On a une crise du système de santé. Comment est-ce qu'on va les soigner? Dans quelle école qu'on va les mettre? Il y a des écoles qui débordent. Il y a des enfants qui sont présentement, aujourd'hui, à l'heure qu'on se parle, dans une roulotte, en train d'apprendre. La capacité d'accueil, puis ça les spécialistes nous le disent, la capacité d'accueil est déjà saturée. Là, ce gouvernement ici se targue qu'on veut réduire les impôts pour les gens qui gagnent plus de 140 000 par année. J'ai dit pendant mon discours ce matin, l'autre chose qui me dérange énormément, c'est cette conception erronée-là du gouvernement que c'est les personnes qui gagnent le plus de revenus qui participent le plus présentement à, pas au déficit, mais de surplus. Les gens qui bâtissent la richesse au Nouveau-Brunswick, c'est pas mal plus facile de bâtir une richesse avec du revenu disposable, où tu as juste besoin de mettre ça quelque part et attendre que les choses font leur affaire, puis que tu as plus d'argent qui finit dans ton compte de banque parce que tu as plus d'intérêt, que les gens qui se réveillent à chaque matin pour aller travailler dans un système de santé en crise, que les gens qui se réveillent chaque matin pour aller travailler au salaire minimum, qui sont sous le seuil de pauvreté, ils sont encore sous le seuil de pauvreté. Ils se réveillent chaque matin, ils ont encore de la misère à mettre du gaz dans leur char pour aller travailler. Ils ont encore de la misère à mettre du manger sur leur table. Ils ont encore de la misère à payer leur loyer ou à se trouver un loyer. Selon les calculs, si tu fais 40 000 l'annonce de ce projet de loi ici, tu vas avoir zéro. Zéro. Si tu fais 40 000. Si tu fais 50 000, tu vas avoir 42 piastres par année. Moi, le salaire médian dans ma circonscription, c'est 43 000 par année. Ça veut dire quoi, ça? Ça veut dire que Kent-Nord, zéro. Fait que quand on dit on agit pour les Néo-Brunswickois moyens, la conception du Néo-Brunswickois moyen pour ce gouvernement-ci est complètement erronée. Parce que du monde qui fait 140 000 par année, ça ne court pas les rues par chez nous. Ça ne court pas les rues en campagne, non plus. Si tu fais 250 000 par année, 1 703, tu vas avoir 1 703 $. Comme que je disais, notre capacité d'accueil est déjà saturée, puis quand j'entends le gouvernement parler de dire que la raison d'être de ce projet de loi ici, c'est pour attirer les Néo-Brunswickois, mais là, il se contredit, parce que ici, dans le communiqué, où c'est tout posé paraître beau, puis qu'il y a du monde qui a eu leur main là-dessus, ça dit que c'est pour les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick. A déclaré M. Steves. C'est une citation, le ministre, mais c'est cité comme ça. Mais pourtant, ce qu'il dit en mêlée de presse, c'est pas ça. Ce qu'il dit en mêlée de presse, c'est pour attirer d'autres gens. Fait que le manque d'empathie, le manque de compassion de ce gouvernement-ci pour les gens qui ne sont pas de la classe du cabinet est incroyable. C'est une différente conception du monde. Absolument, c'est une différente conception du monde. Puis c'est... Mais moi, j'ai été élu ici par qui, moi? Par les gens de Kent-Nord. Qu'est-ce que je vous ai dit, monsieur? Le salaire moyen dans Kent-Nord, c'est 43 000 $ par année. Okay? On ne représente pas tout Quispam 6 ici. Puis il y a de la pauvreté dans Quispam 6. C'est juste que je fais mon travail, Monsieur le Président. J'ignore pas qu'il y a des gens qui peuvent vivre une réalité différente que la mienne. Le premier ministre et la majorité de son cabinet ont oublié qu'ils ne représentent pas juste une poignée de monde dans leur circonscription. Fait que, Monsieur le Président, absolument pas. Je voterai absolument pas pour ce projet de loi ici. Je pense qu'en ce moment, c'est probablement... C'est un investissement qui est purement idéologique, qui n'est pas basé sur des données probantes. Il n'y a rien qui est basé sur des données probantes de ce bord-là, de toute façon. Hein? Puis quand on entend, hier, le ministre de la Sécurité publique dire « c'est ça qu'on entend sur le terrain », si le premier ministre arrêterait de se chaîner avec les 20 mêmes personnes tout le temps qui gagnent au-dessus de 2000 pièces par année, peut-être qu'il attendrait de quoi de différent. 200 000. Si j'ai dit 2000, je m'excuse, mais c'est 200 000. Fait que c'est certain quand tu entends tout le temps la même chose du même monde, tu te dis, hey, ce monde-là, ils ont besoin de l'aide, là. Hein? Ils ont besoin de l'aide, ce monde-là. Fait qu'on a un gouvernement qui est complètement déconnecté de la réalité. On a un ministre qui a été dans les journaux la semaine passée pour dire qu'il n'y avait pas besoin d'allègements fiscaux pour des chalets. Qu'est-ce qu'il annonce cette semaine? Des allègements fiscaux pour des propriétés, des deuxièmes propriétés. Non résidentielles. Il y a de quoi qui ne marche plus, là. Il y a de quoi qui ne marche plus. Il y a du monde qui ne se parle pas. Il y a des réalités qui ne sont pas prises en compte. Puis on est devant un gouvernement qui oublie qui est-ce qui travaille pour. En fait, peut-être qu'ils l'ont tout le temps su. Peut-être qu'ils l'ont tout le temps su qui est-ce qui travaillait pour. Puis si c'est le cas, c'est encore pire que ce que je pensais. Moi, je ne peux pas voir qu'il y a des gens des circonscriptions de certains des membres là-bas, là, que tu dis c'est ça que le monde avait besoin. Absolument. Hein? Quelqu'un qui gagne 500 000 $ par année, lui avait besoin de 3 700 $, tout de suite, non? La personne qui gagne 40 000 $ par année, la mère monoparentale qui gagne 24 000 $ par année et qui a de la misère à mettre du manger sur la table, qui travaille 2 jobs, elle, par exemple, elle n'a pas besoin d'aide. Hein? Pas besoin d'aide, pantoute. Fait que là, on va nous faire à croire que l'Assemblée ici est suprême, puis que chaque député a une indépendance, puis eux autres vont tous se lever en bloc, puis ils vont tous voter ensemble. Même si des projets de loi comme celui-ci vont à l'encontre des intérêts de leurs citoyens. Ils vont se lever en bloc, ils vont faire à croire qu'ils sont tous heureux. Ils vont retourner à la maison, ils vont se fermer les yeux. On va dire, c'est ça ma job. C'est ça ma job, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, sans nommer personne, moi je trouve que c'est un manque d'intégrité. C'est un manque d'intégrité. Qu'il n'y ait personne qui va se lever de ce bord-là pour amener un argument contraire. C'est pas toutes des circonscriptions là, où il y a du monde qui gagne des 500 000 $, là, ça ne couvre pas les rues au Nouveau-Brunswick, Monsieur le Président. C'est pas eux autres qui ont besoin de l'aide. Moi, je le vois chaque jour dans ma circonscription, Monsieur le Président, des gens qui sont vaillants. Je ne sais pas si tu connais les gens de Kent-Nord, c'est du monde vaillant en Simonac. C'est du monde qui est extrêmement vaillant. C'est du monde qui travaille dans des secteurs qui sont extrêmement difficiles. C'est du monde qui se réveille le matin pour aller pêcher. C'est du monde qui se réveille le matin pour aller travailler dans une shop. C'est du monde qui travaillent dans beaucoup d'industries saisonnières, puis qui ont un premier ministre qui les traite de lâches. Ça avait sorti, ça, dans les journaux, de paresseux. Début de la pandémie. Ils ont un premier ministre qui les traite de paresseux. Mais en même temps, une des premières choses qui est dans leur discours du trône, l'industrie de la pêche est une des plus importantes industries au Nouveau-Brunswick au niveau du PIB. Voulez-vous m'expliquer comment est-ce que ça peut être une des industries les plus importantes, puis que là, tu as un premier ministre qui sort dans les journaux pour les traiter de paresseux? Puis là, aujourd'hui, tu as un premier ministre qui dit « Continuez à travailler pour vos salaires sans qu'on vous aide. » Le monde qui n'a pas de misère à mettre l'argent du manger sur la table, le monde qui n'a pas de misère à se trouver un logement, le monde qui n'a pas de misère non plus à faire les investissements nécessaires pour que leur maison soit éco-énergétique. Eux autres, par exemple, eux autres, on va les aider. Puis en fait, on va pas seulement les aider, on va les aider à aggraver le problème. S'il y a plus d'argent disponible, qu'est-ce qu'ils vont faire? Ils vont offrir encore plus sur les maisons. Ils vont faire exploser encore plus la valeur spéculative des maisons dans nos communautés. Au point où tu as des générations entières en ce moment qui ne peuvent même pas rêver d'appartenir à une maison. Tu as des générations entières en ce moment qui se disent « Je vais être locataire le reste de ma vie, Monsieur le Président. » Puis en plus, au lieu de dire, de se virer de bord puis de regarder le problème, puis de dire, ben, on va agir pour que ces gens-là puissent au moins s'organiser, trouver une certaine résilience, peut-être même créer une coopérative d'habitation où ils peuvent se mettre ensemble pour arriver à solutionner un problème réel. Ben, au lieu de faire ça, ce qu'on fait, c'est qu'on aide encore une fois les personnes qui sont en train de, en ce moment, faire augmenter les valeurs des maisons au Nouveau-Brunswick, qui sont en ce moment en train de rendre la vie de plus en plus difficile. Une fois qu'on a de l'argent, c'est très facile de l'accumuler. Mais quand tu travailles une job, tu as un salaire annuel, un salaire minimum, puis tu as des enfants à nourrir, tu as un loyer à payer, ton loyer continue de monter, le manger continue de monter, le gaz continue de monter. Puis tu sais là, que là, tu as 49 personnes ici, dans cette chambre, qui voient tous ces plis-là monter aussi. Puis là, après ça, tu as un ministre là-bas qui dit « Ben, on a augmenté le salaire minimum. » Le salaire minimum est encore sous le seuil de pauvreté. Comment est-ce que tu peux être fier d'avoir augmenté quelque chose, puis même pas l'avoir augmenté plus haut que le seuil de pauvreté? Même si tu travailles 40 heures, 45 heures par semaine, si tu travailles le plus d'heures que tu peux à ce salaire-là, tu peux encore pas augmenter au-dessus du seuil de pauvreté. Tu vas encore avoir de la misère à payer. Mais nous autres, on est corrects avec ça. Nous autres, on est bien corrects avec ça, nous autres. Nous autres, ça ne nous dérange pas. Fait que, Monsieur le Président, non, je ne voterai pas pour ce projet de loi ici. Je pense que ça devrait être tué dans l'œuf immédiatement. J'ai du confiance que ce gouvernement-ci t'a écouté? Non. Ils n'ont pas écouté, ça fait 4 ans. Ils ne vont pas commencer aujourd'hui. En fait, ils sont incapables de même imaginer que quelqu'un peut voir le monde différemment qu'eux autres. Ils sont tellement dans leur tour d'ivoire, ils sont tellement sur leur piédestal qu'ils ne peuvent même pas arriver à comprendre que quelqu'un, peut-être ailleurs, vit une réalité différente que la leur. Moi, c'est ça que ce projet de loi ici me dit. Ça confirme des choses qu'on savait déjà. Mais là, ça le confirme à tout un autre niveau. Fait que, Monsieur le Président, je crois que je vais m'arrêter là. Je n'ai pas décidé à 100%. J'ai encore debout. Tant que je ne suis pas assis, je n'ai pas fini. Fait que, Monsieur le Président, je pense que j'ai fini. Je vais les voir en comité, par exemple. Puis, Monsieur le ministre, prépare-toi. On va avoir du fun. On va avoir du fun. On va avoir du fun parce que il y a des belles choses qui s'en viennent aussi. Des belles choses qui s'en viennent. Nos riches, hein, sont pas... nos riches sont pas blancs, aussi blancs que blancs. Blanches comme la neige. Il y a un sujet que je parle depuis longtemps dans cette Chambre. Qui s'appelle l'évitement fiscal. Ça s'appelle l'évitement fiscal. Et puis, fait qu'est-ce que les riches font quand ils donnent plus d'argent? Ils en envoient plus ailleurs pour payer encore moins de taxes, Monsieur le Président. C'est ces cadeaux-là que ce gouvernement fait. Inquiétez-vous pas. Subvention après subvention, usez nos routes, usez nos infrastructures publiques, inquiétez-vous pas, on va faire la classe ouvrière payer pour. Vous autres, continuez de faire ce que vous faites. Continuez d'envoyer votre argent aux Bermudes. Continuez d'envoyer votre argent ailleurs. Des impôts ici. On n'a pas besoin de votre argent. Fait que, Monsieur le Président, sur ça, vous n'aimez pas ça quand je parle, hein? Ça vous dérange, hein? Ça vous dérange tellement. Ça vous dérange, pourquoi? Parce que, comme que j'ai dit, Monsieur le Président, ils sont incapables de concevoir quelqu'un dans le monde qui ne voit pas le monde comme eux. Ils sont incapables de comprendre que quelqu'un, quelque part, peut vivre une situation différente que la leur. Ils sont incapables de voir que quelqu'un a peut-être d'autres facteurs qui influencent ce qui lui arrive dans la vie. Au lieu, ils blâment les individus. Au lieu, ils ne s'attaquent pas à des problèmes systémiques. C'est le chacun pour soi dans son état la plus pure. C'est le retour à l'époque de la prédation et de la proie. Puis, ils viennent d'ouvrir la cage encore plus grande, Monsieur le Président. Fait que je pense que j'ai fini ce fois-ci. Je pense. Mais je vais vous rappeler une dernière fois que je ne vote pas pour ce projet de loi ici.
Le député de Kent-Sud.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Écoutez, je n'avais pas prévu parler, mais mon collègue de mon comté m'a inspiré. Puis effectivement, il a dit des paroles assez inspirantes dans le sens où, écoutez, je suis obligé, pas que je le fais tous les jours, là, mais je suis obligé de dire qu'il a raison. Il a raison. C'est pas compliqué. Il a raison.
Ça va être écrit dans les archives.
Ça va être dans les annales, ça, là. Mais c'est ça, là. Mais ce que je peux vous dire, c'est qu'effectivement, quand on regarde, puis c'est plate à faire peut-être pour ceux-là qui entendent, mais je vais répéter beaucoup des choses que mon collègue de Kent-Nord a dit, parce que, comme venant de Kent-Sud, la réalité socio-économique est extrêmement similaire. Et puis, quand on regarde ce projet de loi, et on voit vraiment les couleurs de ce gouvernement. On voit vraiment le conservatisme à son état premier, qui est, tu sais, moins de taxes, moins de gouvernement, arrangez-vous comme vous pouvez, loi de la jungle, c'est ce qu'on voit. Puis quand on regarde ça, quand on laisse les gens, moins de gouvernement, qu'est-ce qu'on veut dire par moins de gouvernement? Je pense que les gens, c'est bon de se rappeler, là, c'est quoi l'importance d'un gouvernement? Le gouvernement, pourquoi il y a un gouvernement? T'sais, pourquoi? C'est parce que s'il n'y avait pas de gouvernement, les gens seraient laissés à eux-mêmes. Il n'y aurait pas d'organisation, puis ça serait la loi de la jungle. Le fort et le faible, les gros mangent les petits, le fort bat le faible et devient roi, et puis il va tout faire pour garder tout ça. Et puis, le rôle d'un gouvernement ou d'un système de gouvernement, c'est à la base de redistribuer. C'est la redistribution pour essayer d'égaliser les choses le plus possible. Donc, c'est ça le rôle du gouvernement. Et c'est pour ça que moi, je suis très fier d'être un libéral. Parce que c'est exactement ça d'être un libéral, c'est de dire, écoutez, on cherche, on vise l'équilibre entre la liberté individuelle. Puis c'est important, là, tu sais, parce que si tu vas trop loin dans le gouvernement, tu te trouves dans du communisme. Et dans le communisme, qu'est-ce qui arrive? Il n'y a plus de volonté individuelle pour faire quelque chose, parce que je fous rien ou que je travaille comme un fou, à la fin de la journée, je vais avoir exactement la même chose. Donc, pourquoi travailler? Pourquoi se fier à un système communiste apporte à de la corruption, apporte un marché noir, apporte des économies parallèles. Je veux dire, on le voit, c'est ceux qui ont été au Cuba, été au Vietnam, bon, la Corée du Nord, rares sont ceux qui ont l'opportunité d'y aller. La Chine, évidemment. Moi, j'ai eu la chance d'aller en Chine, Cuba, Vietnam. Et puis, effectivement, je veux dire, moi, je sais que les anecdotes que j'ai entendues, particulièrement du Cuba, toute la question des économies parallèles. Puis, l'économie parallèle, c'est quoi? C'est la libre entreprise. C'est des activités de capitalisme cachées au sein du communiste, parce que, effectivement, sinon, ça empêche le développement individuel. Donc, si on va trop loin dans du capitalisme, on va dangereusement sur ce que l'on voit de ce que ce gouvernement ici veut faire, qui est de arrangez-vous. Si vous ne faites pas bien, c'est parce que vous êtes faible. Puis la seule façon de ne pas être faible, c'est de soyez fort. Puis arrangez-vous. Puis pas de différence d'où vous venez, c'est quoi votre contexte, arrangez-vous. C'est la politique du laisser-faire. Puis si tu vas au communisme, c'est tout le contraire. On s'occupe de tout, tu n'as rien besoin de faire, puis à la fin, parce que tu n'as rien besoin de faire, il n'y a personne qui fait rien, puis il n'y a rien qui se fait. Donc, un extrême, c'est une chose, puis l'autre extrême, c'en est un autre. Donc, c'est pour ça que je suis fier d'être un libéral, parce que un libéral au Canada est, comme disait Jean Chrétien, économiquement responsable, mais socialement préoccupé. C'est d'essayer de trouver, puis moi je sais que dans tout ce qui touche la politique in the term of policy, pas politics. Tout ce qui touche cette politique-là, pour moi, c'est d'essayer toujours de viser l'équilibre. L'équilibre entre la liberté individuelle et le développement de l'individu. En d'autres mots, pour pas que ça soit trop communiste, OK? Mais en même temps, d'avoir une redistribution puis des programmes sociaux pour aider les gens qui ont plus de difficultés. Parce que, regarde, là, quand tu es né, par exemple, dans une famille qui n'a pas les moyens, qui vit de, tu sais, qui sont des cols bleus, par exemple, qui ont des salaires minimums, ben c'est clair que tu as moins de chances que quelqu'un qui provient d'un milieu davantage privilégié avec des salaires beaucoup plus intéressants. Je veux dire, moi, je peux vous dire que mes parents étaient ce qu'il y a de plus classe moyenne. Et mon père travaillait dans un moulin à bois, puis ma mère était infirmière. Ils ne faisaient pas de la mauvaise argent, mais ils ne faisaient pas de la grosse argent non plus. On a vécu comme bien des familles néo-brunswickoises à l'époque, très classe moyenne. Puis, j'étais loin d'être riche, mais loin d'être pauvre. On avait toujours quelque chose à manger. Mais on a eu la chance, puis je regarde mes frères gagnent très bien leur vie. Tu sais, ils ont leur entreprise, puis ils gagnent bien, ils gagnent mieux que moi, je peux vous dire ça. Moi, c'est moi le petit pauvre de la famille. Puis c'est correct, je suis content pour eux autres. Tu sais, mais la réalité, c'est que on a eu l'opportunité dans un système à pouvoir se développer. Mais je sais une chose, mon père a été extrêmement malade toute sa vie. Extrêmement malade. Mon père a été un cas d'hôpital. Il passait, j'espère que ma mère n'écoute pas, là, mais mon père passait en moyenne, depuis l'âge que j'avais 10 ans, jusqu'à depuis qu'il est décédé quand j'avais 35 ans, à peu près pour une période de 25 ans, il passait en moyenne 1 mois à l'hôpital par année. Pour toutes sortes de raisons. C'était un cardiaque, c'était un diabétique, il prenait des anticoagulants. Avec mon père, c'était plus simple, il demandait ce qu'il n'y avait pas, il demandait ce qu'il y avait comme maladie. Donc, on a de la chance de vivre au Canada où on a l'assurance maladie. Puis l'assurance maladie, c'est un programme social. Puis, je suis fier de vous dire que ce sont les libéraux qui ont apporté l'assurance. Ça a commencé avec le gouvernement de la Saskatchewan, néo-démocrate, il ne faut pas oublier ça. Mais par la suite, au niveau national, ce sont les libéraux qui l'ont apporté. Donc, ça a permis à toute une population d'avoir accès à des soins de santé de façon universelle, relativement gratuite, payée par des taxes. On ne peut pas dire gratuite, parce qu'il y a toujours un coût, mais c'était redistribué. Moi, je peux vous dire que si on était dans un pays où il n'y avait pas d'assurance maladie, les chances sont que je n'aurais pas pu faire des études universitaires. Les chances sont que j'aurais travaillé j'aurais été au collège communautaire au mieux. Parce qu'on aurait probablement passé notre temps à payer les factures médicales de mon père. Donc, ça fait en sorte que ça nous a permis, nous, comme classe moyenne, de pouvoir s'en sortir, entre guillemets. Je sais que c'est une petite fierté, mais je peux me permettre de le dire. Quand mon père est décédé, et mon père était un homme, il avait sa 12e année, mais il avait fait du travail de col bleu toute sa vie. Quand il est décédé, j'avais 35 ans, il y a de ça déjà plus de 13 ans. Bien, à l'époque, ses 3 fils, on avait tous des postes cadres à l'époque. On était tous des postes cadres au niveau de nos travaux, de notre carrière respective. Puis, regarde, je veux dire, comme je vous dis, là, si j'avais eu besoin de payer les dettes au niveau de la santé de mon père, ça, comme on dit par chez nous, ça aurait eu halé dur. Ça aurait eu halé terriblement dur. Donc, c'est le système qui a été mis en place qui nous permet de pouvoir bénéficier de ces opportunités-là, parce que justement, cette redistribution-là fait en sorte que j'ai pu bénéficier, j'ai pu faire mes choses, et puis maintenant, je fais le travail que je fais, puis c'est un énorme honneur, un grand privilège pour moi de servir les gens de Keene-Sud. Ça fait maintenant 8 ans. Maintenant, il y a une chose aussi, là. Ça me fait penser à une conversation que j'ai eue il y a quelques années. C'était quelqu'un avec qui je travaillais, un ami que je considère, et puis il gagnait bien sa vie. Il était professeur à l'Université de Moncton, puis en plus, il faisait plein de contrats comme consultant. Et puis à un moment donné, il m'avait dit dans le temps, le temps des taxes, il m'a dit la chose suivante. Il a dit, écoute, il a commencé à se plaindre un petit peu, puis il a dit, il faut que je paye beaucoup de taxes. Puis là, il a commencé à parler un petit peu de ça. Puis là, ensuite, il s'est ressaisi à la fin, puis il a dit, sais-tu quoi, Benoît? Il a dit une chose. Il faut peut-être que je paye beaucoup de taxes. Ben, si je paye beaucoup de taxes, ça veut dire que j'ai gagné beaucoup d'argent. J'ai jamais oublié ça. Puis ça, il a fini par comprendre que, sais-tu quoi? Si on gagne plus d'argent, si on a la chance de se rendre là, certains sont nés dedans, certains ont dû travailler pour s'y rendre. Puis c'est fantastique que notre système nous permette de nous rendre là. Et je défendrai toujours un système qui va permettre ça. Toujours. Ayant dit cela, c'est tout autant important de défendre un système, le même système, qui permet à la fois des gens qui ont plus de difficultés de pouvoir s'en sortir s'ils veulent. Pas tout le monde veut, c'est correct. Il y aura tout le temps toutes sortes de monde dans une société. Mais c'est important que les gens de la classe moyenne, les gens qui sont issus des milieux plus défavorisés, qu'ils aient l'opportunité de s'en sortir. Et quand je regarde ce projet de loi, c'est exactement le contraire que ce projet de loi. L'objectif de ce projet de loi est tout à fait le contraire. C'est ce que j'essaie de dire. On est, avec ce projet de loi ici, en arrivé à les riches payent moins, puis les pauvres, ils payent moins, mais un petit peu moins, alors que les riches en payent encore moins. Si tu te rends où ce côté-là, moi, je sais que je suis à un point où je gagne plus d'argent cette heure que j'en gagnais, évidemment, il y a 20 ans, puis je paye beaucoup plus de taxes que j'en payais il y a 20 ans. Mais savez-vous quoi, Monsieur le Président? Moi, je suis fier de payer mes taxes. Puis je vais continuer à payer mes taxes. Parce que c'est la responsabilité que j'ai, parce que moi, j'ai eu la chance d'être en santé, d'avoir une tête... certains argumenteront que ma tête est peut-être... c'est discutable, mes capacités, mais certains diront que j'ai peut-être une tête pour faire certaines capacités. Mais tout ça pour dire que ça m'a permis d'en arriver à ce que j'ai, comme nous tous, on n'est pas riches, au moins avec nos salaires, mais on se débrouille assez bien. Ça fait en sorte que moi, je suis content de dire, puis fier de dire, même plus que content, je suis fier de dire que je paye ma part. Et je suis complètement à l'aise avec le fait que ma part est plus grande quand je gagne plus d'argent. Je trouve que c'est juste. Okay? C'est juste et équitable. Et équitable, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? C'est justement d'assurer l'équité, pas juste pour moi, puis mes proches, ma famille, mais pour la société, ma collectivité, ma communauté, ma province, mon pays. Et c'est ça le rôle d'un gouvernement. Le rôle du gouvernement, c'est redistribuer. Pourquoi qu'on parle de chance égale pour tous comme étant un programme si révolutionnaire de Louis J. Robichaud? C'est parce qu'avant ça, Monsieur le Président, ça se passait au niveau des comtés. La taxe était ramassée au niveau des comtés, les anciens comtés, le comté de Kent, le comté de Gloucester, le comté d'Albert, puis de Kings, Queens, York, Sunbury, c'est Victoria, Madawaska, Restigouche, je ne sais pas si je les ai tous nommés, Gloucester, c'était un des premiers. Donc, ça fait en sorte que... Puis Saint-Jean, il y avait celui Saint-Jean. Ça restait au niveau... Westmoreland, j'ai oublié Westmoreland. Ça restait au niveau des comtés. Donc, les comtés qui avaient des moyens, puis soyons honnêtes, là, ce que j'appelle le triangle doré, Fredericton, Moncton, Saint-Jean, la taxe faisait en sorte qu'ils étaient en mesure de... Cette taxe-là restait au sein de leur comté, donc ils étaient en mesure d'avoir des services beaucoup plus intéressants que dans les comtés de Kent, par exemple, que dans le comté de Gloucester ou de Restigouche ou du Madawaska. On pourrait argumenter peut-être Albert et puis certains autres comtés, le comté de Charlotte, par exemple, aussi. Soyons... je sais qu'on parle souvent, Petit Louis, puis je vais l'appeler affectueusement Petit Louis, a été connu un petit comme le premier ministre acadien et tout ça, et il a été celui qui a un peu apporté les Acadiens, disons, ils sont passés de la classe seconde à des citoyens ordinaires, mais il y a des gens, puis plusieurs qui m'ont dit, hein, c'est une erreur de penser comme ça. C'est pas que c'est une erreur. C'est erroné de penser qu'il l'a juste fait pour les Acadiens. Il l'a fait autant, sinon plus, pour les comtés anglophones qui est tout aussi pauvres que pour la population acadienne et francophone. Donc, qu'est-ce que Petit Louis a fait avec son programme Chance égale pour tous? Il a dit, OK, ça va sortir des comtés, puis on va ramener ça au niveau de la province pour redistribuer comment ça fonctionne, puis que ça ne va pas juste rester dans le comté de Saint-Jean, puis pas juste dans le comté de York, puis le comté de Westmoreland, ça va être redistribué partout dans la province. Donc, et ça a fait en sorte que finalement, le comté de Kent a pu avoir un peu les services qui ressemblaient plus à ce qu'il y avait à Moncton. Puis, le comté de Charlotte a pu avoir plus de services qui ressemblaient à ceux de Saint-Jean. Puis, Carleton a pu avoir quelque chose qui ressemblait plus à ceux de Fredericton. Donc, ça fait en sorte que cette redistribution a été bénéfique. Et puis, comme mon collègue de Bathurst West, Beresford, disait, écoute, quand on fait un certain montant, c'est sûr, il n'y a personne qui aime... Regarde, soyons clairs, là, Madame la Présidente, il n'y a personne qui aime payer des taxes. T'sais? Personne n'aime de payer des taxes, dans le sens où si je peux en payer moins, je vais en payer moins. C'est sûr. Mais ceci dit, je suis quand même fier de les payer. Il y a une nuance. Tu sais, j'aime pas de le faire, mais je suis fier de le faire. Parce que je sais, si je ne le fais pas, on crée... Tu sais, plus qu'il y a de marché noir, Madame la Présidente, plus on va tomber dans des problèmes. On le sait. C'est le système gouvernemental qui tient notre société. Enlevant le gouvernement, on le voit. Je veux dire, regarde, je peux nommer le pays qui me vient en tête, par exemple, la Somalie. C'est un pays sans gouvernement. C'est quoi? C'est la guerre civile perpétuelle. C'est les gangs de rue qui mènent. C'est l'anarchie. C'est le sauve qui peut. C'est comme ça, c'est la seule façon qu'on peut s'en sortir, essentiellement. Alors qu'un gouvernement peut arriver avec une force de l'ordre, une armée, des règlements qui font en sorte que certaines choses, on ne peut pas dépasser. Si on dépasse, il y a des punitions, il y a des services correctionnels, il y a toutes sortes d'éléments qui font en sorte que on est juste pour tout le monde, ou du moins, on essaye. Vous savez comme moi, il n'y a pas de gouvernement qui est parfait. Okay? La question est, il y a une question de, comme on dit souvent, comme Churchill avait dit, la démocratie est le moins pire des systèmes. Puis, j'ai tendance à être d'accord. C'est le moins pire des systèmes, la démocratie. Donc, on voit également ce qui se passe aux États-Unis, quand on regarde, par exemple, les élections, l'argent qui doit être... Là, je divague un petit peu, mais je vais revenir. Là. La question du financement des élections, si on veut être en politique aux États-Unis, il faut pratiquement être millionnaire. Faut collecter des centaines de milliers de dollars juste pour une élection locale. Juste pour une élection locale. Et là, si on se trouve au niveau de l'État, si on se trouve... là, on arrive drôlement proche du million ou des millions. Puis si on va au niveau national, ben là, oubliez ça, c'est des dizaines de millions et bien plus. Donc, peut-être même des centaines par rapport à des courses sénatoriales, ainsi de suite. Donc, le point que je veux faire, c'est que là-bas, qu'est-ce qui finit par arriver? L'argent a un peu pris le dessus de la politique américaine. Ça, c'est une réalité. Okay? Nous, ici, au Nouveau-Brunswick, heureusement, on n'est pas encore rendu là. On ne l'est pas. Je veux dire, on connaît les règlements, sont assez stricts au niveau électoral. Est-ce que c'est parfait? Non. Mais, je veux dire, bon, il y a un maximum personnel qu'on peut donner de 3 000 $ par année. Bon, le point que je veux faire avec tout ça, là, sans trop divaguer, c'est de dire, il y a encore ici au Nouveau-Brunswick une possibilité pour tout Joe quelqu'un, là, comme moi, puis comme bien de nous, de se faire élire à l'Assemblée législative sans être riche. Parce que si c'était le cas, je ne serais pas ici, Madame la Présidente. Je sais que certains autres de mes collègues seraient pas ici, sauf peut-être mon collègue de Bathurst-Nipissiguit, parce que lui, on sait, il est riche à craquer. Mais autrement... non, il m'a regardé avec une drôle de face. Non, non, je taquine évidemment, mais ce que je peux dire, c'est que le fait que on peut encore, au Nouveau-Brunswick, être moins affecté par l'argent est une bonne chose. Quand on arrive avec un projet de loi comme celui-ci, où ce que la conséquence claire et nette, et la conséquence est claire et nette ici, là. Puis en passant, je suis content de faire partie du comité de la politique économique parce que moi aussi, j'aurais plein de questions à poser par rapport à ce projet de loi. Mais c'est clair que la conséquence nette de ce projet de loi est de faire en sorte que les riches sont plus riches et les pauvres soient plus pauvres. En d'autres mots, ça va agrandir l'écart entre riches et pauvres. On peut débattre que c'est peut-être un petit peu, c'est pas beaucoup et tout ça, mais il y a clairement une conséquence, et ça va être ça la conséquence. Ça va être difficile pour moi d'être convaincu d'autrement, à moins que j'ai mal compris le projet de loi. Et puis, comme je dis, on va poser plein de questions pour être sûr, comme mon collègue a dit, the devil's in the details. Et puis, on va voir pour être sûr que, bon, peut-être de quoi qu'on a manqué, mais de prime abord, à première vue, c'est clair que ce projet de loi ici favorise les plus nantis et fait presque rien pour les moins nantis. Et quand tu fais ça, ben, tu élargis l'écart entre les riches et les pauvres. Et quand tu fais ça, quand, comme société, on permet l'élargissement de cet écart-là, riches et pauvres, on s'expose à davantage de problèmes sociaux. Ça a été prouvé au cours de l'histoire du monde. Comment est-ce que, plus qu'il y a un écart entre les riches et les pauvres, plus on a des problèmes, particulièrement dans les sociétés occidentales. Dans les sociétés orientales, bon, tu sais, moi, de mon expérience, un des pays où j'ai vu le plus d'écarts riches et pauvres, c'est en Inde. OK? Puis c'est vrai que c'est quelque chose en Inde. Mais il y a quelque chose avec, je pense que c'est une question de philosophie, c'est une question de spiritualité, de religion. L'hindouisme, ça fait en sorte qu'il y a une plus grande tolérance par rapport à cet écart-là, riches et pauvres. Mais je sais une chose. La dernière fois que j'ai vérifié au Nouveau-Brunswick, c'est pas l'hindouisme, la religion dominante. puis on est une société qui est on ne peut plus occidentale. Donc, parce qu'on est une société très occidentale, si on regarde l'historique mondial, du monde occidental, d'Europe de l'Ouest, des Amériques, ainsi de suite, on voit clairement que quand il y a un grand écart riche et pauvre, il va y avoir beaucoup plus d'insécurité publique, il va y avoir plus de criminalité, on va commencer à avoir plus de grèves, plus de manifestations, plus de colère. Et là, on se trouve maintenant avec l'âge de l'information, avec nos téléphones avec lesquels on a développé une dépendance, soyons honnêtes, pour voir toujours ce qu'est les dernières nouvelles, ainsi de suite. On a développé une impatience envers les choses qui ne font pas notre affaire. On n'est plus patient, on est beaucoup moins patient qu'on l'était. Soyons, c'est le cas. Ça fait en sorte que lorsque l'écart s'agrandit, ça va créer beaucoup plus d'insécurité. Et puis moi, je veux dire, c'est pas ce projet de loi ici qui va nécessairement créer, c'est pas ça que je suis en train de dire. Ce que je suis en train de dire, par contre, que c'est un projet de loi comme celui-là qui contribue à cette... on dirait que c'est comme un mur, puis on a une masse, puis c'est comme si le mur est encore solide, mais ce projet de loi-là, c'est comme si on prenait une masse puis on donnait un coup sur le mur. Le mur ne va pas nécessairement tomber, mais le mur s'affaiblit à chaque coup qu'on donne avec la masse. Et ça, c'est un coup donné, un coup de masse donné à ce mur. Et puis ce gouvernement ici, malheureusement, selon moi, ce n'est pas le seul coup de masse qu'ils ont donné, là. Ils en ont donné d'autres. Puis ils vont en donner d'autres, j'ai l'impression. Quand on regarde certaines orientations, certains autres projets de loi, certaines choses qui ont été dites dans les médias, certaines actions, il y a lieu de s'inquiéter. Donc moi, je pense que quand on regarde tout ça, il y a raison de dire que ce projet de loi-là, de prime abord, à première vue, ne va pas dans le bon sens pour la société néo-brunswickoise. Et puis là, j'ai entendu ce matin le ministre des Finances dire, comme contre-argument à ce que je dis, « Ah, ben ça va attirer du monde de l'extérieur. Ah, ben mon Dieu, quelle bonne nouvelle, ça va attirer du monde de l'extérieur. » Bien, écoutez, moi j'ai deux réponses à ça, Madame la Présidente. La première, c'est, si j'ai bien compris depuis les 2 dernières années, puis ça avait commencé en 2018 quand on était encore là, au pouvoir, on est maintenant dans le plus. On est dans un gain de population. Et on est dans des gains de population historiques. Je dis bien historiques. Depuis que le Nouveau-Brunswick est là, on n'a pas vu des croissances comme qu'on a cette heure depuis, en tout cas, ça fait au moins un demi-siècle, minimum, puis probablement plus. Mais tout ça pour dire que, pourquoi qu'on veut attirer? On attire déjà des niveaux historiques de gens, donc de dire on veut attirer du monde. Ben non, mais on les attire déjà. Donc, évidemment, il y a de quoi qui se fait bien au Nouveau-Brunswick. Il y a un contexte favorable à l'immigration au Nouveau-Brunswick au moment où l'on se parle. Maintenant, si tu veux argumenter, ouais, mais on a encore des besoins, OK. Là, je dirais, si je me mets dans la peau du gouvernement, le gouvernement va dire, ben écoutez, ouais, mais on a encore besoin de plus de monde. C'est vrai qu'on a besoin de plus de monde. C'est vrai, on a des besoins criants en main-d'œuvre, il ne faut pas se le cacher. Mais de dire, on va juste c'est comme si on dit, on veut attirer les riches, puis ben, les pauvres, ben c'est correct. Moi, je trouve ça très inquiétant, parce que ça m'amène à la deuxième argumentation, c'est de dire, ben écoutez, vous voulez qu'on favorise ceux qui viennent de l'extérieur, puis que les gens qui sont ici se sentent écrasés? Je veux dire, Madame la Présidente, vous savez comme moi, vous l'avez entendu plusieurs fois de nos concitoyens, de dire, ah ben là, ben les immigrants viennent, puis ils viennent voler nos jobs, puis ils ont toutes sortes de subventions. Puis là, ben nous autres, on est là, puis on a de la misère à joindre les deux bouts, puis tata. Que ça soit vrai ou c'est pas vrai, il y a une frustration au sein de la population concernant cette idée-là, cette notion que des immigrants viennent et bénéficient de différents programmes. OK? Bon, encore une fois, je ne suis pas ici pour débattre de la validité de cet argument-là, mais il est là. Et je pense que c'est important de l'affronter, cet argument-là, parce que je ne pense pas que c'est le rôle d'un gouvernement de valider un tel argument. Mais le problème, c'est qu'avec ce projet de loi, ils sont en train de le valider, Madame la Présidente, ils sont en train de valider cet argument. Ils sont en train de dire « Oh, on veut baisser les taxes pour les riches parce qu'on veut en attirer ici. » Ben mon Dieu! En d'autres mots, quelqu'un là qui travaille aux poissonneries, aux transformations de fruits de mer, les usines de transformation de fruits de mer, ils vont se dire « Ah, ben apparemment que le monde qui veut attirer les riches sont plus importants que mes besoins à moi. » Alors que moi, je travaille d'arrache-pied pour joindre les deux bouts, avec mes gum rubber, puis mes gants de caoutchouc, puis les filets dans les cheveux, puis je passe mon temps à casser des queues de mort, puis ainsi de suite, à la journée longue. Et, mais apparemment que les riches sont plus importants. On baisse les taxes pour eux autres. Et c'est là où l'argument de ce gouvernement est si faible. Ce n'est pas un argument qui est, selon moi, équitable et juste. C'est vraiment un argument qui, encore une fois, on va aider les privilégiés. Puis écoutez, s'il y a de quoi que j'ai appris là, dans ma petite expérience, c'est que quand on a les moyens, tu sais, je me rappelle, il y a quelqu'un qui avait bien réussi sa vie, il m'a parlé, puis il avait dit, Benoît, il dit, le secret, là, c'est de commencer à te faire de l'argent. Le plus tough, là, c'est te rendre à un certain niveau. Puis une fois que tu es rendu à ce niveau-là, là, c'est plus toi qui travailles. Il dit, c'est ton argent qui travaille pour toi. Sais-tu quoi? C'est vrai, ça. C'est vrai, ça. Je connais des gens, mon expérience me laisse conclure que c'est effectivement le cas. Une fois qu'on atteint un certain niveau, on a les leviers qui nous permettent que cet argent-là puisse travailler pour nous autres, à travers des investissements, à travers de... on va vous donner un exemple, j'en parlais justement avec un collègue. Au niveau des banques, des institutions financières, si tu as de l'argent, tu payes moins. Tu payes moins d'intérêts, tu payes moins de frais, tu peux négocier tout ça, ainsi de suite, ainsi de suite. Alors que si tu as de la misère à joindre les deux bouts, tu payes davantage d'intérêts, tu payes davantage de frais, tu as il faut que tu aies recours davantage à des... ceux-là, il y a des compagnies qui te donnent des avances avec des taux d'intérêt exorbitants. Tu sais, là, toutes ces choses-là, regardez, en d'autres mots, ceux qui sont dans la misère sont condamnés à rester plus dans la misère parce qu'ils n'ont pas cette possibilité-là. Alors que quelqu'un qui a les moyens, c'est déjà tout là. Puis ça, je donne un exemple. C'est un exemple banal, Madame la Présidente, au niveau des institutions financières. Puis c'est pas que je veux parler mal des institutions financières, mais c'est comme ça que ça marche. Donc, le fait est que quand on atteint un certain seuil, OK, au niveau d'une stabilité financière, on est capable de s'en sortir. OK? Donc, moi, l'histoire de trickle-down economics, là, vous savez comme moi, plus qu'on a d'argent, plus qu'on en veut. Ça, c'est un autre principe universel. Plus tu en as, plus tu en veux. C'est pas différent par rapport à de l'argent. Et puis, c'est normal que les riches veulent encore être plus riches. Puis ça va toujours se faire. Ça va continuer. C'est la nature humaine. Et c'est pour ça que le gouvernement, c'est si important que le gouvernement soit là pour dire « Wow, wow, wow! Calmons-nous les nerfs. » Il y a des gens que quand tu es en bas, si je peux dire, là, puis quand je dis en bas, je veux dire tu es défavorisé, il faut donner un coup de pouce à ces gens-là. Parce que si on ne le fait pas, c'est pas souvent que... Puis regarde, Il y a des gens qui ont des moyens qui sont très généreux, Madame la Présidente. Il y en a qui ont un sens communautaire exceptionnel. C'est tout à fait le cas, puis je les remercie, puis je les apprécie. Mais la réalité est que je trouve qu'un gouvernement est beaucoup plus efficace que juste le bon vouloir d'une société privilégiée pour aider les gens qui sont plus dans le besoin. Ça, j'en suis convaincu. Si je n'en étais pas convaincu, je ne serais pas un libéral, c'est sûr. Et puis, ceci dit, c'est que les riches ont déjà, et quand je dis les riches, les gens, là, moi je te parle de ceux-là là, qui sont les 140 000 à monter. Là. Je suis d'accord de dire qu'au jour d'aujourd'hui, 140 000 $ par année, ce n'est pas ce que c'était il y a 20 ans. Mais c'est encore quand même assez bien, Madame la Présidente. C'est quand même assez raisonnable. Mais les gens qui gagnent ça et plus, là, ils ont des capacités de... Et puis, il y a une chose aussi, ils ont également, au niveau fiscal, il y a des... Comment est-ce que je pourrais dire ça? Il y a des façons de faire au niveau fiscal qui permettent de faire des économies. Tu sais, si on a sa petite entreprise, si on a des corporations, si aussi, ça. Bon, c'est sûr que le gouvernement a rendu ça un peu plus difficile avec les années, et c'est une bonne chose, mais ça fait en sorte que plus tu as des moyens, plus tu as des moyens également de... Comment on pourrait dire ça? Je ne peux pas dire contourner, mais je pourrais dire à minimiser, on va dire ça, à minimiser les impacts de la taxation. Donc, ils ont beaucoup plus d'opportunités de le faire. Donc, de dire que c'est pareil, ben c'est pas pareil. Puis te dire, ben ils payent plus que les autres, donc ils devraient avoir un break. Ça là-dessus, je trouve cet argument-là, en fait, risible. Je trouve que, en d'autres mots, si tu as payé beaucoup de taxes, c'est parce que tu as gagné beaucoup d'argent. OK? Puis je sais que, je m'en rappelle, il y a des gens qui disent ça, tu sais, ah, ben oui, mais je paye beaucoup de taxes, je paye beaucoup de taxes. Ben OK, c'est vrai que tu payes beaucoup de taxes, mais ça veut dire que tu gagnes beaucoup, beaucoup d'argent aussi. Donc, il y a, tu sais, quelqu'un qui avait dit, quelqu'un que j'appréciais beaucoup, it's the cost of making money. There is a cost to making money. And there should be a cost to making money, because then it allows government to redistribute the money to people that are the less fortunate, that did not have the opportunity or the capability to didn't have a chance, didn't have a break to break through and to attain a level which is a bit more comfortable, let's say. So, and we all understand, and I say this, some people will never, some will have all the opportunities in the world, and they will always remain at that level. But that's okay. But at least they have had the opportunity, okay? Some people, they'll only need one break. You know, they've had problems, they'll need one break, and boom, watch them go, watch them fly. And that is why I'm proud to be a liberal. Because as liberals, we want to see everybody s'épanouir, comme on dit en français, flourish, thrive. We want to see everybody thrive. We want to see people that are good at what they do, and they can keep on doing it and make money and be successful and create jobs, and we want to see that, but at the same time, we want to be able to have government support that will allow the less fortunate to be able to have opportunities to get out of that. And we, like I said, not everybody will, and that's where you'll get often conservative arguments saying, "Oh yeah, well they're living large off the government's back." Well, you know, I'm not sure they're living large. First of all, and secondly, there's a lot of. Then we're getting into the why. Why are they like that? And then you're getting into psychological issues, social issues. There's so many things, mental health issues. Anyways, my time is nearing, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you that as it stands now, this bill will be asking a very big lot of questions. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Ça me fait plaisir de lever dans la Chambre de participer dans le débat du projet de loi 10, la loi modifiant la loi de l'impôt sur l'avenue du Nouveau-Brunswick. Madame la Présidente, c'est un peu bizarre d'avoir un projet de loi comme ça déposé par un gouvernement conservateur. My question to start with, Madam Speaker, is what happened to the famously fiscal conservative Premier? Because, Madam Speaker, the Premier in this bill and the Finance Minister in this bill are proposing to slash government's revenue by around $100 million without funding that reduction.
We got a mess today.
Without funding that at all, without replacing the revenue, Madam Speaker. And it's kind of like Groundhog Day, only then the Liberals were on the other side and Sean Graham was the Premier in 2009 when he announced he was going to cut $100 million out of government revenue, and didn't have any way of funding that. And so, as the Financial Post said some years later in 2016, Premier Graham erred by implementing income tax cuts without funding them with revenue from new sources. And that's what I see with this Premier, only he's supposed to be a Conservative. Now, in Premier Graham's case, Madam Speaker, he had Jack Mintz, the infamous tax consultant for governments, tax policy consultant, put together a whole package for him, which included funding the tax cuts, income tax cuts. So Jack Mintz had proposed a series of mechanisms to increase revenue streams to offset what would be lost from the tax cuts. So whatever you think of the approach that Jack Mintz takes, at least it was balanced, Madam Speaker, and wasn't going to create deficits, which is exactly what happened in the case of Sean Graham's tax cuts. And he used the same kind of language as the Premier and the Finance Minister. Oh, well, we want to create an environment to attract more people to come to New Brunswick. We want to attract more professionals. We want to get New Brunswickers to come home. It's quite startling how parallel the discourse, the narrative is between that Premier and this Premier, Madam Speaker, in response to my questions this morning. So the Premier and Finance Minister would say, well, we're funding it this year out of the surplus. We can talk in a minute about whether that's an appropriate way of prioritizing how to use the surplus, Madam Speaker. But funding out of the surplus, Madam Speaker, that's a one-time source of revenue that necessarily won't be there next year. So it's setting up by cutting revenue to the government, to the budget, by almost $100 million, is setting up a situation to once again create significant deficits down the line. Because it's unfunded. It's essentially $100 million tax expenditure that's unfunded. So you can offset it, sure, with a part of the surplus this year, but what about next year, or the year after that, or the year after that? I mean, when Sean Graham erred, as the Financial Post said, it not only created deficits, but it ignited a tremendous growth in the provincial debt. So it's kind of like the butterfly, you know, when it flaps its wings, they say, and that can cause a hurricane on the other side of the world. Well, that's the kind of thing that happens when you do what you think is going to be popular for certain target audiences among the voters by cutting taxes, with the consequences, if there's no way of funding those tax cuts, Madam Speaker, of creating deficits down the line and creating a more difficult fiscal situation. So you got to wonder why this particular Premier would follow in those footsteps, Madam Speaker, when he is infamously, fiscally conservative. So I don't have the answer, and he didn't answer me today in question period, but it's problematic, Madam Speaker. It's problematic when we have, I mean, normally in the best of times it would be problematic, but when we have so many needs for new investments, Madam Speaker, and if there's extra money to spend, like this $100 million, say it's from the surplus, then you want to use it to make investments, Madam Speaker, that are going to pay off down the line, not create deficits and debt down the line. And those kinds of investments, Madam Speaker, would be, as I suggested this morning, investments that will have a meaningful impact on addressing some of the most tough challenges we're facing right now. We know so many people don't have family doctors or nurse practitioners, Madam Speaker, and so where do they go for family medicine or for primary health care, as they say? Well, they end up going to the ERs, and that's just overburdening the ERs and stretching the staff, the nursing staff, the doctors, the technicians, all of the staff beyond the limit, Madam Speaker. So many in the system have recommended setting up urgent care clinics. These aren't the multidisciplinary community health care centers that the Premier is talking about, which we've got quite a number around the province, something that we've been arguing we need to increase the numbers since 2014 when I was first elected. But no, these are urgent care centers where people without doctors who can't access their doctors can go when they need, otherwise would go to the ER, go there. Go there. That's an investment because they'd have to be established, Madam Speaker. That's an investment, and they're desperately needed. Dr. Yogi Segal here at an ER doctor at the Chalmers in Fredericton has proposed that others have around the province from the medical community and the nursing community. So there would be a good investment with money from the surplus, Madam Speaker, an actual investment, and it wouldn't create problems down the line, only benefits. So I don't understand, Madam Speaker, why the Premier thinks he can cut this much out of our revenue without creating even more challenges in terms of serving, protecting, empowering New Brunswickers and providing them with the care and services that are desperately needed. It doesn't compute, as somebody said once, Madam Speaker. So this is going to be a big question, and it strikes me as odd, when these changes are made to taxation, that it's not in the context of some overall tax policy. The tax policy that seems to predominate is simply, well, tax is bad, tax cut's good. That's no policy. That's just pathetic rhetoric, Madam Speaker. The taxes we pay are the price of being a member of a civilized society, Madam Speaker. That's just what it is. We collectively contribute to support the services that protect both the most vulnerable and serve the overall common good. Straightforward. It's how we operate. It's the nature of our system of government, our society, and in fact, we go another step further, which is to say, with respect to taxes, that they need to be progressive. It's a way of redistributing wealth, Madam Speaker, when those who make more, who earn more, can afford to pay more. And so as you go up the tax brackets, you pay a greater proportion of taxes than people at the lowest tax bracket. It's about redistribution of wealth, because where does the wealth come from, Madam Speaker? It comes from hardworking New Brunswickers who generate the wealth in this province. And so they are the ones who don't benefit immediately in the way of their incomes like the CEOs of the companies they work for do. So we have a long tradition in our society, Madam Speaker, of redistributing wealth through the progressive taxation system, Madam Speaker. And here, once again, the Premier is changing it, or proposing to change it in this bill, and the Finance Minister seems to be going along with it, which is to make it more regressive, to remove one of the tax brackets. Madam Speaker. Make it less progressive. It's in the name of his party, Progressive Conservative, so it seems contrary to what they should be standing for as Progressive Conservatives. This isn't the Conservative Party of Canada, which is less than progressive. This is the Progressive Conservative Party of New Brunswick. So where's the progressiveness in that decision, that plan, Madam Speaker? I don't see it. I don't see it at all. We should have a discussion about tax policy, you know, you know, how do we better serve the common good with tax policy, Madam Speaker? All kinds of potential interesting changes can be made. There's been lots of discussion around green taxation, ecological taxation, taxation to create a juster economy, and so on, Madam Speaker. So let's have those debates so that changes made in the tax system are based on a vision for tax policy and what it's designed to achieve. And really, Madam Speaker, tax policy should be trying to achieve something. And these changes mostly are simply achieving a dramatic reduction in revenue to the provincial budget, which is going to create shortfalls for funding public services that badly need funding, and more funding than currently they have. So that's a concern, Madam Speaker. I think that the explanations that the Finance Minister and the Premier provided are wanting. And we've tried this experiment before, and we've seen how it failed. It didn't work. What Sean Graham did when he was Premier, and the assessment of it years later by the likes of the Financial Post were he erred because he didn't have any mechanism. He ignored the advice of Jack Mintz. He didn't have any mechanism to replace the revenue that the tax cuts were eliminating. Hence, deficits. Deficits. This Premier is supposed to be the Premier who slays deficits and pays down the debt, Madam Speaker, but he seems to be I don't know, have a changement de cap and change of direction in terms of his thinking on that. And is he actually prepared now to lay the groundwork for future deficits with this $100 million cut out of the budget for next year? $100 million in revenue just eliminated? Is that what he's prepared to do? Is the Finance Minister prepared to support that and support the march of deficits into the future, putting debt back on, increasing the debt that we have, Madam Speaker, undoing what the Premier likes to claim, I imagine, is one of his biggest legacies. And I say legacy because, I guess one of the interpretations, Madam Speaker, is he's decided he's going to retire, so he wants to leave these tax cuts behind so he can say he cut taxes. Because we're trapped in this twilight zone, Madam Speaker, where tax policy doesn't go beyond taxes bad, tax cuts good. I mean, it's infantile, really. That is, in the absence of any serious discussion on tax policy and what tax policy is supposed to achieve. So, Madam Speaker, interestingly enough, the other thing this bill is intended to do is give much greater tax breaks to people in the higher tax brackets than those in the lower. And again, regressive. Madam Speaker. It's not like people in the higher tax brackets can't afford to live. There are, however, lots of people in the province who actually can't afford to live, who are living check to check, who are trying to eke out an existence on income assistance, Madam Speaker, trying to eke out an existence on minimum wage or multiple minimum wage jobs, Madam Speaker, who can't meet their bills, who are scared to death that without a rental cap on rent increases, they're going to face, or they are facing tax or rent increases that they can't afford, so they'll be out of their apartments, Madam Speaker. And my gosh, if you get sick, everyone's fearful about whether or not you're going to get the kind of timely access to health care you need. I mean, once you get into the system and see our doctors and nurses, well, they do a great job, even when they're stretched, as they are, Madam Speaker. They do a great job for people, but the system is what's the problem. The other day in Moncton, yesterday, there were 12 ambulances at the city hospital, 12 ambulances lined up, waiting to get their patients seen. 12 ambulances. It's extraordinary. Not only is that a problem for the patients in those ambulances in terms of them getting access to health care in a timely manner, but of course it ties up all those ambulances, 12 of them, which means they're not available for emergencies otherwise. They're just stuck, parked, taken out of the system. And that means when there is an emergency, ambulances have to be drawn away from other distant places, leaving those places unprotected by ambulances. Because that's the kind of system we've got, Madam Speaker, and we know it's not working. Myself and many of my colleagues, both in our party and official opposition, have talked about this over and over and over and over again, that system of dispatching ambulances we've got is not serving New Brunswickers well, and now it's kind of reached a crisis point with the blockages at the hospitals. So there are lots of needs. There's lots of need for increased budgets, Madam Speaker, in health care, in affordable housing, in addressing poverty, in addressing consequences of the climate crisis, of a destabilizing climate. But when you start cutting $100 million out of your budget to begin with, you got to say, well, does the Premier and his cabinet not see those things as priorities? Why does he and his cabinet colleagues think that we can afford to take $100 million out of the budget? The budget needs to expand. And they can play around with the surplus, so in the moment, in the year in question, that it looks like it's all going to balance out, Madam Speaker, but those tax cuts will be there the year after and the year after and the year after and the year after. Those revenue cuts, that $100 million, will be gone year in and year out, year in and year out, when we need it. Clearly, it would be different, Madam Speaker, if we weren't facing multiple crises, which we are. It's a perfect storm when you look at it. Everywhere you look, as I said in my reply to the throne speech, it seems like things are broken when it comes to the services the government are providing. And here to take $100 million out of the ability to provide or improve those services, Madam Speaker, that's just inexplicable, really. So think about our long-term care homes, the nursing homes, special care homes. Special care homes need to come up to the level of nursing homes in terms of the funding. They need to be capped like nursing homes so that people aren't having to pay upcharges in special care homes. People are sitting in hospitals, Madam Speaker, seniors, frail elders who are still in hospitals because they can't, while there are beds in special care homes, can't afford the upcharges. Can't afford the upcharges. So that's why they're still languishing in hospital beds. So it doesn't make any sense that we know recruitment and retention, like in the healthcare system, the long-term care system, is a huge problem, and a significant part of that is the wages, is the benefits, is the working conditions, Madam Speaker, and in the end, who pays? The staff pay in trying to work at a pace and over the hours that become inhumane, and the residents, in the case of long-term care homes, or patients in the case of the healthcare system, they pay because of difficulty in accessing the care. I used a simple example during question period, Madam Speaker, which was in nursing homes, residents are eligible to bathe once a week. Now, who bathes once a week? You know, that's like what my mom did when she was, 6 years old on the farm, and they had to fill a tub with hot water that they hauled the water from the well down by the barn. Everybody took a bath in the seawater. So, yeah, that's right. And if you had she didn't have a big family, but if you had a big family, like my mother-in-law, my mother just had a brother, so there was the two of them, but my mother-in-law came from a much larger family, yeah, you had to reuse the water. So, one bath, one chance to bathe in a week. Like, as my mother said when she entered the nursing home, and she's probably watching, hi Mom, that's inhumane, really, when you think about it. Get to bathe once a week? And it's no fault of the nursing homes or the staff. It has to do with the resources they have and the staffing levels they have to be able to handle. And it applies to everyone. You know, whether you've got a nursing home resident who is able to bathe themselves or whether they need help. So that's just a simple example, Madam Speaker. That has nothing. That doesn't say anything about the actual direct care, but in terms of just quality of life, think about it. Bathing once a week and that's it. How do you feel after 6 days of not bathing? Not good. Not good at all, Madam Speaker. And there's so many other issues, around the work that staff do in nursing homes and special care homes to try and ensure that residents have the best quality of life possible, but they can't do anything about that rule. One bath a week, bathe once a week. So, Madam Speaker, I could make a very long list of the needs. We see them every day in our constituency offices, Madam Speaker, that our constituents bring to us, often in desperation, and that should be informing what we come back to the House with in terms of what kinds of budgetary changes need to be made, what kind of systemic changes to the budget are necessary. And to cut $100 million out of the budget only makes that harder to try and address those pressing needs that our constituents bring to us. So I don't know what the caucus discussion was like about this, Madam Speaker. Maybe it didn't get past taxes bad, tax cuts good. Maybe that was it. Maybe it just got chanted like that. I don't know. But surely, to goodness, as legislators and as elected representatives, we need to take a more thoughtful approach, more reasonable approach to questions of tax policy, and really ask ourselves, well, what is the point of modifying tax regimes, Madam Speaker? What is the point? What is it going to achieve? Or what are the consequences of doing it? It doesn't seem like those things have been well examined. We will find out more in committee, Madam Speaker, as we question the Minister about it. Hopefully, we find out more. We won't have likely the benefit of witnesses, as other legislatures do, to help inform the questioning of the members of the committee, Madam Speaker, which is always very helpful. That would require a motion of this House to act on the precedent that was set for the Child Welfare Committee, Child Welfare Act consideration by committee, by the Standing Committee on Economic Policy. It would be nice if we just changed the rules, Madam Speaker, so that, and that's what this legislature has the ability to do, change the rules. Change the rules so that whenever the committee deems it helpful, that is the Standing Committee on Economic Policy, that witnesses could be called. It's we're outliers when it comes to that, Madam Speaker. We are outliers. I don't know why government after government has said, no, we don't want committees to have that kind of insight, to be able to gain those kinds of insights from witnesses. Because why? Because the government members might come up with some thinking, independent thinking, that's different than their leader. Perhaps that's it. Perhaps that's it, but that's really how the system is supposed to work in committee, Madam Speaker. I mean, committees are the one place where citizens should be able to interact with us outside of our offices in the Legislative Assembly or in the committee room on a regular basis. And that's so often just not the case, Madam Speaker. So at committee, of course, we'll have lots of questions. I'm sure we'll propose some amendments, some reasonable amendments to this bill, Madam Speaker. But I just predict a number of years from now, the Financial Post or one of the other financial newspapers or journals will say the same thing they said about Premier Sean Graham. They'll say that Premier Blaine Higgs erred. He erred when implementing income tax cuts because he didn't have any way of funding it with revenue from other sources, and that resulted in deficits. And people always say, well, you got the benefit of hindsight. Well, we have the benefit of hindsight. We know what happens when you do exactly that, when you don't fund reduction in taxes, Madam Speaker, and that's where we're headed. And that, along with the other reasons I gave here, is why certainly I can't support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Shediac-Bedia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to start in a weird way. I'm going to speak to the Minister of Social Development, because every time I stand up to speak in here, she told me she always enjoys a good debate. And I must say, so far, and that's why I like to talk to her, because she can go past the name-calling and all that stuff. And I must say right now, question period, I believe my questions were sincere and her answers were sincere as well. And she taught me through the years to appreciate a good debate. Because I know when we speak in here, sometimes, Madam Speaker, they like what we say. Sometimes we like what they say. That's not debatable. I didn't say always, I said sometimes. We don't let it show because people would think we were weak if we admit that somebody has a good idea. We do that in here. So that's why the Minister of Social Development likes a good debate, because we don't have to answer, in here. All we ask is, get what we say and think about it, because you can say whatever you want to anybody in the world. You cannot lie to yourself. So at the end of the day, we're alone with our thoughts, our principles, our feeling. We look ourselves in the mirror. So that's what we have to do. And I have, in my case, it's weird because I'm probably the person who knows most people in here, because I know them. We used to laugh and cry together. Well, they laughed and I cried, but that's neither here nor there. But, I cannot promise I'm not going to cry today. Who knows? But the thing is, there's a reason why people chose us to be in here. And I don't believe there's bad people here. I don't believe in that. I know I'm not on the subject right now, but this is my introduction. I also...
We're this close to a point of order.
Oh, well, it would be the nicest spot I ever got, because I don't think I'm attacking anybody. But what I'm saying is, everybody who's in here, you always get the same answer. When you get in politics, people ask you, why did you go in politics? The answer, no matter where you sit in this house, is to try to better my province or help the people. I'm sure you feel the same way. That's why you join. You join politics to try to help people in your area. I'm pretty sure of that. So that's why we're here. So at the end of the day, we're here to represent people. People who chose us to be here. Some longer than others, but still, we're here. So the questions we have to ask ourselves is, who needs help? Who needs help? And before I start, all I'm asking, I'm not asking for answers in it, I'm just asking everybody in here, do we really think people in New Brunswick who make $150,000 a year are the people that need the most help? I'm only asking that. Not pointing fingers, I'm not, because one thing I don't like, I don't know if it's a speech or a therapy, but one thing I don't like at all we do in here, when we don't have an answer for a question, we blame previous governments. Well, I never did that because it doesn't serve a purpose. So that's why I'm only asking the question. We're here to help people. Et maintenant, je vais passer en français. Pour la majeure partie de ma vie, pour la majeure partie de ma vie, Madame la Présidente, moi, je ne faisais pas un gros salaire. La première job que j'ai faite, j'étais moniteur de français, je faisais 10 000 $ par année. My first salary was $10,000 a year. I was a French monitor in school. That's what I did. Okay? Puis, les gens parlaient, ils disaient, on parlait du petit monde. On disait le petit monde. On a tout entendu ces expressions-là, du petit monde. On est du petit. Là, à un moment donné, j'ai réalisé, Colin, du petit monde, c'est moi, ça. Okay? Pour la majeure partie, là, à cette heure, je suis député, je fais un meilleur salaire que je faisais avant, mais pour la grande majeure partie de ma vie, j'étais considéré, entre guillemets, comme du petit monde. Ça veut dire, that means people who don't make a lot of money. Du monde ordinaire. Joe Sixpack. Call it what you want. So, la majeure partie de ma vie, c'est ça que j'étais considéré. Okay? Puis, mais il y a une chose, quand je faisais cet argent-là, qui n'était pas des gros montants d'argent, okay, j'ai tout le temps été une personne heureuse, c'est pas ça le point, okay, j'ai jamais pensé me tourner vers les députés. C'était pas de quoi, j'ai jamais pensé me tourner vers les députés. Okay? Mais ces gens-là, on n'est pas obligé de se tourner vers les députés. C'est ces gens-là. On doit être ici pour ces gens-là. Moi, je dis tout le temps aux gens, si vous n'avez pas besoin d'aide, demandez-en pas. Je ne suis pas certain que le monde qui font dessus de 142 000 $ ont besoin d'aide. OK? Bien là, tout de suite, avec ce projet de loi-là, c'est eux autres qu'on va aider le plus. Puis c'est difficile à prendre parce que, tantôt, mon collègue de Kent-Nord a mentionné le salaire minimum. Bien là, le ministre est parti, mais tu sais, le salaire minimum ici est à monter, oui, mais pour le seuil de la pauvreté, le salaire minimum, c'est 21 $ de l'heure, si tu calcules. Dépendamment de si tu restes au Nouveau-Brunswick, c'est considéré entre 41 000 et 45 000 $. Donc, même si le salaire minimum est rendu à 14 chèques, on est loin du seuil de la pauvreté. Et si on mêle avec ça le prix des loyers, le prix des appartements, le prix de l'essence, mon collègue de Chupagan, le mec Miscou, il disait le pot de confiture à Chupagan a quasiment doublé. Bien, pour les gens que le salaire n'a pas doublé, quand tout double quasiment, ça devient de plus en plus difficile. Fait, la question est vraiment simple. Il faut qu'on se pose la question, on est ici pour aider qui? Bien, nous autres, on pense que, encore une fois, la classe moyenne a été oubliée. Et la classe moyenne, c'est les gens qui produisent, c'est les gens qui exécutent, c'est les gens qui construisent, c'est les gens qui nous donnent des produits de consommation. Je sais que ça a déjà été mentionné, mais je pense que plus de personnes qui le mentionnent, le plus qu'on a de chances que ça se rende dans les oreilles des gens qui décident. Donc, on a besoin de ces gens-là. Et la moindre des choses qu'on pourrait faire, pour le souligner, ça serait de leur montrer des signes positifs. Bien là, tout de suite, avec ce qui s'est passé dans le projet de loi, on n'est pas en train de leur montrer des signes positifs, Madame la Présidente. On est en train de leur dire, vous faites pas le montant, vous faites pas 142 000 $, mais regarde, c'est ça que c'est, puis c'est ça qu'on encourage. Et ça m'amène à un point, les choses qu'on parle jamais. Il y a quelqu'un ce matin, je me rappelle plus qui a parlé d'anxiété. L'anxiété existe. L'anxiété, que ce soit pour les loyers qui ne sont pas abordables, si tu n'as pas eu une hausse de loyer, tu as peur que ça arrive, tu vis dans l'anxiété. Surtout si tu es une personne à revenu fixe. Donc, cette anxiété-là, elle existe, ici au Nouveau-Brunswick. Et puis, ce qui est arrivé ce matin, ça montre encore une fois ce niveau d'anxiété-là que, oh mon Dieu, moi je fais 40 000 $, tant que ce gouvernement-là est là, je n'aurai pas moyen d'avoir d'aide, je ne pourrai pas avancer dans la vie. C'est ça le message qu'on a envoyé aux gens. OK? Et ça devient de plus en plus difficile de choisir un métier parce que tu te dis, même si j'aime faire ça, je vais être obligé de choisir d'autres choses qui me payent plus, parce que sinon, au Nouveau-Brunswick, si je ne gagne pas un certain montant de salaire, ça veut dire que le gouvernement ne respectera pas ce que je fais. Donc, c'est très important, Madame la Présidente, de prendre soin du monde. Puis, tout de suite, je peux vous dire qu'il y a beaucoup de monde qui souffre. Et lorsqu'on fait des annonces, il y a eu beaucoup d'annonces faites dernièrement, lorsqu'on fait des annonces, ici au Nouveau-Brunswick, on présente des annonces, on nomme des montants d'argent. Mais dans l'histoire de notre province, il n'y a jamais autant eu de personnes dans les rues. Il n'y a jamais autant eu de personnes âgées pognées dans les lits d'hôpitaux ou dans les corridors d'hôpitaux parce qu'il n'y a pas assez de main-d'œuvre dans les foyers de soins pour les accueillir. Il n'y a jamais eu tant d'étudiants qui ont de la misère à se payer des appartements, même ceux-là qui font des stages. Les stages ne sont pas rémunérés. Donc, si tu vas à une université, que ce soit à Moncton, Fredericton ou n'importe où, tu vas à une université, surtout à Moncton, tu payes ton appartement là, mettons tu as un stage ailleurs, on dit à Hamilton, il faut que tu payes un appartement là et tout. Bien, ces deux appartements-là coûtent extrêmement cher. Fait que tout de suite, toutes les choses que je suis en train de mentionner, qui ont rapport avec l'ancienneté qui existe au Nouveau-Brunswick, ça existe. Et tout de suite, j'ai l'impression des fois, on fait des annonces, puis c'est fine, mais le résultat ne se rend pas sur le terrain. On ne le voit pas tout de suite. Parce que dans l'histoire de la province, vous êtes plus jeune que moi, Madame la Présidente, mais dans l'histoire de la province, des tent cities, moi, quand je grandissais, ça n'existait pas, là. Okay, des gens qui vivent dans les tentes, ça n'existait pas. Tu te promènes sur la Main, mettons, si tu vas, mon collègue de Moncton Centre, ici, tu te promènes sur la Main, à la ville de Moncton, des gens qui sont assis, qui n'ont pas de place à rester, qui sont prises avec des problèmes de santé mentale, souvent qui vont mener ou qui sont le résultat de l'addiction. Ça n'a jamais existé comme ça existe aujourd'hui. Puis ça, ce n'est pas une affaire de partisanerie politique, c'est un fait. Les affaires que je suis en train de mentionner, it's not to try to make people look bad, it's just a fact. In 2022, what I'm talking about exists. That's all I'm saying. Pas en train de blâmer personne, il y a des facteurs extérieurs, mais ça existe. Donc, on ne peut pas le nier. Une des affaires que j'avais parlé aussi, c'était, on a parlé de refuges, de shelters. Bien, on parle d'argent ici, on parle de taxes, on parle d'argent. La requête numéro 1 de ces personnes-là qui veulent utiliser les refuges à moins 30 degrés, c'est d'avoir un garde de sécurité. Bien, c'est 8 millions, c'est pas un gros montant d'être capable de payer des gardes de sécurité, c'est ça qu'ils veulent. Parce qu'après l'annonce, il y a un gars qui a passé à la TV, ça fait 4 ans qu'il est dans les rues, OK? Il a dit, je ne vais pas aller dans les refuges, même avec l'annonce, parce que s'il n'y a pas de garde de sécurité, j'ai déjà été dans les refuges, je me suis fait attaquer. Donc, il s'est fait voler et aussi, la personne qui faisait l'entrevue à la télévision, elle a aussi dit qu'il y avait de la drogue qui circulait dans ces refuges-là. Souvent, comme j'ai mentionné un petit peu auparavant, lorsque tu es pris avec des défis de santé mentale et tu arrives à l'addiction, ben il y a de la drogue, il y en a tu tombes dans l'abus de substances, il y a de la drogue qui se passe dans ces refuges-là aussi. Donc, un exemple que des fois, c'est pas tout le temps l'argent, c'est la façon de penser. Okay? Ben, mettre quelqu'un là qui protégerait ces personnes-là pourrait régler le problème. Puis on ne parle pas de 8 millions ici. Ça, ce que je suis en train de dire là, si on écoute la population, si on écoute les gens concernés, si on écoute les gens sur le terrain qui travaillent là-dedans, ils nous donnent ces réponses-là. Puis ça, c'est une réponse, puis je suis content parce que la ministre, justement, du Développement social m'a dit qu'elle va revenir avec une réponse là-dessus. C'est pour ça que je vous dis qu'il y a beaucoup de gens au Nouveau-Brunswick qui ont besoin d'aide. Mais là, qu'est-ce que tu entends? Que tu es récompensé si tu fais 142 000 à 162 000. Pour la grosse majorité de la population de Nouveau-Brunswick, ces chiffres-là, c'est un rêve. Those numbers are a dream. Sorry, I'm making you sleepy over there. Okay, it's all right. For people, $142,000, it's a dream. It's like a dream. And I represent a place in New Brunswick, in Dieppe, where there's a lot of people making a lot of money. But the particularité des gens de Dieppe, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de ces gens-là qui, comme moi et plusieurs qui arrivent de d'autres places, qui ont déménagé à Dieppe. Fait qu'il y a encore une connexion avec leur milieu rural. Il y a encore une connexion à avoir grandi dans des foyers, dans des maisons, où est-ce que 142 000 piastres, ça n'existait pas. OK? Fait que la particularité de Dieppe, c'est que ça, on a des gens qui arrivent, ils savent qu'est-ce que c'est, ils ont vu la pauvreté dans les régions rurales, ils sont encore sensibles à ça, et je suis certain qu'ils seraient d'accord avec moi que de dire ceux-là qui méritent une récompense et ceux-là qui font 142 et 162 000, ben on se questionnerait. Il y a même un propriétaire d'une équipe de basketball, à un moment donné, aux États-Unis, il devait être un démocrate, qui a dit « ça me dérange pas de payer des taxes ». Il dit « je fais des millions et des millions et des millions, même si je paye mes taxes, je fais une belle vie ». Notre société tient à ça. On a une population vieillissante. Qu'est-ce qu'on a besoin pour garder les soins de santé, pour essayer de recruter, pour essayer de retenir des infirmiers et des infirmières? On a besoin des salaires pour les retenir. Ces salaires-là viennent de nos taxes. OK? Puis là, tout de suite, ceux-là qui ont le moyen de fournir, bien, viennent d'être aidés à moins le faire. Donc, ça n'améliorera pas la situation. Aussi, qu'est-ce qu'est le message qu'on envoie? Qu'est-ce qu'est le message qu'on envoie aux gens du Nouveau-Brunswick? Qu'est-ce que les gens retiennent de cette annonce-là, de ce projet de loi-là? Qu'est-ce que les gens retiennent? 142 000, c'est maintenant ça, la barre. Qu'est-ce qu'est la solution? C'est pour ça que je pose la question aux gens en face. That's why I'm asking each and every member over there, when they're alone, just think about that. Do we really think that people that need the most help in New Brunswick right now are people making between $142,000 and $162,000 a year? That's it. So just ask yourself that question. They don't have to say anything here. Just that's it. That's the whole point here. And like I said, everybody in here, in their own writings, everybody in here has seen suffering, right? This is true, and it's not a jab. It's not a jab. It's just a reality. No matter how rich your writing might be, no matter where you live, you've seen people down on their luck everywhere in the province of New Brunswick. My colleague said in Caracat, very rural region, you start to see the same problems in places like that. People without places, il n'y a pas de place à rester. Ben, ça n'existait pas avant, ça. Okay? Ça, c'est des nouveaux problèmes. Et encore une fois, ce n'est pas une question de mettre le blanc, c'est des nouveaux problèmes, c'est une nouvelle réalité ici au Nouveau-Brunswick. Il y a beaucoup de gens dans la misère. Donc, puis là, je sais que ça sonne comme un cri du cœur que je suis en train de faire là, mais c'en est un. C'en est un. C'est vous autres qui avez le pouvoir de décider. Vous êtes majoritaires. C'est vous autres qui va lancer ce point-là à la population. En appuyant ce projet de loi-là, ce que vous êtes en train de dire aux gens, 142 000 $, c'est la barre. Puis il y a beaucoup de sujets. Hein? Les gens, qu'est-ce qui a besoin d'aide? Qu'est-ce qui a besoin d'aide, mettons, si on pense aux gens qui ne sont pas dans la rue, si on pense, qui c'est d'autre que les jeunes professionnels qui n'ont pas moyen de se payer des loyers, qui c'est d'autre qui a besoin d'aide? Les personnes âgées au Nouveau-Brunswick, qui est le nombre de personnes qui grandit le plus, on a une province vieillissante, ces gens-là sont sur des revenus fixes. Je peux vous garantir, combien de personnes pensez-vous ici, des personnes âgées au Nouveau-Brunswick, qui ont fini de travailler et gagnent plus que 142 000 $? Il n'y en a pas. Bon, je demande un monsieur d'expérience en arrière. Il n'y en a pas. I didn't want to say he was old, but il n'y en a pas. OK? Ben, ces gens-là auraient besoin d'aide parce que, one thing we cannot deny as well, that seniors who are living in apartments, if their rent goes up by $400, leur salaire ne va jamais égaliser ça. Ben ça, c'est les gens qui ont besoin d'aide. Tantôt, il y a eu une mention, je pense que c'est le collègue de Kent ou de Kent-Nord qui a mentionné les mères monoparentales qui doivent faire 2 jobs. Okay? Ça veut dire si t'es puis il y en a beaucoup. Il y en a beaucoup. Des parents uniques, que ce soit des hommes ou des femmes, mais je pense que c'est majoritairement des femmes, des mères monoparentales, qui doivent travailler 2 fois plus. Premièrement, ça enlève du temps de qualité, probablement le temps le plus important dans la vie d'un enfant, d'avoir la chance d'élever l'enfant, de passer du temps, de créer des liens de bonheur, à part la personne va passer la majeure partie de son temps à travailler, peut-être 60 heures et plus par semaine. Notre collègue ici de Caracat doit jongler avec cette réalité-là, d'avoir un enfant à Caracat. Des fois, il faut qu'elle l'amène ici. C'est une réalité. La différence, ma collègue, le salaire qu'elle fait, c'est pas tous les parents monoparentaux qui ont la chance de le faire, si on se dit la vérité. Donc, ça, c'est encore d'autres gens qui auraient besoin d'aide. D'autres personnes qui ont besoin d'aide, on en a parlé ici en Chambre une couple de mois passés, on a des personnes âgées dans les corridors d'hôpitaux. Ça, c'est des gens qui auraient pu être aidés par le gouvernement. On a des gens qui sont pognés dans les corridors d'hôpitaux, qui ont été libérés médicalement de l'hôpital. Il y a une politique, à ce qu'on me dit, qui fait que quand ils ont été libérés, s'ils restent à l'hôpital, je peux comprendre des décennies passées, pour éviter la surutilisation d'hôpital, on leur chargeait un prix. Mais là, ils sont pris dans les hôpitaux, c'est pas parce qu'ils veulent rester à l'hôpital, ils n'ont pas de place à y aller. Il n'y a personne, les soins ne sont pas les mêmes qu'ils pourraient recevoir dans un foyer de soins. On les tourne pas quand c'est le temps de les tourner. On les marche pas, donne pas une marche quand ce serait le temps de leur donner une marche, comme c'est fait dans un foyer de soins. Il y en a qui me disent que leurs grands-parents rentraient à l'hôpital, ils étaient là 1 mois. Quand il est rentré, il marchait. Quand il est sorti, il marchait peu. Okay? Ça, c'est d'autres gens qui auraient besoin d'aide. C'est toutes des choses que ce gouvernement-là a choisi de ne pas faire. Et plutôt, il a choisi d'aider des personnes qui, encore une fois, 142 000, je vais le dire souvent, parce que c'est un rêve pour beaucoup de gens. Et on parle du salaire minimum. Okay? Là, je vois que le ministre est revenu. On parle du salaire minimum qui a été monté, c'est bien. Puis là, je veux juste le dire parce que là, il est présent dans la salle. Pour le seuil de pauvreté, je vous rappelle, c'est 21 piastres. Si on se fie à ce qu'on a entendu. Donc, ça, c'est toutes des choses qui peuvent être faites. C'est toutes des choses qu'on peut viser. Il commence à avoir... puis mon collègue de Kent, lui, l'a mentionné. Il y a des gens qui décident de travailler ou pas parce que tu vas travailler au salaire minimum, mais tu es loin d'arriver. Fait qu'est-ce que tu fais? Puis tout le monde au Nouveau-Brunswick, dans la société canadienne, dans la société qu'on vit au Nouveau-Brunswick, tout le monde, ça ne me dérange pas d'où vous venez ou qui vous êtes, tout le monde devrait avoir accès aux mêmes rêves, aux mêmes possibilités, remplir les mêmes ambitions. Okay? Mais tout de suite, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Ça devient de plus en plus dur à monter et c'est là que quand on dit qu'il commence à avoir un écartement entre la classe moyenne, entre les gens qu'on considère du petit monde, que j'ai été pour la plus grande majeure partie de ma vie. L'écart entre le petit monde et les riches ne fait que s'agrandir. Ça fait qu'est-ce que ces gens-là sentent? C'est qu'ils ne peuvent pas avancer. C'est pas accessible pour eux. Mais peu importe le montant de travail qu'ils vont mettre, avec les efforts qu'ils doivent faire pour se rendre à payer ce qu'ils ont à payer, pour eux autres, tout de suite, un projet de loi comme ça éloigne encore plus ce rêve-là. Et c'est-tu ça qu'on veut? Encore une fois, la question qu'on pose, est-ce que c'est ça qu'on veut? Aussi, puis là, je veux que ce boursier réfléchisse à ça. On a parlé, puis je ne sais pas si mon collègue de Bathurst West, Beresford en a parlé, mais on parle qu'on va attirer du monde à l'extérieur de la province ici, que ce projet de loi-là va attirer du monde de l'extérieur de la province. Mais là, on est en train de dire, parce que 142 000 piastres au Nouveau-Brunswick, puis 142 000 piastres à Toronto, c'est pas la même chose. Okay? Il n'y a personne qui va s'ostiner là-dessus. Bien là, on est en train de dire qu'on veut amener du monde qui font ce salaire-là à déménager ici. Venez déménager au Nouveau-Brunswick. Bien ça, c'est ça. On est en train, encore une fois, d'agrandir l'écart. Avec une pensée comme ça, on est encore en train d'agrandir l'écart entre le petit monde et les gens qui ont de l'argent. On se dit, on veut amener du monde qui gagne ces salaires-là ici. Il va y en avoir encore plus d'eux autres. Eux autres vont avoir plus de break. Puis nous autres, ben, on va rester à la même place. Pour moi, le côté social de notre province est vraiment important. Je pense encore qu'on vit dans la plus belle province, dans le plus bel endroit au monde, c'est la province du Nouveau-Brunswick. Puis pour le peu de temps qu'on est ici, on a une responsabilité. Et moi, je pense que la plus grande responsabilité qu'on a, c'est la responsabilité sociale. On a le moyen ici, avec une plume. On est des gens civilisés. On n'est pas obligé de se rendre à la guerre ici. Avec une plume, on a le moyen d'améliorer le sort des gens. Et là, par des concours de circonstances probablement incontrôlables, on a de l'argent en banque pour le faire. J'ai énuméré à peu près dizaines de différents genres de personnes qu'on peut aider. Bien, dans la liste de priorités de ces dizaines de genres de personnes-là, je vais poser la question à mes collègues de ce bourg-ci. Sur la liste de priorités de ces dizaines-là, ailleurs ce qu'à figure les gens qui font 142 000 piastres dans la liste de priorités des gens qu'on devrait aider? Pour moi, c'est pas numéro 1. OK? Ben, c'est juste ça. C'est juste ça qu'on est en train de dire. OK? Ça fait que c'est vraiment important que les gens de l'autre côté retiennent ça parce que je le sais, justement, moi, le privilège de connaître, il me reste encore 5 amis de l'autre côté, levez pas la main, je ne veux pas vous mettre dans le trouble. OK? Les gens qui sont de l'autre côté, I know that colleagues from the other side, some did not all start with the same salary that they're doing right now. So we all had to start somewhere. I told you my story, $10,000 a year. That was it. I'm pretty sure if each and every one of you would start by saying how much you made when you started. I know people over there started businesses. They told me how many years you have to go without giving yourself a salary, right? That happened. So the best thing you had, if I continue to work hard, I have hope to make things better. I believe, without meaning anything bad, that this bill today is going to affect people in that situation right now, the situation we were all in when we started in life. And if you started better, I have nothing against people who are lucky enough to have good starts. Before my dad did politics, he was a teacher. My mom didn't work. So we started very humbly. So, and I know everybody in here could have to tell their story, they would say the same thing. So let's put ourselves back in that position. When we were in that position, how would we feel by hearing what we heard here today about this? That's it. All questions that we have to ask ourselves. Because at the end of the day, there will come a time that we have to vote on this. And I get it. People can work here. The beautiful thing about this is we can work, if we're lucky enough and work hard enough, sky's the limit. And that's good. Nothing against that. Mais pour un grand nombre de gens, pour toutes les raisons que j'ai nommées, pour toutes les situations que j'ai nommées, ce ciel-là sera jamais atteignable. Ça sera jamais atteignable. Et tout de suite, qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? Ben, on vient juste encore une fois de prouver les gens qui critiquent qu'est-ce qu'on fait ici. On vient juste de leur donner raison. En faisant ça, on vient de leur donner raison parce qu'on est en train de leur dire, well, on a quelqu'un qui est ici, on a une chambre ici à l'Assemblée législative, et puis ils ont le pouvoir de prendre des décisions. Puis là, tout de suite, ils ont choisi pas d'aider les gens qui sont dans les corridors d'hôpitaux, pas d'aider les gens qui sont dans la rue, pas d'aider les gens qui gagnent en dessous du salaire minimum acceptable, considéré le seuil de la pauvreté. On a décidé d'aider une couche de la population qui fait entre 142 et 162 000 piastres. Et puis, on encourage à d'autres gens qui font ce salaire-là de venir au Nouveau-Brunswick. Ça fait qu'on va juste agrandir l'écart encore plus. So, oui, ça s'appelle un cri du cœur. J'en appelle au côté humain de tous les collègues de l'autre côté, qui ont vécu des situations semblables eux-mêmes. Et moi, la différence, c'est que moi, je les connais, j'étais là. Ça fait que je sais qu'il y en a qui ont commencé, ils n'ont pas commencé à plus 30, ils ont commencé à 0. Il y en a de l'autre bord. J'en connais au moins 5-6 qui ont commencé à 0. Ils ont été obligés de se bâtir, ils ont été obligés de se créer un marché, ils ont été obligés d'aller étudier, ils ont été obligés, ils ont eu la chance de le faire. Là, maintenant, ben, tant mieux pour eux autres, ils sont rendus ici. Mais là, mes collègues, vous avez le pouvoir d'envoyer un message à la population de Nouveau-Brunswick que tout le monde compte. Tantôt, on a fait référence à Louis-J. Robichaud, chance égale pour tous. Qu'est-ce qui est arrivé avec les nombres de décennies? On a comme rendu, je ne sais pas, pour un concours de circonstances, je pense bien, on a chance égale pour tous, on l'a associé avec la langue, avec les Acadiens. Pas vrai, pas en tout. Chance égale pour tous, c'est que les taxes qui venaient ici à Fredericton étaient redistribuées partout dans la province également. C'était ça, chance égale pour tous. Parce qu'avant chance égale pour tous, il faut avoir une école de Nakawick qui recevait un poêle en bois, puis une école à Fredericton qui recevait un gymnase. C'était-tu fair puis égal pour tout le monde? Absolument pas. Chance égale pour tous. C'était pas une affaire de langue. Oui, ça a aidé les Acadiens dans la pauvreté, bien sûr, mais ça a beaucoup aidé le milieu rural du Nouveau-Brunswick à être capable d'avoir des écoles, à être capable d'avoir des hôpitaux, capable d'avoir accès aux mêmes choses que les gens qui vivaient dans les villes. Et là, une autre critique qu'on entend de plus en plus, c'est qu'avec ce qui se passe actuellement, il y a de plus en plus de centralisation de pouvoir au 6e étage ici. Dans une démocratie, la voix de plus en plus de personnes est censée compter. Mais là, tout de suite, je serais bien curieux, je n'ai pas une boule de cristal, mais je serais bien curieux de savoir qu'est-ce que les gens penseraient du projet de loi qu'on est en train de parler tout de suite. Puis quand je parle des gens, je vous parle de l'ensemble de la population du Nouveau-Brunswick qui est appelée à voter, d'habitude c'est à tous les 4 ans, on a rendu une élection avec tous les 6 mois quasiment, là, mais qu'est-ce que les gens, si toute la population était demandée de répondre à ce projet de loi-là, moi mon feeling, parce que je peux vous garantir que la grande majorité des gens ne gagnent pas les salaires qu'on a mentionnés qui vont être affectés par ce projet de loi-là. Donc, je serais bien curieux de savoir, mais moi, je pense sincèrement que la majorité de la population ne voudrait pas qu'on appuie ce projet de loi-là. Donc, pour toutes ces raisons-là, qui sont des raisons très nombreuses, ça revient à se regarder dans le miroir. Ça vient à se regarder dans le miroir. Do we really think, I'm going to ask the question again, do we really think, right now, that people making between $142,000 and $162 are people who need the help the most right now with the money we have available to help the population in New Brunswick? This is just a question we have to ask ourselves. And like the Minister of Social Development says, this is our job here. Our job here is to debate, respectful debate. So I hope some over there have been hearing what we're saying today, and if we're being completely honest right now, I know probably that every member over there is going to vote for the bill, and I'm not. J'en voudrais pas aux gens. Je sais comment ça marche. I'm not going to be mad. Not going to insult people. It's just our job, as much as we can, is to appeal to what we think as people and as individuals, what we think is best, and that's it. So that's why I'm just trying to, and that's my point. We have to ask ourselves that question. Do the people in that bracket right now who live in New Brunswick, are they the people that need the most help? And that's it. Après ça, quand vous êtes chez vous, when you're alone, we think about stuff like that. Because we take our jobs, no matter where you're sitting here, we all take our jobs seriously. So we have to think about those things. So those are the questions we have to wrestle with. I was making a joke when I started. I said, well, we laughed and cried together. I cried and you laughed, but it's a joke. But in poverty, la population acadienne, si je prends par exemple, I cannot pretend to know everybody as well, mais moi j'ai grandi dans un village acadien, dans une ville acadienne, OK? Ce que les Acadiens avaient, à un moment donné, dans la pauvreté, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont fait pour être capables de passer au travers? C'est le sens de l'humour. Okay? Le sens de l'humour a pu nous donner une raison de se lever le matin et être de bonne humeur. On a pu essayer de voir le côté positif de la vie. Puis à un moment donné, qu'est-ce qui est merveilleux? Puis en ayant voyagé la province beaucoup durant la dernière année, j'ai réalisé que ce n'était pas propre seulement aux Acadiens. That thing was also true not only in Acadian places in New Brunswick, but places like Granby Westfield, places like Nakawik, places everywhere. People in New Brunswick have a good sense of humor. Because at the end of the day, we all love each other. I don't care where you come from, I don't care where you are. Well, not you, it's up for debate. But everybody in New Brunswick, we all respect each other, we all love each other. I learned that during the past year, okay? So, one day in the 60s, yes, one day, a person stood up and said, it's going to be equal opportunity for everybody. So if you live in a rural part of New Brunswick, I don't care whether it's Miscou or Nakawik, like I said, if you have access to a hospital or a new school during those years, it was because people in this chamber decided to listen to people. And when they listened to people, we all could grow, and we've grown. And since then, of course, we're in here, so we try to point, you were bad, you were bad, you were bad. But wonderful things have been done in New Brunswick by all governments. Wonderful thing has been done because we listen to them. And right now, we're saying, if you don't make that much amount of money, it doesn't feel that important. So the only people who have the power to rectify that, to make sure we do things right, are sitting in this room. And that's all we're asking. We're asking people that are sitting in this room, when you go home, before that vote, think about that. We have the power to make things better. I don't think anybody, I visited 10 cities, it was not fun. People know I'm sensitive, it was not fun. I said, well, I'm one of 49 who can raise my voice in here and tell the people that we can help them. This is our chance. No, it's not coming. I won't give you satisfaction. But this is our chance. No, but people, like this morning, and I'm happy that the MLA for Alma is raising that point. I think he's one of my remaining friends over there, but I'm not going to assume. But like this morning was a good example of what I'm saying. I just try to be truthful here. I don't know how else to do it. I'll probably shorten my political career, but who cares? Okay? This morning, Minister of Finance, who always had a good relationship with him, stood up and said, hey, and then he got, this is, listen to me, I've been on stage a lot of time, this is the easiest place to get a standing ovation. All you have to do is say, you're bad, we're better, and everybody stands up. Only in here you can get that kind of gratification. This happens a lot in here, and then we take satisfaction because we spoke well, people applauded, people laughed, but we lose sight of what's really important. I am really happy the DTI minister was compelled to walk in here during the speech. Good. Yes. So, but joking aside, you all get what I'm saying, right? Yeah. Well, we'll send you the transcript. But what I'm saying in here is, we do that. Personally, I don't like it. I'm not perfect. I get myself, I chirp, I do that. I hate myself for doing it, but you know, it's not going to, I'm telling the truth, I sometimes get caught myself. And that's okay, because at the end of the day, you say, all right, well, sorry about that, and then we move on. But like this morning, what happened, we were talking about that same subject. And got a standing ovation, and everybody clapped, because, and if we're being completely honest, sometimes question period, no matter which side, doesn't go as well as we'd hope. I've lived it on both sides. And I know some did too, and sometimes, oh, you have a better question period, and sometimes, oh, it's not as well, okay? And you try to manufacture up energy, so you seem to say, hey, we ended on a good note, I got some applause. You remember, hey, see what I said? I said, oh, I shut him up. And sometimes you come up with good lines, I must say. People laugh and everything, but we should never lose sight of the fact that this is a part of this. I know some people out there like to watch UP and they like that kind of stuff, but we should never lose sight of the fact, that we are in here to represent the people, to help them as much as we can with real stuff, not this. I never wear a suit before I did politics, okay? But at the end of the day, this is what we're here for. And at the end of the day, after we each go home in our place, we're alone with ourselves and our thoughts and our families, we have to think about stuff like that.
Your heart's on the left side.
So,
Down on the right.
What, the only thing I'm saying, that's all.
He doesn't like those one-liners. Listen up, Keith.
Yeah, well, you know, to each his own in here. I'm only can speak for myself.
John Deere.
Well, yeah, that was a good sketch, but so I'm pretty sure you get what I'm getting at here. Moi, c'est sûr, regarde, pour les raisons que j'ai nommées, moi personnellement, je pourrais pas appuyer la motion pour les raisons que j'ai mentionnées. Mais de toute façon, je pense qu'ici, ça va être, puis je ne veux pas parler pour le Parti vert, là, mais je pense que ça va être unanime, si je me fie à ce que le chef et le député de Canada ont dit. Je pense que ça va être pas mal unanime de ce côté ici. C'est que notre seule chance, our only chance, is try to reach your heart. That's our only chance. Because you are a majority government, at the end of the day, you will have to decide, and those are the questions probably that when you get in your own ridings, and we all know how it works, you will probably have to answer some of these questions. So that's it. So let's try to do the right thing. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Recognize the member for Memram Cook, Tantramar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising today to speak to Bill 10, an act to amend the New Brunswick Income Tax Act. And a lot has been said on this bill so far today, and I'm going to add to it, Madam Speaker, because this bill raises major concerns about the path we are on and who this government is going to take care of in the province of New Brunswick. And Madam Speaker, we have seen inflation rates that are out of control. We have seen the cost of living rising. We have seen rents go up. We have seen the cost of food continue to go up. We have seen that it is getting harder and harder for those with the lowest incomes to make ends meet. And what that means, Madam Speaker, is that there are people who cannot afford housing. There are people who cannot afford to eat. There are people in our province who are being left behind, Madam Speaker. But does this bill take them into account? No. This bill is about giving tax breaks to the wealthiest, because the way this is set up, those making $40,000, for example, won't see anything back from this tax break. But those earning the most may see up to thousands of dollars, Madam Speaker. For someone earning $50,000, $42. I saw someone commenting online that, well, just keep my $42 and put it in the healthcare system. and Madam Speaker, $42 is about what a lot of the people in my riding of Memramcook-Tantramar would receive. The median income is $56,000 for a household in the Tantramar portion of the riding. And I looked at the New Brunswick Health Council divisions in the province, and so that looks at Tantramar. My riding being Memramcook-Tantramar. Memramcook is with Dieppe, and so it's a little harder to parse out. But 34% of households in Memramcook-Dieppe make below $60,000, Madam Speaker. I know that 15% in Tantramar make below $25,000 a year, Madam Speaker. 34% make between $25,000 and $60,000, Madam Speaker. So huge portions of the population that I represent and who have the lowest income will not benefit or will get $42 back, Madam Speaker. This is unacceptable. And at a time when inflation is hitting people the hardest, and it doesn't hit everyone equally, and we talk about huge issues. I talk about this often with the climate crisis, that not everyone is impacted equally by the climate crisis, Madam Speaker. So the most vulnerable, the people with the lowest incomes, people with disabilities, racialized people, Indigenous people, people, often women, seniors. There are categories of, there are different people that are impacted more, that are more vulnerable, Madam Speaker. And that is true when we look at inflation. And unfortunately, there's not always good data that takes into account things like race. But if we look at household incomes, we know that the impact of inflation is disproportionately hitting lower income households as they struggle to pay for food, to put gas in their car or their truck, especially those living in rural areas. But many people don't have access to transportation. Hopefully they live near public transportation, but if you live in New Brunswick, odds are you don't. And struggling to pay for housing, to pay for rent, and let alone home ownership. Paying for rent is out of reach for a lot of people, Madam Speaker, and we don't see a guarantee of a rent cap to protect tenants on the horizon. Who knows what's going to happen, but we know people are already receiving notices, Madam Speaker. But we know, again, that it's basically that as if people's disposable income has gone down because of the cost of everything, the inflation. And so essentially almost a 10% reduction in disposable income for the lowest income families in the country, Madam Speaker. And so we know that inequality is a major issue that we should be tackling, and instead of progressive taxation, we have this regressive approach and this seeming belief in trickle-down economics, and it is something we need to leave behind. But these neoliberal policies, this thinking from the past, this pretending to be laissez-faire, but we don't actually have I'm not advocating for this free market, but we don't actually have a free market. We see subsidies, we see help for corporations, Madam Speaker. So we know that there's this fantasy of trickle-down economics. Well, if we just help the rich get richer, and then they'll invest in capital, and then that'll create jobs, and then. Well, actually, Madam Speaker, one of the key things we see is that the money leaves the province, that the money gets invested in financial markets and just zooms around in the financial markets out of our economy, making the rich richer, and that it goes into tax havens, Madam Speaker. And so we don't see really targeted help for those that need it the most. We see the opportunity for the rich to get richer. And it is unacceptable. And as the leader of the Green Party, the member for Fredericton South said earlier, we've actually seen pretty much the same proposal come before under the Sean Graham government, and it wasn't successful, and it didn't account for where the revenue would come from, this lost revenue. And as we, for all intents and purposes, are likely heading into a recession, what is going to happen then, Madam Speaker? This is unwise. This is short-term thinking and very ideologically driven, and we shouldn't have a tax cut weighted towards those with the highest incomes benefiting more. Does this help seniors, Madam Speaker? Does this help youth? Does this help single parents who are struggling? Does this help those who need it the most? No, Madam Speaker. But that is what is needed. We need to ensure that we are taking care of those who need it most. And so it is very frustrating to see that is not the intent of this bill, and frankly not the intent of this government, and we don't see that laid out in this throne speech. And I had the chance to respond to the throne speech yesterday, Madam Speaker, and it's just leaving so many people behind. One of the, we hear the Premier regularly saying he's throwing out ideas, he's testing the waters, he's done that with some of the things he claims these are just ideas he's throwing out in the throne speech. One of the ideas he threw out yesterday was that this was about doctor recruitment. Well, Madam Speaker, first of all, not sure where these recruitment strategies are coming from, but Madam Speaker, we know that the Premier, as Finance Minister, was cutting doctor incentives to recruit them. So it doesn't add up. And, Madam Speaker, is this for New Brunswickers? Or is this to attract people to New Brunswick? I am very glad to have newcomers, to welcome new people to the province. I want to say bienvenue, welcome, Jalasi. It is great to have new people come to the province. However, this government doesn't seem to be responding quickly enough to the increased pressure and needs for the different systems we have, increased need for housing, increased need for healthcare support. And I don't think we have a problem right now attracting people to New Brunswick. So is this really about attracting people to New Brunswick, Madam Speaker? We are not struggling to increase the population of New Brunswick. That is happening on its own. We do not need to do a race to the bottom with this regressive taxation. We do not need to do a race to the bottom on taxation in New Brunswick. That is a choice, and a poor choice. And, as was highlighted, by the member who spoke before me. It is a choice that government can make, and because we don't have proportional representation, because the members on one side of the House have 100% of the power without having 100% of the seats, that means that it is their choice. But it is a choice that I disagree with. I do not support this regressive taxation policy. I would like to see something more progressive. Put the progressive back in the name of the party who has 100% of the power. It is unacceptable to be relying on this, and I look forward to seeing the answers in committee, to see, the minister try to defend this. We are seeing that those who are struggling the most are just being left behind, Madam Speaker, and it is unacceptable. And as MLAs, we see this. We hear from people who can't find housing, people who are struggling to make ends meet, people who are, maybe they're earning minimum wage, which is not near the living wage, and they just can't afford to live. And are they being helped by this bill? No, Madam Speaker, that is not the case. Those who need it the least are getting the most from this. And so, Madam Speaker, I think I've clearly laid out where I stand on Bill 10, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to Bill 10, and I will not be able to support this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Caracat.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci de me laisser l'occasion de parler sur ce projet. Ce qui me frappe jour après jour, c'est la déconnexion totale du gouvernement vis-à-vis le terrain ou les régions. J'ai peine à comprendre comment des choses comme ça peuvent arriver à répétition, en fait. Au début de l'entrée en poste de ce gouvernement conservateur, bon, il y a eu des décisions qui ont été prises qui ont mis la population en furie. Puis on pensait peut-être que, bon, ça allait être quelques éclats, mais ce qui me dépasse là-dedans, c'est que c'est fait à répétition. Puis il semble avoir comme... C'est comme si on devient un peu... pas habitué à ça, mais il y a tellement de décisions qui sont prises qui sont, selon moi, injustes. Parce que pour moi, ici, c'est quelque chose qui est injuste. Le fait que ce sont les mieux nantis, dans le fond, qui profiteraient de cette nouvelle manœuvre-là que vous proposez, c'est... Je résumerais ça en disant que c'est un gouvernement de riches qui travaille au bénéfice des riches. Puis ça ne me plaît pas beaucoup parce qu'on a besoin d'équité dans cette province plus que jamais. D'ailleurs, en période de questions, à chaque fois qu'on pose des questions, là l'espèce de mode, de l'autre bord, c'est que, on est terriblement... On divise la province. Ça a l'air que moi, quand je pose des questions, je divise la province. Voyons donc. Vos réponses et vos actes divisent la province. Pas les questions que je pose parce que les habitants de ma circonscription me demandent de poser des questions. Because we're supposed to make this government accountable. That's my job. That's my job to ask questions. And I think that I'm asking them in a respectful way. C'est vrai que des fois, j'ai un caractère fort, puis c'est vrai que des fois, tu sais, ma patience s'effrite, mais avec raison. Tu sais, si parfois je demande des questions par rapport à ma région, par rapport aux gens de la circonscription de Caracat, bien, ça adonne que la circonscription de Caracat, elle est dans le nord de la province, dans le nord-est. Là, on m'accuse de poser des questions pour diviser le nord et le sud. Ben, c'est de ma faute, moi, que géographiquement, je suis dans le nord-est. Je fais juste ma job. OK, de poser des questions. Automatiquement, les réponses du gouvernement, « Ah, vous êtes diviseurs, là, vous voulez diviser le Nord puis le Sud, ah, c'est une question linguistique. » Moi, je pose des questions pour défendre les gens de chez nous. OK? Puis des fois, j'ajouterais même que dans les réponses du gouvernement aux questions qu'on pose pour tout simplement connaître ce qui se passe sur le terrain, bien, j'ai l'impression que ces réponses-là sont la preuve d'un manque de substance. Tu sais, il y a un proverbe africain, je me rappellerai toujours, qui dit « Un baril plein ne fait pas de bruit ». Les barils sont sûrement pas pleins de l'autre bord, parce qu'à chaque fois qu'on parle, hey, c'est comme... On a de la misère à finir nos questions. Et non, je l'avais sur le cœur, je voulais vous le dire, Madame la Présidente. Je veux un principe d'équité et de justice, puis avec ce projet de loi-là, je ne vois pas cette équité-là et cette justice-là. Moi, je pense que ce sont les gens les moins fortunés qui devraient être le plus soutenus. C'est ça que j'aurais aimé voir. Mais là, selon des calculs rapides, les économies, disons, pour les gens qui font à peu près 40 000 $, les économies seraient zéro. Puis, hey, il y a un méchant paquet de monde qui fait 40 000 $, là. Et moi, tu sais, les autres, il va falloir qu'ils payent pour, tu sais, celui-là qui fait 30 000. 50 000, ils vont épargner 42 $. 100 000 $, ils vont épargner 421 $. Ça, c'est des calculs rapides, là. 250 000, ils vont épargner 1 703 $. Puis ceux-là qui font 500 000, ils vont quand même épargner 3 704 $. Tu sais, c'est immense. Ça, pour moi, ça saute aux yeux. Puis vous endossez tout ça, là. Vous endossez ça, que les moins fortunés vont être finalement ceux qui vont être coupés. Je sais que vous autres, là, vous le voyez comme si il va y avoir des épargnes. Vous autres, vous le voyez cet angle-là. Nous autres, on le voit de l'autre manière. On dit, tabarouette, c'est pas des épargnes, c'est comme les gens, les moins fortunés, ne sont pas assez soutenus. Puis je pense que ce qui rend ça encore... C'est comme en caractère gras, on dirait, tout d'un coup dans ma tête, là. C'est parce que ça survient dans une période très difficile pour la population. Tu sais, je me dis, ça se peut pas qu'ils ont sorti ça dans plein milieu du novembre 2022, où est-ce que l'inflation, le coût de la vie monte. Là, il y a des gens dans la rue, on a un manque de logement, on a des besoins d'investissement en santé, en éducation. Puis là, tout d'un coup, vous arrivez avec ça. C'est pour ça que je dis que je trouve qu'il y a une déconnexion. C'est soit que, il y a comme deux options dans ma tête. C'est soit que, vraiment, là, le gouvernement est déconnecté, puis il ne descend pas sur le terrain, puis qu'il est comme absent, là, complètement absent, ou c'est soit que c'est volontaire, puis que vous faites à semblant que vous êtes absent. Ça me fait trop penser... Moi, j'ai grandi sur une ferme, Madame la Présidente. Il faut que je fasse allusion à ça. Grandi sur une ferme. Je n'ai pas grandi sur une ferme, mais on a toujours eu des chevaux. Moi, je suis une fille de cheval. Oui, comme au discours du trône. Je suis une fille de cheval, puis depuis que je suis petite, on regarde nos chevaux en pension. Pardon. Moi, j'ai grandi à Chipagan, mais on garde nos chevaux en pension. On gardait nos chevaux en pension à la Mecque, OK, à la ferme Chiasson. Bon. Puis, on fait de l'équitation western puis anglais. Inquiétez-vous pas, là, je ne vais pas trop hors du sentier, là. Je reviens à votre projet de loi, là. Mais on faisait de l'équitation anglais, western, mais aussi on attelait les chevaux, OK? Puis on attelait ça comme une team, OK? 2 chevaux. Je ne sais pas si vous avez déjà fait ça, là. Vous mettez de l'attelage sur les chevaux, vous les avancez en avant du chariot, oui. Puis là, après, vous les reculez dans les manoirs, OK? Puis là, vous mettez les manoirs dans l'attelage, puis ça. Puis les chevaux, c'est des animaux qui sont extrêmement forts, extrêmement loyaux, mais qui sont quand même extrêmement nerveux, en tout cas pour certains. Puis un rien peut les distraire. Ça peut être un oiseau qui s'envole. Hey, là, un cheval peut trépigner facilement, OK? Fait que sur l'attelage, on leur met ce qu'on appelle des œillères. C'est des morceaux de cuir, là, qui fait comme ça, qui empêche le cheval d'avoir une vue périphérique. Parce que les chevaux, là, ça va pas en avant, ça va là, puis ça va très loin en arrière. Bien, on leur met des œillères, parce que ce qui se passe sur le côté, là, qu'il y ait, je sais pas moi, un chien qui arrive ou un oiseau, ou même les feuilles dans les branches, ça peut les distraire. Ça fait qu'en ayant des œillères, leur focus est en avant. Ils ne voient pas ce qui se passe sur le côté, puis c'est « ah ouais, par là ». Bien, c'est pareil comme vous autres. C'est pareil comme ce gouvernement-ci. C'est comme si vous avez des œillères. C'est comme si vous êtes comme pas conscient de la périphérie de ce qu'il y a comme chaque bord. Comment vous avez pu comme sortir ça? Ça, c'est un projet de loi de quelqu'un qui porte des œillères, comme les chevaux chez nous. Je ne veux pas vous comparer à des chevaux, c'est pas ça. Je vous compare au concept de se fermer les yeux sur les réels problèmes de la société. On a tellement besoin d'investissements tout de suite en santé, en éducation. Je pense au manque de logement, je pense aux besoins en santé mentale. Puis je pense aussi à la façon aussi dont sont répartis. Tu sais, l'argent. Il y a le fait que, bon, on a besoin de beaucoup d'investissements, puis il y a aussi le fait que les investissements qui sont faits, je ne suis pas certaine s'ils sont répartis de façon équitable sur l'ensemble du territoire non plus. Tu sais, il y a des gens qui sont plus isolés géographiquement, qui sont loin des centres urbains aussi, qui bénéficient peut-être pas de tous les investissements du gouvernement. Comme vous savez, il y a présentement, dans l'enveloppe de Canada-Nouveau-Brunswick, l'entente sur les infrastructures, 350 millions qui doivent être dépensés d'ici le 31 mars 2023. On en a parlé beaucoup. 31 mars, là, c'est dans 4 mois. Méchant paquet d'argent à dépenser en 3 mois. Puis pourtant, il y a des projets sur la table qui attendent d'être approuvés. Mais il faut que le gouvernement du Nouveau-Brunswick les soumette pour ça. OK? Mais le gouvernement du Nouveau-Brunswick, des fois, pourquoi il ne veut pas déposer ces projets-là? Est-ce que c'est parce qu'il doit peut-être mettre une part de son argent? Il doit peut-être mettre, je sais pas, un 25-30 % dans certains projets. Il préfère installer des projets que de mettre sa part. Est-ce que c'est ça? La question se pose. Mais tu sais, si je vous pose la question en chambre, c'est pas parce que je veux diviser le Nord et le Sud. C'est parce que je pose la question pour ma circonscription. OK? Donc, est-ce qu'on va aller faire ces investissements-là avec un surplus de 777 millions et des projets qui peuvent être développés? Le choix qu'on fait, c'est de faire sauver aux riches de l'argent sur les impôts. Je peux pas être d'accord avec ça, Madame la Présidente, je peux pas être d'accord avec ça dans un contexte comme celui-ci, mais même, je peux pas être d'accord avec ça sous un principe de justice et d'équité. Pour moi, ça tient pas debout, ça. Okay? On a tellement de besoins à travers la province, puis chez nous, par exemple, on a des grands besoins. Comme partout ailleurs, on a besoin de logements accessibles, abordables. C'est vrai ce que mon collègue de Béchediac-Dieppe nous a dit tout à l'heure. Il commence à avoir des personnes qui vont être dans la rue bientôt. Chez nous, là, puisqu'on est d'une région rurale puis que c'est quand même c'est très froid, on n'a pas souvent vécu ça, des personnes sans abri. Mais là, ça ne m'étonnerait pas qu'ils commenceraient à en avoir parce qu'il y a des gens tout de suite qui restent, par exemple, dans des roulottes. OK? Je reçois des messages là, qui me disent « Garde, moi, j'héberge quelqu'un pour qui j'ai beaucoup de sympathie, mais bientôt, je ne pourrai plus le faire, puis cette personne-là va se retrouver dans la rue. » T'sais, il y a beaucoup. Il y a tellement un besoin criant en logement, puis pas juste à Moncton, Saint-Jean-Fredericton. Imaginez, il y en a un chez nous, à Caracal. Tellement besoin de logement. Dans mon bureau de circonscription, puis on en parle souvent, mais c'est les dossiers de développement social, c'est peut-être 3/4 de ce qu'on fait. Tellement de besoins. Puis là, vous annoncez la construction de quelques logements, mais c'est pas suffisant. Chez nous, il y a dans la péninsule, puis là, je vais dire les chiffres de mémoire, je m'excuse si ce n'est pas exactement les bons chiffres, mais il y a 735 logements dans la péninsule. Puis, il y a une liste d'attente d'à peu près 1000 noms. Mais 1000 noms, là, c'est comme... On met un nom, mais ça c'est un nom pour toute la famille, là, tu sais. Ça veut dire que c'est peut-être plusieurs milliers de personnes qui sont sur la liste d'attente. Ça fait que là, je me dis, même si on construit 10 logements ici, puis 15 logements ici, comment est-ce qu'on va faire pour pallier ce manque-là? Ça va vraiment... Ça prend une vision, puis ça prend des investissements massifs au niveau du logement. Excusez-moi. On a aussi perdu notre palais de justice. On a perdu dans la péninsule, on parle de 50 000 personnes, on a perdu l'accès à la justice. C'est vraiment... moi, je trouve que c'est injuste. À cette heure, les gens doivent se rendre à Bathurst pour avoir des services. Je parle des petites cours, là. Des gens qui n'ont pas vraiment de moyens de transport, puis vu qu'il n'y a pas de moyens de transport en commun, bien, les gens doivent se rendre là, je ne sais pas, en appelant quelqu'un. Avant, ils allaient... Oui, sur le pouce. Avant, il y en a beaucoup qui venaient à la cour, là, à Caracat, par Acadie, en bicycle. Imaginez, là, tu vas à ta cour en bicycle. Les gens n'ont pas nécessairement les moyens de se rendre à Bathurst. Tous les avocats, les polices à cette heure qui doivent se rendre à Bathurst, ça prend 1 heure aller-retour. Ça prend 1 heure de Caracat. Imaginez de Shippagan puis de Miscou. Moi, je pense à mon collègue de Shippagan-Lamic-Miscou. Ça prend comme 2 heures. Fait que là, c'est 2 heures pour tout le staff qui travaille sur une cour de se rendre là. Puis 2 heures pour revenir. Ça, c'est 4 heures par jour. Fait qu'eux autres, ils doivent charger ça aux clients. Fait que là, c'est le citoyen qui doit assumer ces coûts-là. Ah non, oui, c'était une amanchure. C'est terrible d'amanchure. Toute une amanchure. Puis, moi, je pense aux femmes aussi. Les femmes, on en a parlé parce que c'est le mois novembre et le mois de prévention à la violence familiale. Il y a des femmes qui abandonnent leur poursuite judiciaire parce que ça vient juste... C'est juste trop compliqué. Ça fait que, tu sais, pourquoi il n'y aurait pas eu un investissement pour donner un accès à la justice dans la péninsule acadienne avec un surplus d'1 million? Pourquoi il n'y aurait pas eu de peut-être un investissement pour l'Internet en région rurale? Puis là, je sais qu'on en a parlé le mois passé, puis là, c'est comme si l'autre bord de la chambre, tout le monde dit « Ben non, il y a ceci, puis il y a ça, puis il y a ça. » OK, mais pour mon élève, moi, sur le bord de la rivière, le bord de la rivière Pocmouche, n'a quand même pas l'accès à l'Internet pour faire ses devoirs. Parce qu'en pandémie, ben, il y a eu beaucoup de devoirs puis d'éducation faite de façon virtuelle. Ben, même malgré ce que vous dites qu'il y a telle et telle option, la réalité, c'est que les gens n'ont pas encore accès à l'Internet. Dans la région, tu sais, sur les Caps, là, pas loin de Grand-Anse, à Paquetteville, il y a une pharmacie à Paquetteville qui m'a appelé pour me dire « Hey, j'ai de la misère, c'est des entreprises là, qui doivent rouler. » Sur le bord de la rivière Pocmouche, Landry, Maltempec, c'est très difficile dans ces régions-là d'avoir accès à de l'Internet haute vitesse. Puis pendant la pandémie aussi, ça a été très important d'avoir accès à l'Internet pour recevoir des mesures, comprendre les mesures de la santé publique. Chance aux radios, puis aux journaux, comme une chance aux médias traditionnels. D'ailleurs, je prends le temps de les remercier. On ne les remercie pas assez. On est beaucoup axé sur les médias sociaux depuis que ça a été inventé. Mais il ne faut pas oublier qu'il y a encore des méthodes de communication qui sont super efficaces, qui sont, tu sais, la poste, les radios, les journaux, des sources fiables d'informations aussi. Chance qu'il y avait ça. Mais ce n'est pas une raison pour dire qu'on ne va pas donner le service Internet dans certaines régions. Et pour être au courant de l'actualité et pour être au courant des mesures lorsqu'il y a des crises sanitaires qui se produisent, mais aussi pour nos jeunes, pour que nos jeunes, quand ils vont à l'école, puissent faire le devoir. Puis ça va au-delà de la pandémie. Oui, il y a eu beaucoup d'éducation qui s'est faite de façon virtuelle durant la pandémie, mais il y en a encore. Je veux dire, moi, là, sur mon cellulaire, là, j'ai une application qui s'appelle Classe Dojo. Je ne sais pas si c'est... Bon, le député de Moncton Centre aussi, il y a ça, classe dojo. Tous les devoirs sont là-dessus, les choses à faire. Les élèves, moi, mon fils, il a 8 ans, là, il y a la classe dojo, tout est fait. Hey, moi, je trouve ça tellement injuste pour les jeunes et les parents qui ne peuvent pas avoir ça à la maison. Imaginez-vous essayer de faire des devoirs quand tu n'as pas l'Internet, puis c'est comme... Pourquoi l'investissement, à la place de faire sauver 3 700 $ au gars qui fait 500 000, pourquoi c'est pas dirigé vers s'assurer qu'il y a de l'Internet en région rurale? Ça sonne simple quand je le dis de même, mais vous avez le pouvoir de le faire. Vous n'avez juste pas la volonté. T'sais? Oui, absolument. Les routes. Saviez-vous que nous, dans la péninsule, on est la seule région qui n'a pas d'autoroute, pas d'aéroport, pas de port de mer, pas de train? La seule région au Nouveau-Brunswick. On n'a pas ça. On se débrouille bien pareil, mais on aimerait ça, nous autres, être liés, par exemple, à la région Chaleur avec une autoroute. Parce que l'hiver, c'est vraiment difficile. Il faut soit que tu passes sur les caps, ou à cette heure, il y a comme un bypass qu'on appelle, mais on aurait besoin d'être liés éventuellement de la région de Janeville jusqu'à Bertrand, qui était le chemin proposé. On aurait besoin d'être liés par une autoroute, mais hey, je dis ça, puis je me dis, hey, ils ont annulé la route 11, c'est comme ils ont coupé les budgets. Tu sais, c'était une priorité du Forum des maires de la péninsule puis de la région Chaleur. C'était la priorité, mais regardant ceci, je me dis, on est à 100 000 lieues d'avoir une autoroute dans la péninsule. Je pense au pont de Chipagan aussi, tu sais. On est à 100 000 lieues de ça. Je me dis, comment peut-on être aussi éloigné des besoins de la population? Et ça revient à mon thème. Comment pouvez-vous être déconnecté à ce point? On ne peut pas gérer une province d'un 6e étage avec une colonne Excel. On ne peut pas. Il faut revenir comme sur le plancher des vaches. Faut, comme, venez prendre une drive sur les caps, chez nous, en plein mois de février. C'est ça que c'est. Puis là, je nomme ma circonscription parce que c'est celle que je connais le mieux, mais il y a plein de régions, dans le sud, et dans le nord, et dans l'est, et dans l'ouest, anglais, français, Premières Nations, toutes des besoins. Mais comment pouvez-vous sortir une affaire de même dans un moment si difficile pour les Néo-Brunswickois? Ça me dépasse. Je pense à tous les besoins aussi qu'il y a dans le domaine des artistes, qui était le domaine où j'évoluais auparavant. Moi, j'ai fait une vingtaine d'années comme musicienne. Puis, c'est un domaine qui est souvent oublié aussi. Puis ça, j'en ai parlé lors de ma réplique au discours du trône. On a besoin aussi d'avoir des investissements là pour être capable d'avoir une province où on peut être créatif. Puis l'art et la culture, c'est des vecteurs de rapprochement, de communication. Tu sais, la division que vous évoquez si souvent, parce que je ne sais même pas si on n'a jamais évoqué de division, à part quand vous nous répondez. Cette division-là, elle peut être réduite. Elle ne peut pas être arrangée complètement, mais elle peut être réduite en ayant les arts et la culture comme vecteur. C'est tellement important. Quand on est plein, là, je reparle du baril plein là, de ma citation africaine, quand on est plein, là, qu'on est comblé, là, c'est tellement plus facile. T'sais, on n'a pas besoin de faire de bruit, on n'a pas besoin de chicaner quand on est comblé. Bien, la culture comble ce vide-là. L'art vient combler ça. Aller à la rencontre des autres via l'art. On n'a pas besoin de parler la même langue pour faire de l'art ensemble, Madame la Présidente. On pourrait faire de l'art ensemble, moi et vous. On pourrait trouver un terrain d'entente. Parce que notre focus est ailleurs. J'aimerais tellement voir dans le cursus scolaire davantage d'investissement dans les cours de musique ou d'art. Vous savez que tout de suite, là, quand vous allez dans les classes, là, puis je suis certaine que le ministre de l'Éducation est conscient de ça aussi, quand on va dans les écoles, là, les harmonies qu'on appelle, là, les fanfares, sont pas nécessairement... Ils sont pas Ils sont pas grillés d'instruments là, comme ils devraient. Là. Je veux dire, il y a une raison pourquoi on enseigne la flûte à bec en 3e année. C'est parce que ça coûte pas cher. Là. Okay? Mais imaginez une école, des écoles, un système d'éducation où on aurait de l'accent sur la culture puis sur l'art, où on aurait des bons instruments. Ça serait fantastique. Je suis certaine que ça changerait quelque chose dans le tissu social. Je suis certaine qu'on serait encore plus enclin à aller à la rencontre de l'autre. Quand on était petit, je ne suis pas sûre si ça se fait encore, mais on allait dans les festivals de musique. Okay? On allait à la rencontre de l'autre. Il y avait les classes d'ailleurs, un peu comme qu'il y a dans les joutes sportives. Ça se fait encore beaucoup dans les sports. Ça se fait beaucoup moins dans les arts. On allait à la rencontre de l'autre, des autres communautés. On a besoin d'avoir un focus là-dessus. On a besoin d'avoir une volonté du gouvernement de reconnaître l'importance des arts et de la culture, puis de faire des investissements. Pas d'investir de n'importe quelle façon, mais de façon stratégique. Moi, j'aurais aimé, avec le surplus, voir ça, au lieu de voir les économies que les riches vont faire. Je peux pas être d'accord avec ça. Je ne peux pas être d'accord avec ce principe-là. J'aimerais entendre les membres du gouvernement sur quels sont leurs arguments pour accepter une chose comme ça. Je ne sais même pas si je dois aborder le domaine de la santé tellement c'est flagrant ce qu'on doit faire au niveau des salaires, des conditions de travail et de la rétention des employés, de nos aînés aussi, qui ont tellement besoin d'appui, les foyers de soins. C'est là que j'aurais aimé voir un plan du gouvernement pour aider la base. Aider la base. Moi, je pense qu'on a besoin d'aider la base. On doit commencer d'en bas de la pyramide. C'est là qu'on doit commencer, Madame la Présidente. J'aimerais être capable de vivre dans une province où on n'est pas toujours, par exemple, les derniers. Puis je ne veux pas juste focuser sur le négatif, mais le fait que, bon, lors de la pandémie, ça a été prouvé, on a été la province qui a le moins aidé ses habitants. On est la province, je pense que c'était pour chaque 99 $ que le gouvernement fédéral investissait. Nous, on en investissait 1 pièce, je pense. On est la province qui a le moins aidé les gens. On était quand même une province qui a été durement touchée par la pandémie. Pourquoi s'obstiner à faire des surplus budgétaires? Puis, bien correct d'être responsable fiscalement, correct avec des petits surplus, mais ce n'est pas une entreprise. La province, ce n'est pas une entreprise. On fait presque 1 milliard de surplus. On ne peut pas gérer ça comme une entreprise. On doit être au service des citoyens, des habitants du Nouveau-Brunswick. Puis là, les habitants nous disent clairement, « Hey, on a besoin d'aide. » Comme il y a des gens qui sont vraiment dans des situations difficiles. On a besoin d'aide. Les infirmières sont fatiguées. Des foyers de soins, on a un problème de main-d'œuvre partout dans la province aussi, puis ailleurs aussi. Là. Ça, c'est pas toute la faute du gouvernement. C'est pas ça que je dis. Mais quel est le plan? Quel est le plan? Puis en plus, vous avez les moyens. Puis quand j'ai questionné le premier ministre sur le musée de Saint-Jean cette semaine, il m'a dit, bon, la raison qu'on ne l'a pas faite, c'est parce qu'on n'était pas en position de le faire, mais maintenant, il se sent... Il sent qu'il a les moyens d'aller de l'avant. Mais alors, pourquoi n'allez-vous pas de l'avant? Parce que ça serait important d'avoir ça. Si vous avez les moyens, pourquoi ne pas faire un plan de rétention, de recrutement, puis s'assurer qu'on a des bons investissements en santé? Je veux dire, moi, ça ne m'inspire pas vraiment d'avoir un projet de loi comme ça, fait par un riche pour des riches. Ça nous exclut totalement comme nous, là, puis je peux vous dire, là, je demande toujours aux gens, quand je vais au café le matin ou à l'épicerie, ou en tout cas, quand je vais à la coop, je dis aux gens, tu sais, comment vous vous sentez? Qu'est-ce que vous pensez? Les gens se sentent oubliés. Oui, les gens se sentent oubliés. je pense que ce qu'une personne veut d'un gouvernement, c'est être à l'écoute. On veut un gouvernement qui est à l'écoute de nos besoins. Tout de suite, on n'est pas à l'écoute, puis le gouvernement, en plus de ça, en plus qu'il n'y a pas l'écoute, il n'y a pas la volonté de développer son écoute. Par exemple, nous, dans nos régions, on sent vraiment qu'il n'y a eu aucune volonté de mieux nous connaître. C'est vrai, ce que mon collègue de Canada disait, tout ce qui est différent de la réalité du premier ministre, ça semble être quelque chose peut-être qui n'est pas intéressé d'apprendre. Bien, nous autres, on aimerait ça avoir de l'attention. On aimerait ça. Au début là, du gouvernement, là, on savait là, que, tu sais, on ne parlait pas la même langue, on n'avait peut-être pas la même culture, mais on a tendu la main. On a dit, hey, nous autres, si vous voulez venir chez nous, on va vous ouvrir nos portes, puis on va essayer de travailler ensemble. Il n'a jamais démontré la volonté de le faire. Hein? Il a juste venu chez nous faire des fundraisers. 2 fois, ou 3 fois, en tout cas, peut-être une couple de fois. Moi, j'aimerais avoir un gouvernement, un premier ministre qui soit intéressé dans ma région. Okay? Tout de suite, là, malheureusement, mon parti n'est pas au pouvoir. Regarde, c'est ça que c'est. Même si je ferais une crise, qu'est-ce que tu veux, on est à l'opposition. Okay? Mais j'aimerais tellement ça que mon premier ministre soit intéressé par ma région, qui démontre un intérêt, qui démontre une volonté. Okay? J'en reviens pas des propos qui ont été dits à l'égard de mon peuple. Okay? Qu'on est des abat-jours, tu préfères aller lire un abat-jour, puis là, il y a des orignaux, ben drive pas le soir. Qu'est-ce qu'est ça de la part d'un premier ministre? Puis là, ça fait 1 an, je ne sais pas trop combien de temps que le rapport sur les langues officielles est déposé. On va attendre, c'est pas important. L'immersion, on sable là-dedans. Là, le monde, en première année, ne peut plus avoir accès à de l'immersion. C'est comme... Là, ils investissent, puis le cerise sur le Sunday, là, vous construisez une prison. Oh, Madame la Présidente, comme moi, là, je respecte la démocratie. C'est votre gouvernement qui a été mis au pouvoir. Vous êtes majoritaire. Je comprends ça. Mais, Colin, que je trouve qu'il manque de justice là-dedans. Je trouve qu'il n'y a vraiment pas la volonté d'écouter. Je trouve qu'il y a beaucoup d'indifférence. J'aimerais ça, moi, être capable d'amener discuter avec vous autres sans que vous me disiez que je divise la province puis que là, c'est les affaires linguistiques. Tu sais, le programme des petits déjeuners, par exemple. Là, j'ai eu le communiqué de presse, OK? Oui, mon collègue de Restigouche-Ouest aussi est interpellé par ce dossier. Là, on a un communiqué. Le gouvernement poursuit sa stratégie alimentaire. Bravo. Continue. Il fait, bon. Là, je vois ça. Ils ont choisi un district, une école. C'est des districts ou des écoles qui ont choisi? En tout cas, un dans le sud, puis un dans le sud. OK? Fait que là, moi, naturellement, ben, je pose des questions. Pas pour diviser. Je pose des questions parce que je représente le monde de chez nous. Bon, je dis, pourquoi est-ce que vous n'avez pas choisi au moins des régions qui ne sont pas toutes concentrées dans la même place? Ah là, la réponse de l'ancien ministre de l'Éducation. Là, je divise la province. Et là, un argument, je divisais la province linguistiquement. C'est pas vrai, il y avait des districts du sud francophone, puis sud anglophone, puis un autre sud. Pourtant, et le député de Restigouche-Ouest l'a dit, par 2022, il était supposé avoir une stratégie complète des petits déjeuners dans les écoles. Bien, c'est pas complet, puis à ma connaissance, de Néguac ou peut-être Miramichi, jusque dans le nord, au Madawaska, il n'y a pas de programme de petit déjeuner. Ça fait que, en plus d'être éloignés géographiquement, on est nourris en deuxième. Ça fait sembler les filles de Caleb quand les gars mangeaient en premier, puis les filles mangeaient les patates frites après. Pourquoi? Tu sais, j'ai le droit de poser la question. Pourquoi? Là, je pose pourquoi, il fait une fuite en avant de moi. J'aime pas ça. J'aime pas ça. Je fais mon travail. Puis je questionne pourquoi ils ont choisi un dans le sud, un dans le sud, puis un dans le sud. Ça fait que vous êtes responsable des décisions que vous faites. C'est le gouvernement qui est responsable. Puis nous autres, notre job, c'est de poser des questions. On fait notre job. Mais on aimerait ça que vous ayez plus de substance. J'aimerais ça, moi, pas être traité tout le temps de diviseuse, puis de fear-mongering, puis misère du bon Dieu. J'espère que ça tire à sa fin, ce narratif-là. Parce que c'est vous autres qui êtes en train de vous tirer dans le pied. T'sais, ça fait que ce site-là, c'était comme la goutte qui a fait déborder le vase. Un gouvernement de riches qui se fait des programmes de riches pour enrichir les riches. Je suis pas pour ça. Les gens chez nous sont pas contents. Je vous le dis. Je suis là pour vous dire qu'est-ce qui se passe. Ben, je vous dis qu'ils sont ça, c'est pas équitable. C'est pas équitable. C'est pas juste. Puis on aimerait avoir un gouvernement plus équitable que ça. Alors, voilà l'essentiel de ma pensée. Et puis, je vous remercie de m'avoir écouté. Je sais que c'est probablement pas plaisant d'écouter ça, mais en quelque part, il faut qu'on vous dise les vraies choses. Tu sais, les vraies choses. Ça fait que les vraies choses, c'est que je ne voterai pas en faveur de ce projet de loi-là. Puis j'espère que vous allez changer votre fusil d'épaule. Ils ont parlé de fusil un matin. Parce que je ne sais pas comment ça a fini là-dessus, mais c'était assez décousu, merci. Mais j'espère que vous allez changer votre fusil d'épaule puis que vous allez proposer des avantages pour les impôts qui vont être plus équitables que ça. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Member for Victoria-Lavallee.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to get up and speak on Bill 10, a bill concerning the Income Tax Act. So the bill proposes, Mr. Speaker, to give tax breaks or reduction in income tax mostly to the people who are earning above $100,000 a year. I've said it before, Mr. Speaker, and I'll say it again. You know, there are people who are sleeping in tents in the wintertime. There are people who are sleeping in cardboard boxes. And there are people that are sleeping under bridges, Mr. Speaker. And they have no income. And the $421 that this will give to somebody earning $100,000, the $421, Mr. Speaker, would go a long way towards helping some of these people who have nothing, who are sleeping in tents. And what is the government's response when we have these people sleeping in tents and they start to congregate around a little area? Well, you know, let's just send the police in, we'll break all of that up, and we'll push them further out because out of mind, out of sight, you know, we don't need to deal with it. But they're in sight, Mr. Speaker. And many of them find themselves in the situation they're in because they have issues, Mr. Speaker. It's not always a matter of somebody doesn't have the fiscal means to pay rent or to have a place to stay. Some of these people have some serious mental conditions. So we're willing to take $100 million out of our revenue stream to give it to people who don't really need it. Yet we have people sleeping in tents who have mental illnesses, and we're not willing to invest a little bit of money to help them, to give them a hand up, to maybe clean them up, Mr. Speaker. Many of them, Mr. Speaker, have problems with drugs. They're taking drugs to try and basically numb the pain of their pitiful existence, Mr. Speaker. These people have nothing, and they suffer. It's cold at night. I get up every morning, Mr. Speaker, when I'm here, and I walk, and I can tell you when it's 0 degrees and I'm walking out there, I'm glad I have a nice hotel room to go back to. And I meet these people walking, and they're walking fast, Mr. Speaker, because they're trying to keep warm. They have absolutely nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, it's just a natural progression that they're going to turn to drugs to try and numb that pain that they feel each and every day, and to maybe help them to feel a little warmth, Mr. Speaker. Now, granted, the warmth is chemically induced, it's still a way for them to deal with their situation, Mr. Speaker, or to you know, maybe put their situation to the side. And Mr. Speaker, many of these people have resorted to crime, petty crimes, and stealing catalytic converters and selling them for cash. Other things, Mr. Speaker, they're stealing, you know, to feed that habit. So what does this government do to help those people who are resorting to crime to feed their habit that helps to numb the pain of their pitiful existence? What does this government do, Mr. Speaker? Let's build a jail. Let's build a new jail. And let's just throw these people in jail and not even bother. And then when their sentence is up, let's put them back out, give them a new tent maybe. Not even, Mr. Speaker. We don't even give them a tent. We put them back out there. We haven't dealt with their addiction. We haven't dealt with their mental issues. We haven't dealt with any of the issues that found them on the street in the first place. Yet we see fit to give people who are making $100,000 and up anywhere from $400 to $3,700. What difference does it make to somebody making $500,000 a year? What difference does it make to that person to get an extra $3,700 off of their income tax? It's nothing. It's peanuts. Let's build a jail. Let's build a jail. And somebody making $40,000 a year, Mr. Speaker, this will not help them at all. They get nothing. Yet, just recently, we decided, let's raise the prices on the New Brunswick drug plan. So somebody making $40,000 now has to pay $166 a month for the New Brunswick drug plan. So we're going to give them $42 a year, but we're going to charge them $166 a month, and that goes for $50,000. It goes up to $188 a month. There used to be 4 levels, Mr. Speaker, and now there are like 20 levels in that drug plan, and it's all geared, Mr. Speaker. There's a couple of tiers below that are really low, and okay, those people, if you're making $17,000, it's $5 a month, and if you're making $20,000, it's like $11 a month. After that, Mr. Speaker, it just goes uphill from there, and it gets to be more and more unaffordable. So let's give a tax break to those who don't need it, who have the fiscal capacity, they have the money. Let's give them a tax break. It's almost like, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you a little story, and I don't know if everybody here knows the story of Robin Hood. So Robin Hood is a legendary character. It's a British type of thing. How is that? It's a British tale. So Robin Hood was actually somebody from a well-to-do family, but he's seen the injustice, Mr. Speaker, and he decided that what he would do is he would take money from the rich and he would give it to the poor, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, he had a band of merry men. So the merry men would help him. These rich nobles would be riding their horses down the trail, and they would stop them, and they would grab their little bag of gold, and they would take it away from him, and they would help the poor with that. Now, Mr. Speaker, we're in a similar situation here, except it's in reverse. So we won't call it Robin Hood. We'll call it Premier Slash and Burn and his band of grumpy bobbleheads. Because that's what it is, Mr. Speaker. The Premier stands up, says we're going to give money to this person and we're going to give money to that person who don't really need it, and all of the bobbleheads are there and they're just bobbing up and down saying, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll give money to the people who don't need money. We'll take it from the poor because we're going to make them pay more for their drug plan, and we're not going to give them any tax break. We'll take it from them and we'll give it to the rich. I really don't get the logic. I don't. It just doesn't make sense to me. There's people sleeping in tents, under bridges, in cardboard boxes, and we're taking money and giving it to people who don't need it, instead of helping those people. Every week, I have people coming into my office, and sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I have a hard time to hold back the tears of what these people are living. They're choosing between heat and their medications. They're choosing between food and putting gas in their car so they can go to work. They're having to make difficult choices, and they're not making ends meet because prices and costs are going up faster than they can keep up with it. And it's all well and good. And you know, I applaud the government for raising the minimum wage $2. But more needs to be done, Mr. Speaker. Whether it be in programs that are going to help people pay rent, whether it's going to be in programs that are going to help people to be able to afford, you know, nutritious food for their children. We're sending kids to school. It's 11 minutes after. We're sending kids to school hungry. What kind of a learning environment is that, Mr. Speaker? Why do we take $500,000 and say, let's make a breakfast program for 110 schools and leave the rest of them out? Those kids get hungry too. Like kids all over the province, Mr. Speaker, get hungry. They feel hunger when they don't eat, when their parents can't afford to feed them breakfast. Yet, we're going to take $100 million and give it to people who don't really need it, and these kids are going to be hungry. They're going to go to school with their belly empty, Mr. Speaker, and they're not going to be able to learn because they're going to be concentrating on how they feel, on how the hunger feels. Is that right? Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. Every kid in this province deserves to have an atmosphere where they can learn, and they deserve to have nutritious food on the table, and they deserve to grow up to be whatever they want to be. And it's government's job to make that happen. It's government's job to facilitate that those who are the most vulnerable in our society are those that are going to get the most help. Now, this is not what we're doing with this bill. We're taking those who need help the least, and we're giving it to them. The Premier says we need to create a climate to attract people. We want people coming here. So if we make the tax system better, if we give people more money back in their pockets, if we lower the property tax, if we do all of this, we're going to get people moving here. Well, Mr. Speaker, I get it, but it's kind of like inviting strangers to come to your house for supper, feeding them, and not feeding your own family. We're New Brunswickers, Mr. Speaker. We have to look after each other first, and I understand there's a need to try and grow our economy, and when we grow our economy, it grows our fiscal capacity, but not our fiscal capacity to give back to the rich, Mr. Speaker. It should grow our fiscal capacity to help those that need the most help, to help the senior citizens that I see, Mr. Speaker, a lot of times we have a couple of seniors who are living and they're both getting their old age pension and they're doing okay. And they're paying the rent and they're getting by. And then one passes away, and what happens, Mr. Speaker? You got half the income and pretty much the same bills. And it's pitiful. It's pitiful, Mr. Speaker. Yet, we think it's more important to give tax breaks to rich people. We've asked, Mr. Speaker, about a rent cap. The Minister of Social or Service New Brunswick doesn't know if we're going to do a rent cap, Mr. Speaker. I fear that the decision will come down and say, well, no, we're not going to do a rent cap, and the people are already protected because we've got rules that say 6 months notice instead of 3 months notice and all of this. That's not protection against rent spikes, Mr. Speaker. And I know that this minister is not really up on the file as much as the last minister because she never repeats the 1-800 number that she tells people to call. Call this number and you're protected. Well, the truth of the matter is, when you call that number, if they've given you the 60 days notice, if they've done everything that they're supposed to do, there's not a darn thing that number can do about it. There's not a darn thing that the rentals person can do about a rent spike as long as the proper notice was given. So to stand up in this House and say that is a little bit rich. Let's give property owners a tax break, okay? We're going to accelerate that for them. And I think that's a good thing. And I'm not against spurring development. Let's spur some development with that. But at the same time, instead of giving rich people money they don't really need, let's give the people a little bit of help to pay those rents that are going up. In my own hometown, I'm seeing rents that were normally $450, $500 a month. They're going up to $800, $900, $1,000, and any new development, Mr. Speaker, is between $1,200 and $1,500 a month. And I don't think that you're going to see that going down because the government decides that they're going to lower the tax on non-owner-occupied properties. I don't think you'll see those rents going down. If they do, it would be nominal at best. What it might do, Mr. Speaker, is stop those rents from continuing to climb. But those people that are coming to see me need help. They're as a member of the Green Party said, they're sleeping rough. Sleeping rough is sleeping anywhere. And I remember in my teenage years, Mr. Speaker, I slept on a park bench once, and it wasn't for the reasons of poverty. It was for different reasons altogether, but I slept on a park bench. I think it was because I was afraid to go home because it was like too late. And anyway, it wasn't a great experience. I was cold. I was cold, Mr. Speaker. And I wasn't comfortable, and I hardly slept. So we have people that are going through all of that right now. They're not sleeping, they're cold, and we're not doing a whole lot to help them except for building a jail. We're going to spend $32 million to build a jail, and according to data, which I know that this government has an aversion for, according to data, the jails we have are not full. So we have space. So do we really need another jail, or do we need to look at what the root causes of these crimes are? The root causes of these crimes, Mr. Speaker, is the inequities. If we look at the whole structure of our society, Mr. Speaker, in Canada we have a federal government. The federal government collects taxes. And then the federal government says, who are the poorest among us? And they redistribute some of those taxes by way of transfer payments to the poorer provinces, which we're considered one of. And the province, Mr. Speaker, should be doing the same thing. We should be collecting taxes and redistributing to those who are the most I guess in French the word is diminué, the most underprivileged, I guess, amongst us. But when we decide that we're going to take $100 million of revenue, I think we're setting ourselves up for difficulty down the road, Mr. Speaker, because we're taking fiscal capacity that we need, that we desperately need for programs, Mr. Speaker, and we're taking that out of the system. And if you've, and I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you've followed the news, we haven't got a finance minister who's too keen on, or too great at making fiscal projections. I mean, in the last little while, I think he's been like $1 billion off his fiscal projections. So taking $100 million out is kind of taking a risk when you don't even know, or you can't even count to figure out where we're going to be next year with our income. Mr. Speaker, we have a healthcare system that's on the verge of collapse. Why can't we take that $100 million, Mr. Speaker, and invest it in a medical school right here in the province? Why can't we try and attract the brightest of the bright and set up our own medical school here and train our own people, Mr. Speaker, instead of taking and saying, well, let's send people to Bangor and we'll give them gas money and we'll send our money to the States at a 40% premium. And that's about where it's at now. The exchange rate is somewhere around 40%. So why are we not going into high schools, Mr. Speaker, and offering any young person going in and saying to people the age of our pages here, do you want to be a nurse? Do you want to be a nurse? How about you, young man? Do you want to be a nurse? We'll pay your education. We'll pay it. There's so many young people who can't afford post-secondary education because we've canceled programs like EI Connect. So all of these programs that are going to help to build society, let's cancel them and let's just give the money at the top. It shouldn't work that way. We need teachers. Are we going into high schools and saying, hey, do you want to be a teacher? Do you want to be a teacher? We'll pay your education in exchange for a service contract. Do you want to be a doctor? We need family doctors. There's 70,000 people, or maybe the minister can pull it up on his phone, but there's 70,000 people, last time I checked, on a waiting list. So what are we doing to remedy that? Are we going into medical schools? Are we offering doctors incentives to come and practice in New Brunswick? Are we offering to set them up in multidisciplinary clinics? We've got a small pilot project, Mr. Speaker. Why don't we expand that faster? $100 million would go a long way in solving, in setting up more of those multidisciplinary clinics. So we're taking money out of our system that we could be using to fix some of the crisis situations that we're facing. In education, Mr. Speaker, we're facing a similar crisis. We have classrooms right now, that have no teacher. So what do, Mr. Speaker? They get one teacher to watch 2 classrooms because because one is sick, they've got no supply teachers, and so they're ending up actually with classrooms that have nobody in to teach. And then what else do we do to our school system, Mr. Speaker? We say, immigrants, everybody come, everybody come. And we take these poor children from Ukraine who can't speak a word of English and we plop them into a classroom with no support. And we say to the teacher, teach that child. Well, how in the world can we do that when we don't even have the supports in the classroom to help that teacher? And you know, the minister can talk, but I'm hearing this from teachers, and maybe the teachers aren't telling me the right information, but we have a crisis in our education system. And we're waiting for this government to do something about that crisis. Mr. Speaker. And I don't think that they've gotten the message that something needs to be done. It seems to me that they're just kind of letting everything flounder here and coming out with ideas how they can give money to someone else who doesn't need it, Mr. Speaker. Crisis after crisis. We have, as I said, 70,000 people on a waiting list. So how do we deal with that? We say, okay, well, we'll do Connect. What do they call that? Something Connect, where you can call and they'll line you up with a doctor. Well, I had somebody, Mr. Speaker, come into my office who had a serious health condition, needed a specialist, needed to be referred to a specialist. And so I said, yeah, we've got this whole thing where, you call and they're going to connect you, they'll find you a doctor. Guess what? Didn't happen. Didn't happen. They could get an what do you call it? An E thing where they could talk to a doctor over a screen. And what have we done with that, Mr. Speaker? We said, oh, let's go My Health NB, and that's where we're going to do that portion of it. Let's give that to Medavie to run, because they've done such a bang-up job with our ambulance service, Mr. Speaker. We have 12 ambulances waiting in line to get into a hospital. We have many nights in my area where there's one ambulance to cover the whole of the Northwest, but let's give them another task to do and see if they can do that as well. And I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will, Mr. Speaker, because we're not giving them any extra funding. Crisis after crisis after crisis, our response is to build a jail. Our response is to say to everybody, come live in New Brunswick. We're inviting you to supper, and yet we're not feeding our own family. We're not feeding New Brunswickers. We're not looking after New Brunswickers. We're trying to make a climate that may be welcoming to rich people from other areas to come here, but we're not looking after our own. Mr. Speaker, it's like we're leaving our family members behind. It's like we don't care. I care, Mr. Speaker. I see them every day. Those people come in and see me, and they're suffering, and some of them are hungry, and it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart to see them. It breaks my heart to hear their stories. And sometimes we're able to help them, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes we're able to push a little bit and get a little bit of help for them. I have to say that social development does their best to try and accommodate, but social development doesn't have 6,000 rent subs to give out. And that, Mr. Speaker, is the need in New Brunswick right now for affordable housing units. It's 6,000 units. Now, 6,000 units does not represent 6,000 people, because we're talking families, we're talking couples, and we're talking single people. So it could be anywhere from 6,000 to 18,000 people that are underhoused or paying more than 30% of their income for housing. So all of these things to say, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is not well thought out, Mr. Speaker. We don't need to lower the income tax. And as I said, somebody with $500,000 of income, $3,704 means nothing to them. And if I was making $250,000, which I'm not even close to making, $1,703 would be nothing to me, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I'm not going to be clicking my heels and doing a little leprechaun dance because somebody decided to lower my taxes by $1,700 a year when I'm making $250,000. And if I'm making $100,000, Mr. Speaker, and somebody says we're going to lower it by $421, that means nothing, Mr. Speaker. That's pocket change to these people. So why are we not thinking of those people who could use that pocket change? Why are we not looking after the most vulnerable in our society? Why are we not feeding the children that go to school hungry? Why are we not looking after the seniors who all of a sudden find themselves alone and have no place to go? Why are we not looking after those people who can no longer afford to pay their rent and are caught couch surfing from place to place? or maybe living in a camper trailer, which I've had actually a father with three daughters who was living in a tent trailer all summer because he had no place to live. He could not afford to put a roof over his children's head, so they were living in a tent trailer. Why do we not look after those people first before we start giving more money to their...
Member I, we have reached 4:30. According to orders of the day, resuming the adjourned debate on the speech from the throne, I call on the member for Moncton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I was pleased to sort of get started yesterday, and unfortunately you got preempted there, but we're fortunate enough to be back on the agenda today, and we thank you for that opportunity. And I want to especially recognize my friend from Campbellton, Dalhousie, on the other side, being with us this afternoon. And I know yesterday he was commenting about one of his relatives who were really passionately watching his performance on TV, and I just wanted to share with him that my mother-in-law, who's 93 years old, actually called me last evening to comment on my performance on TV last night as well. Margaret Boudreau, and my wife's mom, and she thought I did a great job, by the way. But I assured her that there are a lot of great people here in the house. I think she's a little biased, but anyway, we appreciate all the folks that are watching around New Brunswick and on the internet. I'm just going to sort of backtrack a paragraph or so and try to get back onto the frame of what we were discussing yesterday. We had a lot of great things to talk about in Moncton South and in New Brunswick in general, all in relation to the throne speech that we put forward a few days ago. I was proud to attend an important announcement, as I had mentioned yesterday, in our city recently, that will double the funding to support emergency shelters and reduce homelessness. And obviously in Moncton we've had a lot of challenges, and actually a lot of the cities and communities around the province we've had challenges. So it's really great to see our government stepping up and really putting resources where they need to be put. My colleague, the Minister of Social Development, was on hand for that announcement that the provincial government is investing $8 million over the next 3 years to better support emergency shelters and help reduce chronic homelessness. And I want to say on hand for the announcement at the time we had representatives from the House of Nazareth, we had folks there from Harvest House, and also from the YMCA Reconnect program, who were on the street actually working with the homeless one-on-one. So they were all there for that announcement and very, very supportive of it, along with the Mayor of Moncton, of course, as well, was in attendance. Our government is doing this while making the most significant investment in social housing in over 50 years as well, and this is a really important aspect here of our plan going forward. Over the next 3 years, this government will spend $102.2 million, that's just over the next 3 years, on building hundreds of new housing units and renovating existing ones all across the province. From what we understand, there were close to 100 units in the province that are right now not occupied because they needed to be a facelift, a little upgrade, and improvements made. So that's being taken care of. That's what they call the low-hanging fruit, those 100 units. We think we can get that. Get those renovations done in the next, hopefully next 6 months or so, and get those fully occupied, and at the same time launch the 3-year program to add well over 400 houses. I know, or units, I should say, units in the province, not just in the 3 major cities, I might add, but in other communities around the province. All areas of the province will see improvements in their housing. We've been taking action to make our communities better and safer for everyone, and I really applaud the work being done by public safety as well. And we'll continue to expand on this work. You know, during COVID, obviously things were different, and a lot of our public safety officers, not a lot of them, most of them, were deployed to border security, and unfortunately some other things weren't being attended to as well as it could have been, because we're protecting our borders and our entry points because of the COVID restrictions. Our throne speech highlighted several action areas for vibrant and sustainable communities. Among them, continue to support law enforcement as they apply pressure to drug dealers, preying on our most vulnerable, and help them to address drug-driven crime. And we've seen a number of examples of this in the last few weeks, where there have been different situations around the province where there have been drug dealers or drug houses that have been shut down and charges laid and before the courts, etc. So And it's not, again, not in just one area. I think we've all seen the effects of drugs throughout the province, and it's great to see this combined effort with the RCMP and with local forces to really put a concentrated effort on dealing with the drug-driven crime. Changes to the salvage regulations to help combat the stealing of metals like copper and catalytic converters. And we know that announcement came out this week on Monday, and the minister brought legislation before the House as well on Tuesday. The proposed changes to the Salvage Dealers Licensing Act aim to reduce criminal activity by no longer allowing salvage dealers to pay cash for commonly stolen items and by doubling the fines for violating any provision of the Act or regulations. As well, I know they're going to start paying people in by check instead of by cash. I think that's another way of trying to trace where these items are coming from and where the money's going to. But I know in my community, and I know that the member opposite, who was from Moncton Centre this morning, seemed to be questioning if this was really a necessity or if this was really needed. But honestly, in my community of Moncton, we've had a lot of problems, and I'm sure it's the same around the province. But we've had a lot of problems with the theft of copper wire and catalytic converters, and et cetera. And I'll take one of the new bridges we have that fairly new, the Gunningsville Bridge. They've actually stripped the bridge on at least 3 occasions that I'm aware of. The entire bridge has been stripped. I know the ballparks. I know the Manic Hill concert site. I know a number of our other infrastructures in the city of Moncton have been stripped. And most recently in Riverview, they have a beautiful display along the riverfront of Christmas lighting. And they decided to strip all the wiring, underground wiring that feeds all these trees, almost a kilometer full of wiring that was removed on the riverfront in Riverview. So these are costing municipalities thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, and we're trying to put a stop on that by changing the enforcements of the laws and regulations. The fact that these converters are being stolen from food bank trucks shows the level of the problem. And again, we're talking about the catalytic converters here. In Moncton, again, we'll use our example close to home. The Food Depot Alimentaire, they're food delivery trucks who deliver food all around the province, not just in the greater Moncton area, but they distribute from Moncton. Their trucks have been hit on a couple of occasions. And sadly, Moncton Head Start, it's an organization that Claudia Bradshaw started many, many years ago. And they have a couple of buses that are community buses that help bring the children there and the families there for their services and that. They took them off the buses, and this is right in a prime area of Moncton on Mountain Road and Mapleton, right on the corner, and stripped the buses of catalytic converters. So what a sad state of affairs, costing these organizations $6,000 to $7,000 every time that happens. So we're really putting an effort behind that. As well, we're going to enact new Missing Persons Act to ensure police officers have the necessary tools to continue in their search efforts when that happens. And I want to commend police officers this week just of finding a missing young boy from Florida, actually, who was found in Moncton and reunited with his mom in Florida. So that's a wonderful thing that happened here in New Brunswick. Also, we're going to introduce the disclosure to protect against intimate partner violence, Clare's Law, to further protect women against intimate partner violence. There is more progress coming to social assistance and wage improvements as well. Beginning in 2023, changes in minimum wage will resume being tied to the Consumer Price Index. This follows an increase of $2 per hour this year. And I think the minister may not be here right now, but we want to thank him for his efforts there. He's done a great job of getting our minimum wage up to I think a realistic figure, and now we're going to tie it into the Consumer Price Index as we move forward on that. Amendments to the Employment Standards Act will support persons with disabilities, ensure they are included in workplaces fully and receive fair remuneration. And we know that over the years there's been people who have been employed, but unfortunately due to their challenges perhaps were not fully compensated for the jobs they were doing. And this is going to change, and this is going to change throughout the province, and to make sure, I think there were maybe 450 people that were affected by this, and I think we're going to make sure that everybody is treated fairly when it comes to remuneration, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while our government is working to make life better for our citizens, Moncton is blessed to have a dedicated regiment of people helping others. I'd like to tell my colleagues about a few of these great folks and groups. Last month, we celebrated the newest group of inductees into the Order of Moncton. Krista Richard. I want to talk a minute about Krista. She's a retired school teacher, but the great Cat Stevens once asked, "Where do children play?" Krista Richard always has an answer to such questions. A powerful advocate for young people, and their well-being, she has dedicated her life to ensuring that children in Moncton are supported and cared for through access to sports, equipment, and associated activities, regardless of their social standing or ability to pay. An outstanding athlete in her own right, having represented Moncton in many provincial, national, and international softball competitions, Ms. Richard was an elite competitor who played at the highest level. But it is as an educator and coach that she has most distinguished herself in our community. Krista Richard was a dynamic teacher who consistently went above and beyond the call of duty by establishing a multitude of programs aimed at encouraging healthy living and exercise. A lot of times we think that, that school teachers and educators just teach school, but they do so much more in the community and in the school beyond just the teaching aspect. They add so much more, and it's wonderful to see her being recognized. Such programs as Kids in Action in the early morning and Trotting Tigers at recess, intramural games at lunchtime, and gym activities for everyone after school were her hallmark and created opportunities throughout every day for exercise and movement. Ms. Richard created a Bikes or Trikes for Tigers project at her school, ensuring that every Forest Glen student who wanted or needed a bike could get one. This program is currently in its 10th year and has been extended to include all children. For these many other wonderful initiatives, Krista Richard received the most prestigious award available to her profession in Canada, the 2015 Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Teaching. Throughout what at times seems like an endless COVID pandemic, many children lost access to the vital school lunch program. We know that happened throughout our province. Due to school closures, Ms. Richard, as usual, rolled up her sleeves and with our local agencies, district staff, and community leaders to ensure these children receive nutritious food, visits, and encouragement. Krista Richard is known far and wide as a teacher extraordinaire. She knows and welcomes her former students with open arms. She gives hope and unites people and has dedicated her life to improving the lives of youth and families in Moncton. I want to talk about Eddie St. Pierre. Anybody who's followed sports over the years in New Brunswick will know who Eddie is. All the world consists of saints and sinners, and like any honest and at times hard-working reporter, this Dean of New Brunswick sports journalism doubtlessly had a latter title tossed his way from time to time. However, in his long life well lived, Edward St. Pierre, aka the Saint, has fully earned the former as his nickname. Mr. St. Pierre's contributions to our community span 3 careers, starting as a superb athlete. As center fielder in baseball, he helped make winners of a string of local midget and juvenile teams before moving on to 4 straight New Brunswick championships with the Louisville Junior Keefe Cubs between 1951 and 54, as well as 2 maritime titles, among others. He eventually began a career as a reporter in the Moncton Times Sports Department, and by 1956 was already its editor. Eddie St. Pierre, no doubt, inspired many young would-be reporters in the ensuing years. From his popular Once Over Lightly column to his many dealings with local sports stars such as Yvonne Durrell, to international names like Wayne Gretzky, Bobby Orr, Jean Beliveau, he entertained and informed his readers. He played cribbage with Gordie Howe. He walked the beach with Boom and Geoffrion. He befriended fellows like Louis Robichaud and Frank McKenna. All great memories, most will agree. But it is in his 3rd career as a community humanitarian that he best earns his moniker. Mr. St. Pierre was a prominent volunteer for the Kidney Foundation of Canada, organizing fundraising sports events, performing public relation duties, and recruiting other volunteers. He worked with Moncton Head Start, the CNIB, the Greater Moncton Down Syndrome Society, the Special Olympics, as well as the Tim Hortons All-Star Hockey Tournaments and more. He is a friend of the homeless and regularly visits seniors' residents and local hospitals. Edward St. Pierre spent a lifetime reflecting on our community, back on itself, and helped us forge our unique Monctonian identity. The Reverend Canon Chris Van Buskert. In the words of the late Tommy Douglas, the only test of our character that matters is how we look after the least fortunate among us. Clearly, the Reverend Canon Chris Van Buskert is a man of true character. In his role as leader of St. George's Anglican Church in Moncton, He has led an almost overwhelming array of initiatives aimed at those Monktonians that need it the most. He's affectionately known as Father Chris by his parishioners. He began the practice of serving Sunday dinners to those in need more than 2 decades ago. In the spring of 2021, he began a 6-day-a-week breakfast program. The church now serves more than 1,000 meals per month and offers shower and laundry facilities to those in need. In addition to this, he has also provided counsel, fresh clothing, and financial assistance as needed. In the winter of 2022, an emergency warming center for more than 50 individuals was established at the church when capacity at the other 2 shelters was reached. Father Chris led a group of volunteers, along with the team from Reconnect, to provide a 7-day-a-week space until alternate services could be provided. In his role at St. George's, he has facilitated gatherings of dozens of church representatives from across the city, meeting monthly with local nonprofit organizations to ensure all are up to date and educated on the latest issues and concerns affecting the community's most vulnerable people. Father Chris provides training at Tantamara Seniors College on the subject of social and human rights with a goal to improve understanding of systems in place in communities on these matters. He also spends many hours each week in support of seniors through visitation at community nursing homes and seniors residents, as well as assisting patients and their families at the Moncton and Georges Dumont hospitals. In addition to all these initiatives, Father Ben Buskert serves the military as chaplain through the 8th Brigade stationed in Moncton and has previously served his country in Iraq and the International Military Base in Kuwait. Mr. Speaker, I was pleased last month to join my colleague from Moncton East to name the new school in McLaughlin Drive, École Claudette Bradshaw. Claudette spent her entire life dedicated to assisting children and their families. She was truly a passionate advocate, and this acknowledgement is so fitting. The new school will open early in the new year and will be the largest in the province. Claudette came to my Rotary Club, the Moncton Western River Rotary Club, when she was starting Moncton Head Start. And I always remember those early meetings with Claudette back when she wanted, her dream was Moncton Head Start, and she chose our Rotary Club as to be the club that was going to help her make this dream come true. And she came in and addressed our club, and I could still see the tears flowing and the emotion in her voice. And a group of the Rotarians basically from that meeting went on to meet in Fredericton a number of times to arrange for a school that was going to be vacated in the neighborhood where she wanted to establish it. And that's where it's still there today, Moncton Head Start. But our club really embraced Claudette Bradshaw at that time and the vision she had to help some of the less fortunate people in our community. It's also been my pleasure to work very closely with Ken McLeod and the important work that Sistema and the New Brunswick Youth Orchestra does in our riding and our province. Sistema New Brunswick has verified the possibility of transformative social change through music and the orchestra. We have demonstrated that great art is for everyone, and it has the power to improve the lives of children and their families and enhance our society. We have shown that for children, an orchestra means joy, motivation, discipline, teamwork, that it builds confidence and self-esteem, and that it is incredibly fun. A couple of things I want to mention here. First of all, when I first became elected, I guess it became very obvious or very apparent that Sistema somehow was falling through the cracks here in New Brunswick. It just didn't have a home where it belonged. And I worked really hard with my colleagues here, and we found a way forward. I'm really pleased to say that we now have a solid footing for Sistema in the New Brunswick Youth Orchestra. The programs are around the province and a number of communities all around our province now. And they're just doing great service. And one of the reasons I really like Sistema, I guess, way back in the early years, I was organizing an event in Moncton. I had a phone call from a father of a student, a very young student named Jude. And he said, could my son come up to your event and perform? And he said, like, busk, because he's made the orchestra, but they need to have a tuxedo, and we just don't have the money. We've got a white shirt and a bow tie, but he needs a black jacket and pants. And he wanted to busk with his tuba, his horn. I said, absolutely, come on down. So he came down for the weekend and sat there and performed. And we got him the clothing that he needed to be a part of that orchestra. And today, we're almost probably about 10 to 11 years later now, He's a student. He got a full scholarship on his music career that he came through Systema. We'd never had this opportunity. He's up in London, Ontario, going to university there and doing a great job. So it's those kind of stories that takes children who are at risk in our province and gives them hope and gives them an opportunity, I think. In fact, any of you who might have been at Michael Bublé a few weeks ago in Moncton, you might have noticed the string quartet on the left side of the stage were entirely from the province of New Brunswick, from this program, actually. All of the string musicians that were there were hired from New Brunswick, from this program, and like I say, really great to see them giving back to our province. I want to talk about some of the shelters and the community centers in my riding. And Harvest House Shelter and Community Center is probably one of the, well, it is one of the more established ones. For over 24 years, Harvest House has actively supported those struggling with homelessness, addiction, and mental health issues. And I know some people think these issues are just sort of a thing that's happened in the last 3 or 4 years. No, it's a thing that's actually exploded in the last 3 or 4 years. But we've had these challenges for a number of years, and it's just really becoming, unfortunately, more and more prevalent in the communities. They welcome these. For over 24 years, Harvest House has actively supported those struggling, like I said, with homelessness, addiction, and mental health issues. They welcome these vulnerable individuals to join a safe community where they can experience much-needed assistance. Dedicated caseworkers work with each of the individuals, which right now numbers about 109 actually that they have under their roof in a number of buildings and facilities. They serve over 200 meals daily in the community center, along with providing a 44-bed emergency shelter for men and women. They also offer a 9-month, 12-step women's and men's addiction recovery programs for those desiring to overcome their addictions. Through the Step Up Transitional Housing Program, they offer individuals an affordable place to live while they seek employment, enroll in studies, or volunteer full-time. I am touched by the work they are doing. Harvest House brings hope. And I want to recognize, first of all, Mark Bellwood, who's the general manager of Harvest House. And Mark came to them from actually the Canadian Red Cross. He started with the Red Cross here in New Brunswick, and he went on to the Canadian Red Cross, and then he came back because he sort of felt the calling, I think, that Harvest House is where he needed to be, and he's doing a tremendous job of running that programs there. And also want to give a shout out to Keith Parley, who is actually the president of the board of volunteer directors that oversees Harvest House. And I'll be referring to Mr. Parley later on in his business life as well. I'm privileged to call amongst a number of my friends Larry Nelson. Larry, earlier today, was named the Order of New Brunswick recipient. Larry's a guy who I actually went to high school with, graduated with. We started in retailing on Main Street many, many years ago. Myself on one side of the street selling clothing, and he was on the other side selling TVs at Lounsbury's, and went on to really be a great contributor to our province. Larry is a selfless contributor to all aspects of life in our community and a person who epitomizes everything that is good about Moncton. Most recently, he presided as president of the IAAF World Track and Field Championships, and today he's actually co-chairing the upcoming World Junior Hockey Championships between Moncton and Halifax. But he's always demonstrated through his many community involvements in such organizations as Rotary, the Moncton Hospital Foundation, the UDM Excellence Campaign, the United Way, and many others, that he truly wants to make Moncton a better place in which to live. An exemplary citizen, businessman, and philanthropist, Larry has embraced and supported the bicultural nature of Moncton with enthusiasm and understanding, and is considered a very positive life force to all those who know and have worked with him. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, I'm a longtime member and past president of the Moncton West Riverview Rotary Club, 35 years to be exact, Mr. Speaker. Rotary has been making a difference in the lives of Monctonians for decades, and I want to thank this evolving group of community-minded people. I mean, many years ago, our club was probably 25, 27 members. Today, we're up in the 75 range. And the reason for that, we've embraced the newcomers to our community. We've embraced people of all nationalities, all skin colors, and brought them into Rotary. And it's really, our club has become a very dynamic and powerful club, and doing a lot of great work in the community. So I'm very proud of that work. This past June, I co-chaired the annual Ribfest fundraiser once again, and the people come out with flying colors. the last couple of years, because of COVID, we couldn't have Rib Fest, so it's really great to see it come back in person this year, and it was tremendous turnout. People are happy to be back and be involved in the community. Speaking of fundraisers, I also want to throw out a special mention to the gang at St. Philip's Anglican Church on Lynch Street. After 2 years, we celebrated the return of their Granny's famous 9-inch deep dish apple pie sale. And I know that's not a earth-breaking development, perhaps, but to people who love apple pies or love supporting great groups, it's great to see these things coming back. I recently joined also my colleagues at the Riverview Boys and Girls Club for their 35th anniversary gala. Over the years, it's been inspiring to witness the number of young people whose lives have been improved by the people at the Boys and Girls Clubs, both in Riverview and in Moncton. The Boys and Girls Clubs in Moncton and Riverview have enjoyed a great deal of private support from the caring businesses, people of our community. Among the programs offered at our Moncton Club, many are geared to newcomers, and for that real good reason, we have had, believe it or not, 6,460 immigrants settled in the hub city over the last 5 years. That's over the last 5 years. It smashes the record that was set the 5 years previously, which was 2,840 between 2011 and 2016. And we know the numbers are growing, Mr. Speaker. They're growing each and every year in the Greater Moncton area and in Moncton itself. Over the last few years, New Brunswick saw record levels of international immigration, with nearly 13,000 people from around the world coming to New Brunswick to live, to work, and to study. And that's wonderful. We're seeing our population grow, and really the newcomers are so important into that. StatsCan reports that roughly half of Moncton's entire immigration population were admitted between 2016 and 2021. For me, it's been a real privilege, Mr. Speaker, to work with Ketan Raval and his team of Moncton Cares volunteers who have welcomed well over 600 newcomers to our community since 2020. And this is a group of volunteers that are actually from other countries who have settled in Moncton, and every time there's a newcomer coming to the airport, doesn't matter what day or what time of the night or day it is, they go out and meet them, Mr. Speaker. I provide them with some flags and some literature and information and pins about our province to help promote them and make them feel welcome here. But this is newcomers to our province and our city, welcoming for other newcomers and making them feel at home here in Moncton and Moncton South and Greater Moncton. So that's a wonderful, I think, initiative to see, and it really makes people feel that this is the place they want to be. And then, speaking of Ketan, last Sunday evening it was my honor to attend the Diwali celebration along with my fellow member from Moncton East, with the Indo-Canadian Association and the people of Moncton's Hindu community. I wish them much prosperity in the year to come. And it was an unbelievable experience to see the many families. And I go back in history again, my retail world. I opened a store in Moncton Mall, which doesn't even exist today, Northwest Center now, but in 1978, and a gentleman from India named Mo Verma opened a cashmere gift shop at about the same time. We were neighbors back in the late 70s. We were business neighbors and became friends. And the amazing thing is today, and you look at Moncton, and there's over 3,000 individuals in our community right now from India. And the other night there were about 600 at this reception, about 500 of the newcomers and about 100 local people actually at this reception that went on for about 6 hours in all, between music and dancing and food and costume and activities. But the real great thing about this is how they're adding to our communities. These folks that are coming into New Brunswick, they're settling here, they're happy here, and they're really adding a great sense of diversity to our province and to our community here, especially in Moncton Centre. Recently, it was my pleasure to join the celebration also of 2022 International Day of Older Persons hosted by the City of Moncton. On behalf of the province of New Brunswick and the residents of Moncton South, I brought greetings, and I especially want to acknowledge the work being done by the Seniors Advisory Committee for their leadership and the Youth Advisory Committee for their assistance. These are great organizations in our community, both at both ends of the spectrum, working together. I also took the opportunity to present certificates from Premier Higgs and myself to Bruce Peacock on the occasion of his 80th birthday that day. We had a great celebration. I also wanted to congratulate Seniors Advocate Cecile Casista for her receiving the Order of New Brunswick today, but also for her ongoing work on behalf of seniors, and she was at this event as well. This past summer, we said, Mr. Speaker, we had to say farewell to Mabel DeWare. Now, Mabel she passed away on August the 17th, 8 days after turning 96 years old. I've known Mabel my entire life almost because her husband, her late husband Ralph, was my dentist when I was just a young fellow, so I kind of was going to their house when I was very, very young. But one of the things that we share in common, when this riding was created, she was one of the MLAs and a cabinet minister from my riding. But first I want to talk about her being an athlete. She skipped her team to a New Brunswick and Canadian Curling Association Ladies Curling Championship in 1963, Mr. Speaker. And I know that you're an avid curler, and you would probably would have known her at one time, but she was quite a curler. That was the forerunner to the Scotties Tournament of Hearts. She was inducted into the Brunswick Sports Hall of Fame in 1976, and the Canadian Curling Hall of Fame as a curler and builder in 1987. As a politician, as I mentioned earlier, in 1978, she was elected to the Legislative Assembly of New Brunswick as a member of the Progressive Conservative Party. My riding now is Moncton West. My riding then, was then known as Moncton West. She was re-elected in 1982. She held 3 cabinet positions: Minister of Labour and Manpower from 1978 to 1982, Minister of Community Colleges from 1983 to 1985, and Minister of Advanced Education from 1985 to 87. In 1990, she was appointed to the Senate of Canada, representing the senatorial division of Moncton, New Brunswick. A progressive conservative, she was the opposition whip in the Senate from 1999 to 2001, and she retired, of course, on her 75th birthday. Mr. Speaker, our throne speech outlined our continuing efforts to energize the private sector. Among the specific action items were: bring forth legislation amendments to further reduce personal income tax and property taxes, and we've learned about that already. We feel strongly about reducing the taxes for New Brunswickers and for businesses to help them develop, especially in the real estate and property business. We've introduced incentives for builders to create additional housing as we manage the challenges that come with population growth. And I know in our riding, especially, we have a lot of cranes building a lot of high-rise buildings, but these incentives will help even more. We're going to see more development. We're going to have more announcements, and we're going to see the benefit of these tax cuts that we're talking about to help bring these incentives to move Moncton forward. Within Moncton's private sector are found some of the finest people it has been my privilege to know and work with over the years. I'm actually just going to jump ahead real quick, probably not quick enough. I kind of didn't get to the conclusion part of the story, but it's been a pleasure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy Leader, Victoria Lavallee.
Jump ahead all you will, but your time is done. Mr. Speaker, did I tell you the story about Premier Slash and Burn and his band of grumpy bobbleheads? No, those are my notes from what my previous, sorry, Mr. Speaker, that was previous. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to get up and deliver my reply to the speech from the throne. But before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I wish to acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional unceded territory of the Wolastoqey, the Mi'kmaq, and the Passamaquoddy peoples. This territory is covered by the treaties of peace and friendship, which these nations first signed with the British Crown in 1726. The treaties did not deal with the surrender of lands and resources, but in fact recognized the Mi'kmaq and Wolastoqey title and established the rules for what was to be an ongoing relationship between nations. We should all pay respect to the elders and descendants of this land. We should honor the knowledge keepers and seek their guidance as we strive to develop closer relationships with the Indigenous people in New Brunswick. Monsieur le Président, choisissez un travail que vous aimez et vous n'aurez jamais à travailler un seul jour de votre vie. Je suis tellement fier de représenter les gens de Victoria-la-Vallée et tout aussi fier qu'ayant eu la confiance en moi pour m'accorder 3 mandats. Pour moi, représenter les gens de ma circonscription est un travail d'amour. J'aime les gens de Victoria-la-Vallée. Les représenter, les aider, les écouter et même parfois se battre pour eux. Ce n'est pas un travail. Si quoi que ce soit, il est avéré d'être une expérience très enrichissante. Je viens d'un coin incroyable et bien sûr l'un des plus beaux du Nouveau-Brunswick, où je représente actuellement les communautés de New Denmark, Drummond, Grand-Sault, Saint-André et Saint-Léonard, ainsi que le DSL de Drummond et le DSL de Grand-Sault. Bien sûr, tout cela va bientôt changer car Grand-Sault, Saint-André, Drummond ainsi que le DSL de Drummond et Grand-Sault sont tous sur le point de devenir une seule communauté et bien sûr, comme nous savons tous, les limites électorales sont actuellement en cours d'être révisées, donc plus de change pourrait être en cours. Monsieur le Président, la décision d'entrer en politique n'est jamais facile. L'amour et le soutien de sa famille sont absolument essentiels. Je voudrais prendre un moment pour remercier ma famille pour tout qu'elles ont donné ou abandonné. D'abord et avant tout, à ma femme Lynn, merci beaucoup. Merci pour les repas que vous mangez seul. Merci pour toutes les nuits que vous passez seul. Merci d'avoir compris que les week-ends sont pleins des événements et que je n'ai qu'à prendre ce seul appel. Pour ceci et bien plus encore, je suis très reconnaissant et je sais que mon amour pour toi, ça renforce chaque jour. To my daughter Tanya and son-in-law Pierre, thank you so much for keeping an eye on things when I'm not around. À mes petits-fils, Zachary et Mathéo, merci de comprendre que papa ne peut pas toujours être là pour regarder votre pratique ou assister à vos événements. Sachez que ce que je fais pour vous. J'essaie d'aider à façonner le Nouveau-Brunswick de demain. To my son Charles and daughter-in-law Misu, thank you for your love and support. It means the world to me. Monsieur le Président, je dois également remercier mes assistants de circonscription, Claudette et Maddie. On dit beaucoup de main allège la charge. Merci à vous deux pour tout ce que vous faites pour allégir mon fardeau. Je l'apprécie vraiment. J'aimerais aussi remercier les membres très actifs de mon association de circonscription qui m'appuient pour une simple raison. Ils croient en moi. Nanette, Andrea, Marc, Marcel, Armine, Marcia, Madeleine, Claudette, Alain, Gaétan, Heather et Léonard, je suis vraiment touché par la confiance et la foi que vous avez placée en moi. Merci. Mr. Speaker, as I have previously stated, a speech from the throne is indeed an opportunity for the government to communicate to New Brunswickers their agenda for the year to come. It's a chance to inspire citizens and give them hope for a bright tomorrow. Quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, this document does little to give anyone hope. And I can't help but notice that the member opposite who spoke just before me spent about maybe 4, tops 5 minutes talking about the actual speech from the throne, and the rest of the time talking about his riding and people in his riding, which is fine, Mr. Speaker, and I don't blame him because there's precious little content in the speech from the throne. So I think it would be much easier to speak about what's not in the throne speech. It's as if the government doesn't really have a plan and are just going to wing it and hope for the best, as they have since 2018. That, or they do have an agenda that they don't really want to talk about. Either way, there seems to be a lack of transparency, which seems to be a hallmark of this government. So in order to be helpful, which I want to be, I have done a little research and have found the following definition of transparency.
Transparency in a process involves it being completely visible and open to scrutiny so that it's clear that nothing is being hidden. The sense of the word is especially used in the context of politicians, government agencies and businesses, and calls for them to be more transparent or increase their transparency. So there you have it, Mr. Speaker, a definition for what transparency actually is, so that maybe people on the other side might understand. So let's talk about the throne speech through not only a content lens, but through a transparency lens. They talk about energizing the private sector. What is the plan? There's lots of talk in there about population growth, past investment, predictions on how much growth to expect, a rehash of past announcements, but very little in the form of a concrete plan with information on what sectors will grow, which will need help, and how exactly does the government plan to help those sectors. In total, I count 2 investments. One of $5 million to help businesses adopt technology, and a further $10 million at the University of New Brunswick. Now, what's not said is this new money part of an ongoing commitment or just a rehash of previous announcements? How do these investments fit in with the overall plan, and are they targeting specific sectors? There's talk of a remote satellite internet rebate program, but where are the details, and how will the program compare with traditional methods of internet delivery as it pertains to cost to the consumer? How much is this provincial government spending on the program, and how many people will be eligible? Is it upfront money? Do the consumers have to pay and then be reimbursed? The devil, Mr. Speaker, is in the details, and there is precious little of that in this throne speech. The government plans to introduce incentives for builders to create additional housing. This from the same government who promised to do away with the so-called double tax during the 2018 election campaign. We all know how that went. The government will introduce legislation on prompt payment. Really anxious to see the details on that one, given that the stakeholders were only given a few short weeks to submit feedback on the bill. And it is somewhat ironic that DTI was tasked with soliciting feedback, as they are one of the biggest culprits as it pertains to prompt payment, Mr. Speaker. It will be interesting to see just how well this legislation addresses the concerns of stakeholders. Government will launch an energy secretariat. Well, that's pretty vague, Mr. Speaker. What will this secretariat do? Will we finally see a long-range plan integrating all aspects of energy production and distribution, or is this just another way for the Premier to push his shale gas agenda? Almost in the same breath, Mr. Speaker, almost in the same breath, the government says it is eager to work with Indigenous and other stakeholders to make shale gas a reality. Apparently not eager enough to speak with them before announcing their intention in the speech from the throne. Vibrant and sustainable communities, local governance reform. Local governance reform. Perhaps one of the biggest undertakings of this government, and they devote but a few paragraphs in a 26-page throne speech to it. Communities have concerns around things like policing, fire service, taxation levels, regional service commissions, downloading of responsibilities to communities, and of course, funding. A recent news article reports that the City of Fredericton is considering a 5-cent increase for the 1,500 households that it will absorb. How many households in the province will be seeing similar increases? As for funding, the minister says there will be a fund. There will be a fund to help communities who may experience a shortfall. The minister won't say how much is in the fund, what are the criteria to access it, or even if there are any projections for what might be needed. There is nowhere near the level of transparency on this file that New Brunswickers deserve. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the only thing transparent about this minister is that people are starting to see through him, Mr. Speaker, and they're not buying what he's selling. So let's talk about housing. Great to see that rental units are being built and residential building permits are up as well. Great news for those who can afford it, but not so much for those who can't. According to Social Development, the need for affordable housing units is currently over 6,000 units. That's 6,000 families who are underhoused. The government says that already the objective for the first 3 years of the bilateral housing agreement has been met. Already, the objective for the first 3 years of the bilateral housing agreement have been met. Originally, the initiative targeted construction of 151 housing units, and this government boasts that it built 177. What is not clear is who set those targets. A quick look at the agreement that you can find on, just by Googling it, shows that the feds did set targets for the overall federal objective, but nowhere could I find provincial targets. So it's great to pat yourself on the back when you set the target too low, Mr. Speaker. We're talking in need of 6,000 and an achievement of 151. So if we set the bar really low and we meet it, I don't think it's any reason to be bragging, to be honest with you, Mr. Speaker. It's also great to see, Mr. Speaker, that the province is committed to making immediate renovations to 110 vacant government units. Well, Mr. Speaker, according to the New Brunswick Builders Association, there are no tenders out on this work. And when they do come out, it could take many additional months to complete the job due to supply chain issues. So obviously, no one was consulted to see what timeline could be reasonably achieved. So it certainly would be nice to have a little transparency around just what immediate means, Mr. Speaker. Is it a date that they drew out of a hat, or is it something that they've actually researched and feel that it's a reasonable timeline to achieve their objective? Mr. Speaker, we go on to talk about safe communities, and I think it's good that we see efforts to reduce theft of catalytic converters and to support better decision-makings in terms of guardianship and to clarify the roles of fiduciaries and the duty of custodians. Also great to see one of the recommendations of the report on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls finally addressed with the Missing Persons Act. But what of all the other recommendations directed at provincial governments? Perhaps, in the interest of transparency, it's time that this government report their progress on them as well. Mr. Speaker, any protection against intimate partner violence is certainly welcome, so I'm really anxious to see the details of Clare's Law. Now, there still remains to be seen just where the government is planning on spending the $3.3 million announced to reduce crime. Is this new money over and above last year's budget, Mr. Speaker? Or is this government just announcing a recurring line item in their budget, Mr. Speaker, which would be less than transparent? A recurring line item is a recurring line item. When you're spending new money, it's worth bragging about. I'm not sure this is new money. Let's talk now, Mr. Speaker, about inclusive communities. Really, Mr. Speaker, as if trying to heal a guilty conscience, the government talks about all the great things they are doing for First Nations, like the report of the Systemic Racism Commissioner. The same report that had a senior advisor to the Commissioner leave his post. He said, and I quote, "It remains unclear whether the provincial government can respect the Commissioner's independence or intends to accept her recommendations in good faith." Let that sink in for a minute. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, First Nation leaders were walking away from the process and renewing their calls for a public inquiry. Well, Mr. Speaker, here's another good one. On September 30th, your government recognized the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. Yes, they did, Mr. Speaker. Yes, they did. But they did it at the 11th hour after almost every other jurisdiction announced that they were going to recognize it, and after towns in New Brunswick were announcing it, the government was basically embarrassed into saying, we better recognize it or we will wear egg on our face. The government did create a website to support the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action and report their progress therein. And I looked at it, Mr. Speaker, and a quick look in there, and I see language like available in certain communities, continue to, are engaging in, all kinds of opaque words that scream lack of transparency, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing in there that definitively states an action. It's either partially here or partially there, not available everywhere. And Mr. Speaker, not a word in inclusive communities about newly arrived immigrants or other minority groups, who also face many barriers as it pertains to racism and inclusion. It would seem that this government is not only failing at talking the talk, but also at walking the walk, Mr. Speaker. More is needed. Immigrants are coming to this country, and they're coming to New Brunswick, and they're not getting the support that they need, Mr. Speaker. 2 small paragraphs on arts and culture and 1 financial commitment. The government has doubled support for the film sector. They've doubled it, Mr. Speaker. So is it going from $4 to $8, or are we talking about something substantial? No mention of sculptors, paint artists, live theatre, authors, potters, musicians, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. Arts and culture contribute over $1 billion annually to the New Brunswick economy. Yet all we see is an undisclosed sum of money for film, apparently not significant enough to actually mention. Social assistance and wage improvements. Mr. Speaker, after robust discussions and consultations with the business community, the government decided to raise the minimum wage by $2. Well, not really sure about the robust discussions or consultations. I don't recall hearing about any of that happening, and it certainly would be out of character for this government to do so. Probably more of a cabinet discussion about how to do something positive and get someone else to pay for it. There is positive, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to give praise where praise is due. I do applaud this government for raising the wages of human service workers, as well as inclusion support workers at early learning and childcare facilities, as well as the mileage rate for social development partners and clients. This is a positive step. Reducing the harmful clawbacks, as they say, is of course another positive step. Social assistance recipients can now earn up to an additional $500 per month with no clawback. And there are also provisions around CPP. Applaud if you may, that's the only thing that's positive. Positive steps, but more needs to be done, Mr. Speaker, to provide a clear path off social assistance and into the workforce. We need to support and encourage people as they strive to earn what could be considered a livable wage. Still, Mr. Speaker, I applaud these steps as I realize that it is a very small step for mankind, but a gigantic step for this government to actually spend some money, Mr. Speaker. So let's talk about dependable health care. First of all, Mr. Speaker, this government likes to accuse us of not offering any solutions. Well, Mr. Speaker, in September, our leader released a document entitled Series of Ideas to Stem the Bleeding in Healthcare. Now, this Premier Slash-and-Burn, says he wants to collaborate, but he has yet to even acknowledge that he has even seen the document, let alone considered any of its content. I think to him, collaboration means keeping your friends close, and well, you know how that finished. Keeping your friends close and your enemies closer. Quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, our healthcare system is on the verge of collapse. And this government's call to urgency seems to lack urgency. Where was the call to action when this government decided to give a salary top-up to so many, yet somehow deemed the nurses unworthy of a pay top-up? Where was the urgency when the same nurses, who despite extra training received no extra pay, so basically volunteered their services, were thrown under the bus? The urgency for this government seems to be finding someone to blame for each failure as our system continues to collapse, and throwing that person or persons under a bus. Mr. Speaker, the system is on the verge of collapse, and the people working in our healthcare system are working extremely hard, Mr. Speaker, to the verge of burnout. And all they really ask, Mr. Speaker, is for a little appreciation. Yet the first time our system fails because we're understaffed and because they're overworked, the first time there's a little failure, the government says, who's to blame? Who's to blame? Well, Mr. Speaker, when you're pointing a finger at somebody, all the other fingers point back to you. And I think the Premier needs to realize that. The buck, as Eisenhower said, the buck stops on his desk. So he can throw whoever he wants under the bus, Mr. Speaker, but the buck stops at him. And he should remember that. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that the electors will remember that come the next election. The government travels the world in search of nurses who are willing to work in an overburdened, failing health care system, all the while ignoring the plight of nurses already working in the system who are burning out and leaving in record numbers. No serious efforts are being made to retain them. It almost seems that nurses are leaving at a faster pace than we can bring them in and recognize their foreign credentials, Mr. Speaker. We have nurses in the system who are working double shifts, Mr. Speaker. They're working many extra hours per week. They're sacrificing their family life. They're sacrificing their private time, all to prop up a failing healthcare system. Yet this government fails to recognize and appreciate their efforts. It's important, Mr. Speaker. It's important. We all want to feel appreciated, Mr. Speaker. And when we don't, then sometimes we may throw up our hands and say, I give up too. And that's what we see happening in our healthcare system. Nurses, doctors, we've seen, what was it, 3, 4 oncologists leave in Moncton. They just said, it's just too much. It's just too much. We can't anymore. We can't do it. They need to be appreciated, Mr. Speaker, and we need to find ways to make their life a little more enjoyable. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we inked a deal with Beal College to train up to 100 nurses per year. Before we decided to send our dollars to the United States, were there any discussions with our own colleges? It would seem to me that Olton College at one point expressed interest in creating a nursing program. I guess discussions and consultations were not even an afterthought in this case, Mr. Speaker. It was decided just to send the money there. And then we're opening the door to more, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, maybe not, but with the legislation that's coming out allowing for private clinics, I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if there's any protection in that legislation that will stop large American health providers from coming here and setting up, private clinics and taking more of our provincial money and bringing it down into the states. And that could happen, Mr. Speaker. Are we opening the door to that? Is what we're doing today a stepping stone to that? I would like to be reassured that this government isn't looking that direction. Let's keep our money in New Brunswick. We have healthcare providers here, and let's not suck more nurses out of our public system to staff these private clinics. We need all the nurses in our public system that we can get, Mr. Speaker. And the minister may say, well, it's only retired nurses that are doing this. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you when those retired nurses start talking to the nurses in the hospital and saying, wow, this is great. I'm working 8 to 4 or 9 to 5, I think you'll see more nurses looking for jobs in the private sector. So it could be a slippery slope, so I caution the government to be careful. Mr. Speaker, were there any efforts made at high school level to attract students into current nursing seats in the province? Are we running at 100% capacity? Did the Premier send letters to every nursing student inside the province and outside for that matter, offering them a full-time job? Did the Premier go into the nursing schools and saying, you're studying nursing, you're studying to be a nurse? Come to New Brunswick, we guarantee you a full-time job. Mr. Speaker, I know there was a time not too long ago where you couldn't get into the health authority as a nurse in a full-time job. They would bring you in as casual. Why, Mr. Speaker? Why, you ask? I'm glad you asked, Mr. Speaker. They did that because they didn't have to pay them vacation time, they didn't have to pay them benefits, and it saved the system money. But at what ultimate cost? Now we have a system that's on the verge of collapse due to a shortage of nurses, because many of those that we offered a casual job to have gone to other jurisdictions and gotten full-time jobs, and they're quite happy. And many of them are working in systems that are way less on the verge of collapse than ours are, so they're not working double shifts and all of the overtime that's leading to burnout here. Mr. Speaker, no mention of any incentive to attract more students into nursing. We have an incentive of gas money to drive to Bangor, and that's it, Mr. Speaker. How much would it cost? We're willing to give $100 million to people in tax breaks, Mr. Speaker. How much would it cost to go in and talk to students and say, we'll pay your education in exchange for a service contract right here in the province of New Brunswick. We'll pay you to study to be a nurse in exchange for a service contract. We'll pay you to go into teaching. We'll pay your education in exchange for a service contract. We'll pay your education to be a doctor. How many young people in this province dream of being a doctor but know that they can't afford to go to school for 10 years in order to become a doctor, or 8 years, whatever it may be, Mr. Speaker? How many young people would take up that offer of free education in exchange for a service contract? I dare say, Mr. Speaker, it would be surprising. And one of the issues we have with our current nursing programs is we lose about 30% of them to other jurisdictions upon graduation. And not to mention, Mr. Speaker, there's a certain percentage of them, and I can't remember exactly what it is, but there's a certain percentage who drop out and don't complete the program. We wouldn't pay for their education, Mr. Speaker, because they dropped out. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to be creative, and we need to invest in order to pull our healthcare system back from the brink. I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, that paying someone's gas to go to Bangor to study nursing is going to cut it. We're talking a 5-6 hour drive, depending upon where you live in the province. I don't see a sense of urgency with this move, Mr. Speaker. I see this as an announcement that's going to
basically make it seem as if the government's doing something. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, I sincerely hope that I'm proved wrong and that course sells out and we have 100 nursing students going to Bangor to study nursing. I hope. I really do. I hope I'm proved wrong. Now, let's talk about NB Health Link. So the NB Connect program, which was supposed to connect those who had no family doctor to a health professional, either a doctor or a nurse practitioner, doesn't seem to be cutting it, Mr. Speaker, because I've had instances myself where I've gone and tried to get somebody connected to a doctor, and NB Connect said, no, we called everywhere and we got no doctor for you. So now they have NB Health Link, but you have to be part of NB Connect to be part of NB Health Link. And NB Health Link, what they will do will be get you a virtual visit or something similar to that, Mr. Speaker. And who have we tasked with doing this job, Mr. Speaker? We've tasked Medivie. Why, Mr. Speaker? I guess because they've done such a bang-up job with ambulance service in New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker. We probably have the worst ambulance service of any jurisdiction in North America, and we're handing them over more. Let's just take this and run with it. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, maybe this government's a glutton for punishment and they just want to keep, putting good money after bad. What could go wrong, Mr. Speaker? What could go wrong? There's a contract. I suppose, Mr. Speaker, that would all depend on how many clauses in the contract allow them not to meet their obligations yet still get paid. We certainly see that in ambulance service. Oh, one more point, Mr. Speaker. This is a good one. It says, your government believes in making decisions, and I'm talking in a deep voice because it's the government, based on evidence and relevant data, with the goal of increasing the use of data to guide investment decisions and inform system design decisions. Mr. Speaker, we all know the three small words that describe the Premier's thoughts on this. Data, my behind. I wasn't going to say it, Mr. Speaker. I knew you would call me out on it. Mr. Speaker, I could go on health care, but I see the clock keeps ticking and I haven't touched education. When, Mr. Speaker, when will we see the long-awaited and highly anticipated catch-up plan? And I'm not talking about a plan for tomato condiments in the cafeteria. There are many students who fell seriously behind during the pandemic, and this government promised us a plan to catch them up, and I believe it was close to a year ago when it was announced we're going to have a plan. Where is the plan, Mr. Speaker? Is it in the same drawer as the government's reply to the report on official bilingualism? Are they storing those together? Are they holding all of this back because it doesn't match up to their real agenda? Is the agenda here to weaken bilingualism and then take these items out of the drawer after the fact? Yes. Sounds plausible to me, Mr. Speaker. It sounds very plausible. Mr. Speaker, the most effective tool, bar none, to teach any second language is immersion. And it really seems like this government is bent on taking the sharpest tool in the shed and running it over the rocks to dull it, and then put it back. Why not sharpen it and make it better? Yes, there are a number of students who drop out of the program, and they do so for a variety of reasons. For some, it's because they can't get the courses they need to get into the university course they need. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because the whole program is under-resourced. We don't have enough teachers to teach French immersion, let alone roll out a whole system that they say that they're going to do province-wide. Every school will have a French program, Mr. Speaker. Where are the teachers going to come from? We don't even have enough to run our immersion program properly. Other students, Mr. Speaker, drop out because they're chasing after a scholarship and they need to get their marks up a few marks and they feel that they're disadvantaged studying in their second language. That can be addressed, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, there's a whole aspect of streaming that the minister likes to get up and say, streaming, it's not fair, it's not. Well, they've addressed that before, Mr. Speaker, and the answer was to decrease the class size and have a smaller group so that you could focus more on teaching that group, and those that were having issues or problems would have more help, Mr. Speaker, and that would end the process of streaming because you would give them the extra attention that they needed to make sure that this streaming stuff didn't happen. But what we do is we keep a huge classroom full of kids, and we know that out of those kids, we're going to have X number of kids that are going to be problem, and that's what the whole streaming thing's about, Mr. Speaker. But if we divide that classroom up, we make it easier to manage. But let's not do that, Mr. Speaker. No, that would not fit the agenda at all, because the agenda, after all, is to weaken bilingualism in the province of New Brunswick and make us the laughing stock of Canada as the only officially bilingual province that's not bilingual. So that's going to be something else, Mr. Speaker. We can fix French immersion, Mr. Speaker. We can fix French immersion. The government says we can't run French immersion and another program, alongside of it, Mr. Speaker. That's like saying, we can't take a talented child who's got, extra high IQ. We can't advance them faster because the poor kid that doesn't learn as fast will be left behind. Well, Mr. Speaker, if we have children that are strong and inclined to be strong in their second language, why are we not encouraging that, Mr. Speaker? Oh my God, I've only got a minute left. Another good news, Mr. Speaker, another good news. $550,000 expanded breakfast program. We can give $100 million in tax breaks, but we can't roll out a breakfast program province-wide. Wow. Seriously, Mr. Speaker, seriously. Oh my God. I need more. Can I have more time? Okay. Giving. Anyway, whatever. Mr. Speaker, there's no content, a blatant lack of transparency. This is probably the most visionless, the most opaque document I've ever seen as a throne speech. And Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, member.
And
the member for Moncton South. Oh. The deputy to Kent North.
Merci, monsieur. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Toujours un plaisir de se lever pour répondre à quoi que ce soit. Je ne vais pas faire le suspense demeurer trop longtemps. En fait, je me lève aujourd'hui pour dire pourquoi est-ce que je vais voter contre ce discours du trône ici. Je sais que... Mais avant de vous dire pourquoi, comme la tradition se veut, j'aimerais prendre une couple de minutes pour parler de ma circonscription et des gens qui font que ma participation active en politique est possible. Donc, je pense que c'est clair que n'importe qui comprendra pourquoi les premiers remerciements sont faits à la famille et aux amis. La famille, parce qu'elle fait énormément de sacrifices. Ma merveilleuse épouse, Rebecca, qui travaille extrêmement fort à gérer une ferme. Et puis, sans que je sois là 26 semaines par année, plus ou moins. Que je sois ici, à Fredericton, que pendant que je suis parti, elle fait les lunchs des enfants, elle couche les enfants, elle fait absolument tout pour les enfants, souvent au détriment de faire des choses pour elles. Mais c'est ça que c'est souvent être un parent, mais c'est encore plus difficile quand tu es un parent avec un des parents qui travaille à l'extérieur de la maison pour des périodes, des longues périodes de temps. Donc, un énorme merci à mon épouse, Rebecca, à mes enfants, Hugo et Aube, avec qui je ne peux pas passer beaucoup de temps. Quand je suis ici, c'est certain que la vie continue à la maison. Et donc, je manque des activités. Je manque des moments uniques. Chaque soir, Hugo, mon fils de 6 ans, il est en train d'apprendre à lire. Puis c'est incroyable de le voir. C'est vraiment incroyable de voir chaque fin de semaine, comment est-ce qu'il a évolué dans une semaine, mais tu manques quand même des moments dans la semaine. C'est beau les technologies, mais ça n'arrange pas tout. Ma petite Aube, qui 3 ans, comment est-ce qu'il dit ça en anglais? C'est 3 going on 30. Assez incroyable. Je pense qu'elle va être comme son père, je crois. Ouais, je pense qu'elle va être comme son père, puis je pense que je paye pour le jeune que j'étais à cette époque-là. Mais la petite Aube, c'est pas mal incroyable de voir son vocabulaire se développer, son indépendance. Et à travers de tout ça, son amour, je comprends pas, pour tout ce qui est flux de ballerines, puis de danse, puis elle n'a pas été exposée à ça à la maison plus qu'il faut. On a essayé d'exposer nos enfants à beaucoup de choses, mais tu vois vraiment des passions se développer à cet âge-là, puis tu manques des moments. Tu manques des moments. Fait que des fois, je vais en parler avec Rebecca, où ça sort d'eux? Elle l'a vu arriver. Moi, ça a comme arrivé juste de même. Parce que, veux ou veux pas, tu manques des moments. Puis j'en veux pas à mon épouse non plus de ne pas pouvoir tout me dire ses observations pendant que je suis parti. C'est juste que c'est quand même, je trouve, pour n'importe qui, difficile. Et donc, je voulais vraiment remercier ma famille. Mes amis, parce que en passant la Halloween, on a passé l'enseignante ABC des 3 ans à Aube. Puis un des commentaires qu'elle m'a fait, Darlene, Madame Darlene, très connue à Rudisville, Madame Darlene, tous les enfants ont passé à travers ces programmes. Madame Darlene m'a fait un commentaire, puis ça m'a vraiment fait réaliser à quel point que je suis chanceux. Elle dit, Aube, c'est drôle, elle dit, à chaque semaine, il y a quelqu'un de différent avec elle au programme. Puis ça veut dire qu'on a un gros système de support autour de nous autres. Et donc, je veux remercier sincèrement mes parents, les parents Rebecca, nos amis, Pierre-Olivier, Pauline, Philippe, Geneviève, pour le temps qu'ils passent avec mes enfants, puis les choses qu'ils font pour eux autres pendant que je ne suis pas à la maison. Je veux remercier, bien sûr, les gens de Kent-Nord. Les gens de Kent-Nord sont incroyables. C'est du monde d'une vaillantise hors pair. C'est des gens qui sont très résilients. C'est des gens qui ont une imagination et une créativité que moi, j'augurais comme nulle part ailleurs. C'est la plus grande communauté autochtone de la province, Elsipogtok. C'est les gens le long de la rivière Richibouctou, les communautés anglophones de Rexton, de Browns Yard, de Main River, Bass River Point, etc., etc. C'est les Acadiens. Puis c'est les nouveaux arrivants, et les travailleurs temporaires aussi, qui travaillent dans les shops, puis qui habitent dans nos villages, puis qui à la fois veulent participer activement dans nos villages et aussi faire découvrir qui ils sont. Puis il y a une grande ouverture de la très grande majorité des gens. Puis ça, je suis tout le temps extrêmement touché par ce sentiment d'accueil-là dont les gens peuvent démontrer. Je remercie Stéphane Godin, qui est mon assistant de circonscription, depuis le tout début. Je suis extrêmement choyé comme député d'avoir le même assistant de circonscription pendant toutes ces années-là. Il ira à la guerre pour n'importe qui dans le Kent-Nord. Parce qu'on croit, on a un sentiment de justice qui nous rentre dedans les deux, puis qu'on se dit, on a un devoir, puis on veut remplir ce devoir-là avec brio. Je remercie les gens de Kent-Nord aussi pour comprendre que, je parlais justement de ça il n'y a pas longtemps, que je disais que des fois, ça m'arrive, je pense que tout le monde ici, quand on commence en politique, on est à chaque événement, on fait tout. Puis, il y a eu la pandémie, qui a été quand même assez, je pense, évident que ça a créé pour tout le monde. Puis là, les événements ont recommencé, mais moi aussi, j'ai eu une maturation au niveau de ma carrière politique, je crois. Puis j'ai appris à des fois, surtout les semaines que je suis à Fredericton, toute la semaine, de dire « Je suis désolé, je ne peux pas aller à votre événement, je veux passer du temps avec mes enfants. » Puis les réponses que je reçois des gens sont merveilleuses. Les gens comprennent ça. Quand tu es honnête avec eux autres, ils comprennent ça, puis je pense qu'ils me permettent de faire ça. Puis ils savent très bien que je serai là la prochaine fois, que je serai dans d'autres affaires. Mais que je remercie les gens de Kent-Nord pour cette compréhension-là aussi. Ça serait... là, ça fait longtemps que je suis sur les remerciements, mais je n'ai pas fini de remercier le monde parce que là, je n'aurais pas le choix de remercier quand même mes collègues. David, j'ai pas le droit de dire ça ici. Mais le membre pour le député de Fredericton Sud et chef de mon parti, pour son ouverture, son leadership, c'est pas souvent que tu rencontres des gens qui te permettent d'être authentique. Et donc, je veux remercier David pour ça. Je veux aussi remercier la députée de Mme Cook-Tantramar pour son écoute, puis sa fougue, sa capacité d'empathie, mais de redonner cette fougue-là. Je pense que n'importe qui ici, tu te mentirais s'il dirait qu'ils sont tout le temps à 100% chaque jour. C'est le fun d'avoir quelqu'un avec qui partager cette fougue-là, puis qui a la capacité de te ramener dans le game quand c'est le temps de te ramener dans le game. Merci. Je remercie Josh, Erickson, Leanne, Lindsay, Luce, Marco, Kaylee, toute la gang qui travaille en arrière de la scène, qui fait de la recherche, qui nous donne des faits sur lesquels se baser lorsqu'on fait nos discours. Et donc, je veux remercier tout le monde pour ça. Bon, j'ai commencé à parler de Kent Nord déjà, mais je pense que j'ai souvent parlé de ma circonscription. Je veux juste mentionner qu'avec les nouvelles municipalités, j'ai parlé de Sibuktuk, Five Rivers, la nouvelle municipalité de Five Rivers, Beau-Rivage, Rogersville, le district ruraux qui va inclure Richibouctou-Village, Couchibouquac puis Pointe-Sapin. Je vais aussi prendre l'occasion pour souhaiter la bienvenue à Baie-Sainte-Anne. Baie-Sainte-Anne dans la Commission services régionaux de Kent, qui touche ma circonscription, qui va se retrouver dans la Commission de services régionaux de Kent. Et donc, je veux souhaiter la bienvenue à Baie-Sainte-Anne officiellement dans le comté de Kent et dire que peu importe, avec le député, ça me fera plaisir de travailler avec lui et cette communauté-là pour faire avancer des choses. Je veux souligner que chez nous, il y a une très grande solidarité. J'ai parlé de résilience et de vaillantise, mais il y a une très grande solidarité aussi, puis on le voit surtout quand ça vient le temps de s'organiser. On a eu le terrain de jeu qui a ouvert il n'y a pas très longtemps. La compagnie qui l'a bâti a dit que c'est le plus haut terrain de jeu de toutes les provinces atlantiques. Puis il y a eu un don majeur fait par la communauté de pêcheurs. Et puis, ça reflète la mer. Ça reflète la mer, puis ça reflète qui on est dans la région. Et donc, c'est un terrain de jeu vraiment incroyable qui est ouvert à la communauté aussi. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui ont participé à faire que ce projet-là arrive. Et donc, je suis extrêmement heureux. Les centres communautaires, nos centres communautaires dans le comté de Kent sont extrêmement importants. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui mettent beaucoup de temps. On a des centres communautaires incroyables qui réussissent à faire des grandes choses avec pas grand-chose. Puis plein d'autres projets. Je ne commencerai pas à nommer tous les projets qui se passent chez nous parce que je suis ici pour 40 minutes. Et la raison que je me suis levé aujourd'hui était surtout pour répondre au discours du trône. Donc, je vais commencer. La première chose que je veux parler au niveau du discours du trône, c'est la couverture. La couverture du discours du trône. La couverture du discours du trône, si on était en 51, ça marcherait peut-être. Mais je veux juste faire remarquer qu'en 2022, en pleine crise sur le climat, les 3 photos que ce gouvernement ici a décidé de mettre de l'avant à la une de leur discours du trône, leur vision d'avenir, c'est un stationnement vide, une centrale de charbon et un cruise ship. C'est les 3 choses que ce gouvernement-ci a cru bon mettre sur leur couverture en 2022 en pleine crise climatique, Monsieur le Président. Quand il aurait dû être en train de le mettre de l'avant, des investissements en transport en commun. Je pense que j'ai été capable de prouver très clairement que c'est extrêmement difficile de se déplacer si tu n'as pas de char au Nouveau-Brunswick. En guise de rappel, ça m'a pris 24 heures. 24 heures de me rendre de Rogersville à Fredericton. Ça m'a coûté 250 $. Mais eux autres, ils ont décidé qu'ils allaient mettre un stationnement vide sur leur couverture. Moi, je suis... Fait que juste avec la couverture, j'étais déjà pas très enthousiaste à attendre le discours. Mais bon, mon travail fait en sorte que j'ai pas eu le choix, que je l'ai lu, Je ne l'ai pas écouté, en fait. J'ai été à la bibliothèque pour le lire au lieu. Et je l'ai lu. Chaque mot. J'aurai jamais de nouveau cette heure-là de ma vie. Mais bon. Si je commence par le contenu, je pense que ça vaut la peine de citer Richard Saillant. Très tôt dans le discours, le gouvernement s'est approprié le crédit pour le fait que l'économie du Nouveau-Brunswick connaîtrait sa plus forte croissance depuis la Confédération. À entendre parler la lieutenant-gouverneur, on aurait pu se croire au paradis. Pourtant, ici sur Terre, peu de Néo-Brunswickois seraient enclins à nous dire que leur qualité de vie est bien meilleure qu'elle était avant la pandémie. De toute façon, le gouvernement du premier ministre a beau se péter les bretelles, celui-ci a en réalité rien à voir, et je répète, rien à voir avec l'explosion économique. Ah, OK.
Call on the government whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adjournment of the House.
Government whip moves that the House be now adjourned. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the House now be adjourned.